affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy
Hello,
and
chat.
other
How are you doing?
photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
How is everyone doing today? Crash out in 30 seconds? Yeah, I'm not going to crash out about anything. What do you mean? Thoughts on the new map, Paul? Yeah, maybe we're going to crash out.
It's time to put up or shut up. Time is
Imagine watching this event and going, yeah, do you know what?
Hello, everyone, and
Split delivered absolute bangers that it should most definitely be in champs. Let's get rid of that. What's the map that consistently delivered on every single map played? Yeah, get rid of it. What's the worst map in the poll? Icebox? Yeah, go on, keep it. Come on, guys.
Bueno, I love to hear it, love to hear it. All right, so yesterday we were in the upper bracket and started the day off with
Fancy Fully, thank you so much for the 16 months, dude. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you.
They managed to not just
Icebox, dude, I don't know how it's still here. We get a that means Champs has Icebox in. Do you know how devastating it is? It means the Champs doesn't have Split in.
Built some crazy momentum and absolutely pop off. I mean, the energy coming from these players on stage, the kills they were getting in the second half of both maps.
And a new map, dude. If this new map is bad, I'm really gonna crash out.
Today with the PaperX versus Sentinels, and PaperX also took the win in a 2-0 fashion. And that last round that we were seeing, that
Bind, I don't mind Bind being back. I was actually enjoying a lot of Bind, and I think we were getting a kind of interesting, cool meta. And I think there kind of is an interesting, cool meta that can be played on this. Obviously, everyone should be leaning into Viper and Brim, but the Deadlock Vice started getting pretty good.
Right, these are some big games, as we know, right? You got G2 going up against Gen.G. Good luck saying that 5 times fast. And you also have Fnatic.
Dude, Ascent's really nice with the different comps at the moment. It might get a little boring when people kind of work out about a lot of the double Sentinels on certain maps, but for the moment, it's great.
Whoa, this is like a top 4 in any other Masters tournament, but these guys are playing for top 4.
But I think Bind is, I actually think Bind is going to be a 50-50 split. Like, I think people are going to 50% go double controller and 50% go double Sentinel. The mech bomb with the tier 1, thank you for the 31 months. Thank you for doing that, appreciate it. What are my Preds? I think G2 win?
Kind of a disappointment for
I think G2 win, and mostly because G2, the map that I've seen that they aren't good at is Split, and Gen.G's not going to pick Split. G2 should win Icebox. Gen.G should win Lotus. Might be close.
Good call on that one there, Mimi. Now, of course, that brings us
G2
to
should win Sunset from what I've seen, but again, I'm guessing. No, they banned Sunset, right? Because I think Gen.G would lose a Sunset. Split decider? Nah, none of these teams will let Split be a decider. At very least, G2 will second ban it.
Over to our sign station. You can see it on screen. Make some signs. Get creative. Have fun. It's not like we're not going to feature some fan art, right?
Lotus Lost. Lotus Lost could be good. Because I think the Gen.G... But I could see Gen.G picking those, to be honest.
Now, here's how this works, okay? We're going to see 2 signs. One was made by someone in our lovely audience, and the other
about
was
Ascent?
made by one of our incredible crew members.
I don't know about G2's Ascent. If G2 still play Waylay, I think Gen.G would win.
Have to guess which one is the fan,
technically you're the tiebreaker if we, if we disagree.
Yeah, in that instance, I'll go ahead and
hello, Andy, mate. How you doing?
For sure. And you guys get to play along with us. So let's go ahead and do this, all right?
You remember off the top of my head the best Vice deadlock we've seen?
I just hope both teams have
for
fun.
Bind, I like how Nova played it in Kickoff. Was it Kickoff?
Absolutely love.
I think that might be. I think Nova might be the best Vice deadlock I've seen on Bind.
comes from the fans, because
And
every single game has been
then-
so enjoyable. You just have to cheer for good Valorant.
C9
silly signature is really
did
selling
some
it
nice
for me,
stuff
'cause
on
I just hope both teams
SEN.
have fun is like his whole thing.
Yeah.
But I almost wonder if that's too meta for it to have been on production crew. I'm gonna go with
but
the
there's a lot
one
more
on the left
that
being
C9
the
could have done,
fraud.
but they didn't need to do it.
Vansili
Vansili is the
Because
fraud.
they kind of owned
Vansili's
it.
the
But then they
fraud.
then they
Vansili's the
messed up
fraud
their
poster, the
then they
Isle
messed
of
up
Poster
second time they
fan.
played it
Alright,
on
let's see.
attack.
Survey says which one is right. I'm actually kind of curious here.
Oh, okay.
Is this the
Wow,
most
look
stacked
at
day in
that.
VCT
Okay, Amy,
history?
you're a fraud. All right, now, next up, let's see our other one. By the way, shout out to whoever drew that cat. Goodness
It's two.
gracious.
It's definitely
This is
two
good. When you got
of
wolf
the
there in
best.
background. Can we get some wolves in
Best
the
of
house?
3 for like a
Woo!
limb games we could have got. Yeah, it's up there.
Come on.
It's definitely up there.
Yeah, I got like 3.
They weren't
I was trying to think in my
They
head,
weren't
right?
ready. I came at
Top.
them a little too quickly
Where's my
on
pen?
that one there, you know
Top
what I mean?
5.
All right, next one
Top
we got
5
left.
like
G2.
runs
Huh.
in Valorant.
I gotta say.
Am I missing some?
I'm gonna
Crew.
go
yeah.
fans
Crew's
on
up there.
Fans on the right, frauds on the
Paper X here.
I think Fan
I
is
love
on the
the-
left
EG.
because I think whenever we've done
Wolves.
this segment before, our producers have gotten like.
Is
way
there
too
another one that I'm
into
missing?
drawing the
Zeta?
signs and-
Okay.
And like,
Are you
actually done
metagaming?
very good drawings.
Are you metagaming?
Am I missing one?
Maybe a little.
silly game in our
A silly
pre-show?
game.
T1.
Yes, I am.
T1's interesting.
I'm gonna say
8-team
that
event
the
though.
Fan is on the left. I
Fan
love
is on
that
the
throw
left.
in.
So, all right, fans on the left for our 2 analysts here. Let's see.
EDG's a good one.
You're
I
both
was right.
frauds.
No, that's what I
EDG
said.
Champs was a pretty
I like to
sick
live in a
run.
reality where you're a fraud, maybe.
Okay.
All right,
FPX Copenhagen.
Not for this reason.
let's have one more. Here we go.
Damn.
Oh my gosh.
The quality in
Wait,
both of this.
That Valorant
We made one of these?
Nah.
How would you
so
rank
insane.
these?
Both of these are fans. They got
Yo, that Valorant looks better than
I guess it
the
depends
real one.
because
This might
I
be the
think
trick question
honestly
for fans,
Crew might
'cause
be
these
the
are-
best run out of
like,
these,
these look like
which
they
is
took a hell of
just
a lot of time
because
to draw.
just
Yeah.
because of
Yeah,
the
I
I mean they
like
didn't
that,
win a
both
game.
fans.
Yeah, that's my guess.
I'm gonna metagame a little bit here because our
Really?
producers
Yeah,
work
I
incredibly
think so.
hard,
Just purely
and
because
I
they
don't
didn't
know
win a
if they
game.
would have
I think
actually
if
taken
Paper X or
time
Wolves
to
win
do
this event, it might be
detail, but
better.
also, they're very talented. So let's see.
EDG's.
I'm gonna say if there's
EDG's
one
is in
fan,
there.
I'll go for the right one.
Oh, dude,
All
that,
right.
that would be a good
Whoever on
video.
staff
What's the
drew that,
top 5
you are
best
so
runs in
talented.
Valorant?
Yeah,
With that
for real.
Valorant drawing.
I don't know how you'd be able
That
to
was crazy. That was
I don't know how you'd be able
awesome. There you have
to
it. Fan or
put them
fraud. We
into.
have another game later on
I don't know how you'd be
today,
able to
so
like
you gotta stick around to find out which one it is.
rate
But let's
them.
go ahead and keep the love for the fans going. Send it over to Vansili, who is
What,
at
you meant
another
Crew Champs
great
2021?
meet and
Oh,
greet
no.
for our
No, no,
fan
no.
activation zone. Vans, what you got?
They came 4th, right? They came below us. Oh, wait, did we drew with?
To meet the legendary Pampog duo, Hypog.
Yeah, there wasn't double a limb,
Welcome to
right? They came
Toronto. Why
3rd,
is it so
4th like
funny? How's
us.
it going?
I mean, it's good to be here. We're just happy to be here, man. I don't know what. Nothing's funny.
Exactly. How's Toronto been for you so far?
So far, so good. I found a bagel spot, so I'm happy. That's usually for me the first priority food.
I need to go eat with you. Pansy, how's the energy been for this game that you guys casted yesterday? This battle between Gen.G and Wolves. It had to be electric in here.
As we all say, the atmosphere was electric. No, it actually was sick. Like, I loved it for Wolves. It was so exciting to see them have their time in the sun. The crowd was behind them, up on their feet. It was genuinely sick. Genuinely so good.
And Hypog, what's it like? Is it more fun to cast in a live environment, in an English broadcast, in the arena, or is it more fun to cast a tech pause?
Come on now.
I mean, tech pause takes. No, it's an honor to always do English in house. It feels really good to. I mean, it's always nice to have a crowd, but to have a crowd kind of feeding off what's going on, and that's something really special.
Awesome. Well, unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to do a meet and greet in Masters Toronto. So, do you mind if I third wheel you guys and have a seat here? Are we cool with a new trio, a casting trio called Silly Panpock?
Van Pockely.
Van Pockely kind of goes hard. Wait.
That sounds like a spell. Van Pockely, meet and greet time.
Shout out to Van Pockely.
Panpockely.
Pan, okay.
Sounds
But
like
we're
a
missing out. I
disease.
want to be on that
For the
table
run.
too.
Yeah, we got
You
That
thought I was
so
talking
fun.
about Paper X. No, dude, the Paper X run now. They had to win every game. The Paper X run now is insane.
G2 versus Gen.G. Now this one, a rematch from Masters Shanghai's upper bracket final Kakuka.
They had to win
Gen.G
5 in a row?
Sent G2 to the lowers, and we all know history
Or
there.
4
They
in.
ended up
Oh,
picking
no,
up
wait,
the dub
at least
overall.
5. It might be 6.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's
the
5
first
in a row.
tournament that Pacific
FPX
ever
Copenhagen
won, and
run.
it was in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, that was pretty good as well.
Dominating the
This is the
entirety of
thing.
the event, which, funny enough,
I'm
is
not
something
even
that
sure how
we
I'd
would
rate
have
the
been
top 5.
saying about them if it wasn't for the loss that we saw yesterday. A very, both of the squads being almost the same. Some changes here and there, but the strength and the name and the expectations behind them are still the same as they were in Shanghai.
Yeah, for G2 as well, just making
What's my prediction for today? I went for G2 here, but just. I think this is a 50-50. Like, I would not be surprised at all if Gen.G win this. Just purely because I think now the demos should go against Gen.G, and I'm looking at a couple of these comps thinking, like, I would want... To be fair, though, the two maps I'd want to play Gen.G on, G2 won't play. Because you want to play Gen.G on Split.
Go up against a Gen.G team like
and you want to play Gen.G, in my opinion, on Sunset, unless you're
yeah, absolutely.
Fnatic,
I think that G2
and you don't really know how to play the map.
Match that didn't go their way. We were speaking about the first seeds being completely cursed. Now they're coming off of a win.
They're gonna be able to. They're gonna be able to dodge both of these. Honestly, I take it back. I have no idea who's winning this.
Well, earlier on, Yinsu got an opportunity to catch up with Texture and
G2 win Icebox.
About this rematch.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm lost. G2 banned Sunset? Yeah, exactly.
Well, the last
and they're not going to pick Split.
The last time this gentleman faced this gentleman, it went to the side of Gen.G. They ended up winning the tournament. So
what are you doing?
How do you stop history from repeating itself?
They don't have Meteor anymore, and that guy seems to be the bane of our existence. So I think it'll be a lot easier, but they're still a tough opponent. Always deserve their respect, so it'll be fun.
And Texture, Texture, how do you run it back today? How do you beat G2 again?
Texture, get ace.
I agree. Oh, I agree. Texture gets the ace.
I just hope that if Gen.G wins, he just does the same pose and just looks at Leaf. Even if he doesn't get the ace, you know?
He should just do it
Vertic
regardless.
Shanghai was a pretty good run.
If someone stood up on the other side of the stage doing that to me,
you think it's on par with any of the others that we said?
It's his turn to stand up if he gets the ace.
I think he should.
I think it's in order, right?
I think he should. I don't think he will, but I think he should, you know?
He's going to get in it. It's just 4Ks all day
it's
for Texture.
Mr. 4K.
That's why he was holding up the two peace signs.
With a sub?
For the kills he gets, he only gets 4. Of course, though, G2 may have dropped their first match to PaperX, but as we had mentioned before, things really did turn around, Mimi, when they went up against XLG, and the big thing that we
with the sub is pretty good.
It was like
I guess that's why the FPX one's kind of crazy as well, because they got 3 groups of the sub.
Shut down their opponent in the best way possible.
I think this is exactly the game that G2 needed.
The FPX went on to win, but I guess the sub got replaced.
I think definitely stuck with them, having to now rally
Lever champs?
But this was a
nah, that's not on par with the others.
Inspired confidence. The players that needed to had amazing individual performances. That's the game to start the momentum of a lower bracket run.
It has to be. It needs to be, because so far in the tournament, Americas has only won against the Chinese teams, and you can say that, you know, a 2-0 clean fashion, but XLG was not showing what we saw back in China because of the change and whatnot. So the strength was not there. Now G2 faces up against a very, very strong opponent. If things had already been hard, they're only going to get harder from here on.
And I will say, to that regard, you're totally right.
PaperX Tokyo run, that was pretty good.
To me that, oh, this G2 team isn't going to be
I still don't think that's on par with any of them.
Otherwise, we'd be asking a lot of questions about what's the viability.
The Wolves run is kind of crazy. Dude, if Wolves win this tournament, it is the greatest run.
Matter of fact, he dominates the server whenever he's in there. An absolute beast, can play practically any single role that you.
Do you know what'd be sick as well?
And he performs.
That'd be so sick.
This good. I mean, it's what I expected from here, especially here on this
Plat chat. I was involved in the first one. T1 seed 8th. I'm pretty sure Wolves last seed. And again, I probably would have done the same, but I wasn't on it, so I can kind of flame a little bit more. It would be so sick. They both won. Wait, they had them 11th? Who did they have last?
On that map, buying that gun constantly on their defender half. Leaf does so much in the fragging department. He's also a super vocal player who's helping to add ideas to this team to keep them in the matches during
TMV managed to get him out. It's not as fun now.
No surprises that he pops off there.
Oh yeah, he's such a playmaker for this team, right? He always seems to be in the right place and the right position to do so.
We consider Newton's 2021 run. If we're going to consider any run in 2021, it's a SEN. The champs.
Team fighting stuff when they were going into retakes, things like that. So I wanted to look at a round against XLG that showed the G2 I know, who has really quick reactions, who always has the right idea of what to do in.
I think that was probably the most impressive run done in 2021.
Default, defensive side setup.
Oh yeah, we said we would give Prius VIP if he got 8 out of 10 in observing today. We need to really be on it.
To be able to fast rotate. As we play this one out,
Chat, how are we deciding how we're doing it? Do we? Okay, there's definitely a rating where you start off with 10 out of 10, and for every big mistake he makes, we deduct 1. And obviously, that means he can go into minuses. Yellow card means 0.5, a red card means -1. Yeah, what's the system that we're doing?
On this Yoru going right into this corner, but watch what's happened on the map already. A player is rotating.
Every missed 3K, 4K, 5K, he's going to miss all of them. Like, that's guaranteed. Because a lot of the time you're just guessing with percentages. He's going to miss those. It needs to be realistic for him to do it. But at the same time, I don't want him to do it, so maybe we do that. If he misses an important kill, okay, that could work. But if we're doing that, showing the death has to count. Right, because obviously it's a 50-50 duel. As long as he shows us the death of the kill, that could be a good way of doing it.
Take a small pause and reset into this team fight as Valen TPs across and all 4 members face towards long. Spike goes down, and at this point the round is cooked. There's a lot of little decisions in that round. Valen TPing into heaven, Trent taking the timing with the haunt to get that
Wolves
kill,
against Paper X. Me and TMV. I even considered getting him on, but I watched his reaction just to see what it was, and he started singing too much. Man, I can't have that on my stream. I can't have him singing after every round. Like I was like, it could be pretty funny doing me and him on the same stream. I was like, let me just check out like what he's kind of doing, and I was like, Jesus, he's jumping around his bedroom, singing football chants. I don't think I could handle it. I get too tired.
What should we bust out here? Try this new thing. And G2 actually has been trying new stuff. We saw Jogamo on the Sage on Icebox, and we were seeing some pretty sick plays from him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that deciding to go back on the drawing board and go back to
you can toggle mute. The thing is, I would never unmute him. They'd just be pointless. It would be 2 minutes in, I just mute him. Dodgy, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the 37 months. It's a long time, dude. Thank you for that.
Number 1 priority, of course, getting the spike down. To me, it was all about the retakes and all the potential that the composition was for that Icebox. But when we look at this head-to-head, at the duelists coming in for today, Jogamo and Texture. Jogamo already playing the Neon, playing the Sage, going out of his comfort. We've been seeing
Wolves
him
makes
so
finals.
much on the Euros, little Waylay as well, that I would love to see personally.
What's the Paper X Wolves?
Against Texture is a different beast.
Beta. Paper X
Wolves. One of the biggest
Wolves.
representatives of the difference between
Paper X Wolves.
Jaw is playing Sage on a no duelist comp. He's
They
playing
both
a lot
love
of the Yoru
Split.
Still, despite Teo going
So
out of
Split
meta,
gets
whereas
played.
Texture has been playing Neon in the vast majority of his games. They have both had a profound
Paper X wins
impact,
Lotus.
But when you look at the kills they're getting, the stats they're pulling off, Texture has been way flashier because he's playing this super fast-paced Neon. He's getting tons of priority.
Paper X wins
from his
Sunset?
teammates, whereas Jaw is still flexing more into a position where he's kind of a supportive player. He's the one diving in, and it's Trent and it's Leaf who are getting
Paul is a 50-50.
I think that
Let's
there's
put that over
also a
here.
big difference in what you're saying between G2 and Gen.G, because whenever we have seen
Wolves
Gen.G
would win a
facing off
SEN.
a problem on any map, imagine on the attack. You're on the attack on Split and they're pushing you all the time. The one piece that Gen.G will move will be Texture, because they know that that is the #1 thing the other team is going to consider a big problem. So in many of these occasions, we're going
Paper
to
X
see
ban
Gen.G
Haven.
maybe calling a timeout, or maybe the players just saying, okay, Texture, we need you to be here.
What's
We need you
Wolves
to
been
be the one
banning?
dealing with this.
Yeah, no, makes sense. Texture is such an impact player for this
Icebox?
team that you see it every single time he's out there. He's always putting up numbers, but more importantly, he's getting
Yeah,
multi-kills.
I'm trying
He's
to.
doing
Wolves didn't look too
everything
bad
that
on
you asked him to
Icebox.
do, and it still wasn't really enough in that game against Wolves, despite
But
the
this could
great
be a
efforts
sick
that we were seeing
matchup.
there, Mimi, from Texture.
I would definitely favor Paper X because of these two.
Their macro on defensive Split, I was very impressed by the way they called.
I mean, we should go third map, right? Wolves will pick a Sen. Wolves will pick a Sen. Paper X. Paper X might fall into the trap where they
because
pick
they were
Split
calling Wolves in every way. But
instead of Lotus
Wolves
or
locked in this
Sunset.
second half. The defensive anchoring popped off. And they
Dude,
came
this
all
should
the
be a
way
sick
back to
game.
win the series.
Like
You
a
can see it
SEN,
also
one
in
of
the
these,
stage
and then we
driving.
get
We've
one
seen
of the
the Wolves that was
50-50
not
maps.
celebrating, that was pretty frustrated.
And from
But
what
as
I've
you're saying,
seen, I think
the
both
first
teams
half,
want to
it
play
was
Split.
the key for both of the teams. And even though
This'll be
Gen.G
fun.
had all of that momentum, ended up
Should
in
be
a
a really good best of
9-3
three.
half on the first map with all the confidence.
Wolves
and
could
all the
ban
good rounds that they
Lotus.
had. A
How
texture
have
that
Wolves
was
been banning?
shutting down the opponent duelist time and time again. They lose that, and that is something that
Paper X is
cannot
split against
happen
Wolves
today.
split?
Something I want
Maybe.
G2 learn from Gen.G's loss
Or
in
they
their previous
both
series
ban
is
Haven.
using smokes a ton as anchors on sites, not just the default ones.
Oh, that's
going to
get interesting.
You're always going to see an anchor smoke on A,
both
on
ban
Haven. But
Haven.
Wolves was throwing down
We
one,
might finally
sometimes
get to
even
see
two
if
anchor
Minnie's
smokes
telling
on
the
these
truth.
sites. And with how Gen.G enters
And he
sites,
said they've been
a
saving
lot
a
of the time,
Haven.
It's just texture with util behind him.
I
So
think
if you
he's
have a
lying
smoke
with how
to
he was
get in
talking,
and out
but
of, it can be a lot easier to
you never
isolate
know.
him, kill him, and then buy time for your teammates to flood
Who gets
in.
the first
That's how
ban?
Wolves
It's, yeah, coin
destroying
toss.
Gen.G,
It's
on
a
that
pure
defensive
random.
side in both maps.
Yeah, we're seeing some really unique.
I think that's right,
setups,
unless they
some
do it off
great
of
reads and
seeding.
ways to be able to shut down these players. And we mentioned before about what we've been getting out of some of these compositions. One agent that actually has been the talk of the town this event.
You
is
see
with
the new map
Deadlock.
rotation?
Deadlock
Yeah,
has been
it
pretty
it
much
could have been
full
worse,
56% of the time here, but when
but
we
it
see
should
her
have been
in
better.
play,
That's where I'm
we're
at.
seeing all that
I did
utility
why
play
split,
such a
man.
big
It's
role
just
in these fights.
devastating.
And it gives a lot of layers to Gen.G because, as we were saying,
I'm
like,
also a little
dealing
bit
with
gutted
texture
that
is has to be a number
I
one
was kind of
priority,
enjoying
and I
Pearl.
think that the initiators for
I didn't
the
mind
side
Pearl.
of G2 know that that is a priority. But the second one is especially in this maps, in
But
the
Bind?
sunsets, in the
Sure,
in the
but
split, you
I
have
think
to keep
Split
a
is
very
the
good
map
eye on
that
how the
has
setup
been
is,
delivering.
the tells that they have to know when
Split
the
might
utility
be
is
the
being
best map to
placed
watch
and
at the
how
moment.
Foxy9 is going to be playing around it.
Yeah.
Gravnet is refreshable util now, and in my opinion, Gen.G is the team who has realized that and used that the best out of anyone in this tournament. They've been playing more single initiator comps, but they're making up for it by playing this deadlock. A lot of their early rounds on defense will be a Gravnet into the operator of texture.
At least
posting
no
on that
abyss.
line.
Yeah,
So they're
that was
making
like my one.
sacrifices in their comp
That was like
in
my
getting
one
rid of
big
some
takeaway. I was like,
initiators,
damn.
but they're making
I'm
up
so
for
glad
it
we don't
with
get Abyss and
Gravnet
Icebox
that
in
the
the
Deadlock
same
brings
pool.
on top of the rest of your already very strong kit, and I think that's a really good read for Gen.G.
Yeah,
This
talk
is
about
great.
being
You're
ahead of
all
it
wrong.
too, right?
I
think that's
promise
something
you,
that,
man.
you know, you
I
will be
promise
like,
you,
okay,
it's.
professional,
I
that's
promise
okay,
you, you're
maybe we
wrong.
can explore with it.
It's
Gen.G
a
seems
really
to
bad map.
bake this into their strategy, and it has been working for them. Granted, it didn't work necessarily against
Abyss
the
is going to be
Wolves.
at
They found
Champs.
ways
No,
to counter that.
chat.
They
This will
found
be
ways
the
to
map
shut
pool
it down.
for Champs,
Can
no? The one that they
G2 do
announced.
the
There won't
same
be
thing?
another
Let's go ahead and
change.
hear from Jonah P and how he's feeling
Right?
about G2's chances in this one in our Omen player
I
moment.
don't know 100%.
Yeah, a lot of surprises from XLG. I mean, going into the game, we know that they've publicly said that they have communication issues, but actually playing against them honestly didn't feel like that. A lot of us had to make a lot of hero plays and clutches, and fortunately that went in our favor. But other than that, to me, it felt like a full drill team, even when they had a sub. And luckily we had a buffer life, you can say, against Paper X. So we got punished a bit, and now with those takeaways, we're gonna be, I want to say unstoppable, but we feel more confident than we've ever felt.
He left to do it now. Jump spot out into the open, straight shots and damage and spamming all. Oh my, no coverage in sight! Not like this!
I don't know if it's cliche or not, but when we're down 11-6 third map, potentially being eliminated, I'm not really thinking about Toronto.
Well,
at
maps
the
are
time.
coming
I'm
out and
thinking
going
about
out, I'd drop
losing to
it.
100 Thieves and having them get the satisfaction of the win over us, and we were not letting that happen. It could have been any team, but yeah, I don't like when we're the team to beat and people get that satisfaction. So we know how to lock in, and unfortunately sometimes we have to lock in too late, but it's what we're known for. Never
New
counts up.
map. This is what the hell? New map. That's what's changing. Paul goes out, Split goes out, Bind, new map.
The desk is feeling, and also you lovely
Any
people
changes
here
on
in
Bind?
Toronto
I don't
as
think
well.
so.
We're gonna play another game. It's agree to disagree. Now we have our.
You see what Leo said about the
Shanty
first seed
thumbs
advantage?
here. We
Yeah,
got to the
I agree with
agree,
him.
strongly agree, it doesn't matter. And
I
disagree,
think,
right?
honestly,
And
I don't think
also
he
for you
needed
guys
to
in
do
the
something,
audience,
but I
make sure
think
you
it's
guys
such a
play as
hot
well. If you
topic
agree, just
that
yell out agree. If you disagree,
I would always
just yell disagree.
prefer
Yeah, who cares? All right, let's do this,
to
guys.
see that
First
they're
one,
listening
we
and
have
instead of nothing, I guess.
On the most impressive debuting run we've ever seen.
Again, hopefully me and Flo are doing a video together. We're trying to get it out for tomorrow. From like my POV of why the first seed's lost. I've never really done a video of flaming teams too much. And I'm not flaming that bad, but I think it has to be done.
Time we're thinking that they won't make it, and every single time I feel like yesterday it was a clear statement. Everybody is loving their personalities as well, so I'm going with I strongly agree.
Yeah, all of the great runs I can think of in Valorant came from teams who had at least been to a global before. You think like
who are you flaming? All the first seeds are getting it. To be honest,
for a debut,
some more than others though. I've changed. I think this is criminal. I think this is criminal. I do.
Hearing a couple agrees.
I'm hearing agree.
Again, some are worse than others.
Shut up, but that's okay. It's beside the point. All right, next one. Pacific has been the strongest region so far.
You see Nongshim added RB to their roster. Wait, really? For who?
Yeah.
It's a nice pickup for them.
Sorry, I'll let them talk.
Come on, you stop talking over people, Mimi.
My bad. It's really rude, actually.
I mean, this is factual, no?
Yeah. It's pretty factual. I can't disagree with that one there.
All of the teams made it to playoffs.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a nice pickup.
2 teams left out of 6. That's the best of any
Not
region.
bad. Not bad. All right. Here's one more.
Okay.
One of the teams playing today will win Masters Toronto. Do we agree or disagree?
Whoa.
Chat?
Agree.
Toronto? How we feeling?
Look at Wolves Paper X. Disbeliever.
Okay, let's remind people, right? Wolves and Paper X are currently taking a break, and we'll see them on the other side. But of course, they are not playing today, so it's either between those two and the 4 that are playing today.
I'm gonna just give you guys a hot take. Just gonna go with disagree.
Yeah, nice. Get him.
Who do you think's winning then?
Paper X.
Paper X?
Yeah.
All right.
Finally.
Train believer.
I still believe in curses. I'm
gonna go with Alex. I'm supporting JV here.
Paper X to win a tournament.
I mean, look, yeah, you know what, you're right. Thank you so much for doing that, actually. Balances things out so that this way we don't get caught in the future. But yeah, you can't argue it. You can't argue with it. They look so good right now. All right, well, there you have it, folks. Now it's time for the results of today's MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which team has the best shot at survival today. The results are in, and not shocked. Gen.G sits at 40%. This team has looked absolutely stellar, Kuka, throughout this entire
I tell you what,
event,
I'm really
outside of that loss
surprised
that they
at
suffered to
this.
Wolves. So this does not shock me.
Absolutely no.
Really? This shocks me a little bit.
A crowd favorite, they have to be, and especially anyone that plays the game and watches Gen.G, they understand their strengths. For the other ones, I guess that you can make some cases, right?
I do think Gen.G isn't the best matchup for G2 just because of map pool.
G2 maybe not showing on their first and opening match what they could do, and Fnatic, EMEA has been suffering, so I understand.
I do think G2 being nearly last place there is some
EMEA
work from the voters here.
I think
Chat, if EMEA goes out today,
you can jump on that train because they
this
already
is
said, I'm speaking, they already said
the second worst ever EMEA performance in an event, no?
G2 and Sentinels
Madrid?
to the lower, and the good thing is that we're in Toronto, so you can catch that train back to NA.
Oh my, you just did that. I'm speaking. I'm dead.
I'm done, man. It's all you, buddy.
Where's the comeback?
Yeah, I know, right?
You got one.
What else do we have?
I
mean, we just.
You actually just portrayed me as sitting in the corner, just quivering.
Iceland was bad.
All right, team.
First Iceland, we got first and.
Broadcast squad think about the matchups today.
Chat, where did I come at the first Iceland? Third or fourth?
So here we go. Not bad. Kukuka,
Third?
you kind of beefed it yesterday, by the way. You were going for the anti.
What happened second Iceland?
Going for 0 and God knows what.
I came 8th. I know that
You
much.
kind of screwed it up. So now you just look like you
Who
don't
else
know
was
how
there?
to predict.
Yeah, so I've given up. But for today, as I just said, and I made in my statement, I think that Gen.G are going to bounce back from what happened
A lot of Fnatic
yesterday.
believers.
And for the side of Fnatic, honestly, I think that this is very, very
Where did
50-50
Achilles
because I
go?
think that the map pool
Gen.G,
favors
Fnatic? Interesting.
Sentinels more, but
Optic
man,
Loud
it's
Zeta Paper X.
I know we all talk about Achilles, but again, gotta give love to the GOAT, Gen
I was
Lee,
4th at the first one. I was 4th.
Getting it right. Just one behind Achilles. Eat your heart out.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But
Yeah.
of course, this is it, folks. It's coming down to the wire. I'm so excited for today, guys. These matches. Toronto, are you excited?
But so what?
for today's
Fnatic came
matches?
5th to 6th. The second one as well. Wait, no, Fnatic are out. Yeah, you're right.
Toronto, are you
You're right.
excited
You're
for
right.
today's matches? There you go. That's what I want to want to hear. That's what I want to hear, because you couldn't have asked me for
Chat, who's the other EMEA team at the second? Is it G2?
Any other tournament, this could have been the top 4. This could have been the final 4. But 2 of them have to go home. 3 of these teams have won global trophies before. For any of them,
G2 came 5th to 6th from the second Reykjavik. Because FPX couldn't go? No, we were there because FPX couldn't go. G2 qualified above us.
Everyone's getting ready to go, and today we will get our final 4, because elimination is on the line for all of our teams. And one thing is for certain, you do not want to miss a single round of action, because this
and chat,
is VALORANT
okay.
Masters Toronto. Day
Madrid.
10 of Masters Toronto.
Did Heretics come 5th to 6th? Because Madrid we had Heretics and K-Corp. They came 7th to 8th, right? Did they come 5th to 6th? Wait, they came 7th to 8th. Oh, I got it the wrong way around. Okay. God, EMEA is having a shocking 2 years.
There's no stopping this train! Sentinels, they are sent tumbling it down.
I'm super confident in this team, honestly. I think if we play to our standards, we'll be able to win any event. Honestly, we're that good in my eyes. Obviously, there's higher stakes now since we're in the lower bracket, and all we're doing is just worrying about what's up next. In this case, it's Fnatic.
Fortune favoring the bold. Fnatic bringing out a brand new look.
Sentinels are a really good team, but I think it's a really good matchup for us also, because they play our map pool, and I think Boaster is gonna leave Gen.G completely, and Gen.G will have no chance against him.
They play our map pool. I don't think so, mate. I think you're gonna. I think you can get wrecked on Sunset.
Fnatic, they're gonna be a lot more of like a slow pace. A lot of America's teams are also like that. That's nothing new to us.
All I'm gonna say before facing Sentinels is that they should be scared, because they don't know what is coming next.
Fnatic, may the best team win.
It's honestly a privilege to have a tournament in
Increase
Canada,
sound, yeah, I
where
put
my
it up now, I put it up
where
now.
I'm from originally. After map 1, I saw my brothers. I knew they were behind me, literally. Kelly, Justin, Dad, Jordan, Vic, I love you guys so much. I feel your presence every single day. Having you guys support me is the greatest thing ever, and in return, I'm gonna bring this trophy for you guys.
승자조 결승에서 G2를 만났었는데 그때 당시에도 G2에 대한 평가가 되게 우승 후보다 얘네가 우승할 거다 살짝 이런 평가였는데 근데 좀 그때 당시에도 제 기억으로는 생각 외로 좀 쉽게 이겼어요 비교적
13-10, 2-0, Gen.G, they get themselves into back-to-back grand finals.
그래서 이번에도 뭐 크게 신경 쓰지 않고 저는 저대로 계속 나아갈 예정입니다.
Take down Gen.G,
an international titan.
Gen.G, they're coming off of a fresh loss versus Wolves, which I think is a big surprise to everybody.
It's G2 who move on. G2 came in today angry, determined, very focused.
For us coming off a win against XLG, we're going to use our momentum and their downfall against them.
안 좋은 상황에서 서로 이번에 만났는데 또 안 좋은 상황인 만큼 저는 최선을 다해서 어떻게든 이기려고 할 테니까 G2도 최선을 다해서 저희를 이기려고 했으면 좋겠습니다. 그래야 최고의 경기가 나올 수 있다라고 생각하고 있기 때문에 Gen.G 파이팅!
Gen.G 파이팅. Did you see the Vitality roster change? Yes. I don't really know what to think about it, to be honest. I need to see how it looks.
G2 Esports versus Gen.G.
They lose firepower. I mean, they for sure lose firepower, but honestly, if it makes sense what they do on the server, you can lose the firepower. Because you can have all the firepower in the world, but if they play like how they played, you're not going to beat anyone.
And here we go, Toronto. It doesn't get any better than
Big
this.
respect from the coaches.
It's not an upper bracket final. Elimination is on the line. Who is going to stand tall at the end of this one. It's G2 versus Gen.G. Mimi, it's going to be good.
The last Canadian player left in this tournament against a squad that has lifted trophies at a Masters before just a year ago. Both trying to stay alive in this
Hey, it's upside down.
Yeah,
you kind of just said they're going to lose 0-2.
It doesn't matter what has happened so far. It doesn't matter how good they've been. They could go home in just 2 days. And as we take a look at the open map select, Lotus is going to be the first map that we see. G2
oh, G2 did pretty good, no?
FavorX. We all know how that ended up being. Even though it was a very close affair,
They just got to win one of these.
moments where individuals were needed to carry the
And a little fun fact about that, this is exactly how their series started in Shanghai.
Okay, I think Gen.G after 2-0. Maybe I'm fully wrong, but
Gen.G has not played
I really like
since
G2's
Pacific
Icebox.
Grand Finals. They weren't a Teo team on that map, but I do wonder if they're thinking about switching onto the Neon here as well. They've been so committed to that agent across their map pool. I think it would be a really interesting idea, but they've also been very strong with that default Raze comp, the old Fnatic comp, just subbing in the Vise instead.
I mean, if you're in a situation here where
Banning split versus versus Gen.G, yeah, but I'm telling you, G2 split looked rough,
no
mate.
matter how the chips fall, Kukuka. Do you go for the adjustment in your composition, or do you stick to the thing that you know can very well get you that win because it did it last time?
I think that for them, it might be a chance for comfort. I think that G2 wanted to go for a map that they probably have not played on stage, as Mimi was just saying, and maybe not be as warmed up as the rest of them. Because if you go for something that they've shown a lot and you think you have a read on, they probably also have put
Gen.G's going to win Lotus.
Changes, I would stick to what
Definitely
they know.
favorites for
that is
Lotus.
the card that
I
G2
agree.
wanted to play. Are you expecting
I think.
G2 lost both
I mean,
pistols.
it all comes down to the good news for G2 is they played.
It was still a 13-11 game.
They played the official against PaperX. Obviously, they lost. Like the reason they lost is because they misunderstood their comp on defense. They didn't go aggro.
Yeah,
They have unless they change up their comp, they have a no Sentinel comp, and they give too much space over towards A. They don't go aggro A.
Is Jogimo going to be out for the task? Are the rest of the team going to be able
So
to shut
they should
that
at least
mess
fix
down?
it up. You should see when G2 go over towards defense, you should see them go aggro A all the time.
Once this game starts, I know people are going to
Because
be
it was
on
like
their
an
feet,
obvious
unsure of what's
reason
to
why
come,
they lost.
Because both Gen.G and G2 are squads that could very well have been in the grand finals here in Toronto, but they find themselves
Gen.G have a good chance to 2-0 this. Lotus and Haven, that's probably like their two comfiest maps.
After being so close to winning in Bangkok.
Yes.
But I think if G2 can
last year they lost to Gen.G.
Trent's just pointing to Teo. I do think
it was Gen.G who lifted the trophy.
All right, let's see what we
Are they
get
gonna go
for
same
our
comp?
agent
Yeah.
select here. See what we get locked in. Gen.G.
Wait, that is a surprise, no? Didn't they use Neon, or am I just fully wrong?
From G2,
Whoa.
Okay, that is a locked. That is
Teo.
locking the Teo.
That is a lock, Teo.
Wait, they
we
locked
have
it
it
in.
confirmed. Did not expect that one from G2. Holy moly.
They went back to their
So
old
Teo
comp.
still has some of the strong
Wait, they
synergies
picked
with
it
the
and went
Yoru,
for
with
the
the
Teo.
missiles. Drone it can still be a great tool on re-clear on this map, but you don't have the refreshable util there, so we just got to see what Trent's up to.
Yeah, and also putting Jogimo back on that Euro, he was
They
not
still
feeling it
have
on
the
Neon.
no.
All right, well, we've got two of the game's best.
They still have the
ready to
no
slug it out. Let's get ready
Sentinel.
and send it over to you.
have
Two
to
of
go-
the best
they have to go
casters.
aggro.
Here's Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, excited to
That's
get
a
into this one
classic.
here. Now, me and you, Josh, we're deeply intimate with these two teams. We've been watching G2 goes from height and strength to strength. Gen.G comes so close in the past and even lifting a trophy as well. I mean, you look different. Have you got a haircut?
No, I'm the same old Sideshow. These are two teams that we never would have expected to be in the lower round.
It's two Sideshows.
I need to have a word with security. This guy doesn't even look anything like me. He doesn't look anything like me. How has he managed to sneak in there? No. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The world can only handle one. What
That was
an
good,
opening
man.
that we've potentially got here, though. Like you're talking about, so much history with these teams, but I wasn't expecting to see these compositions.
He nailed it. Yeah, the
being
other guy
rolled out
really
here.
nailed it, man. He did
It's an
great.
interesting one for sure. And as the desk has been already mentioning as well, this is elimination on the line. A scenario that both of these
What do you
teams
think
were
about the
probably
Teo
not
pick?
expecting in the slightest.
Let's see what they got. Let's, like I'm down to. I'll tell you what.
Each of these teams equally.
I think I'm such a breach hater that I would much rather see this in a breach at the moment. That's why I really kind of didn't like about their other comp as well. Okay, G2 on defense, Gen.G on attack. This is so bold from G2. They picked Lotus. They lost against Paper X. They use a similar comp in terms of the double controller, no info Sentinel. But they bring back Teo. They bring back the Yoru.
Trent still with both salvos and a stun to work with.
And this is already a bit of a mess up from G2. Whoa. Okay, all that. Okay, heavier rotate from what we've seen as well. I know it's a pistol round, but what was happening before when they played against Paper X is they would like really late rotate. And then it would just be like one isolated over towards site.
And a refight called for G2. They want to try and take the fight straight to them anyway before they can even escape.
Okay, they're playing together. You got to give them that 1-0.
Beautiful pistol round there from G2. Never allowing Gen.G.
Yeah, they didn't even get through tree.
And force them to go for some kind of information, re-clear. They just force the fight instantly as soon as they hear that door open.
What did they have against Paper X? They had Breach Neon. They kind of played like they kind of played off-season comp, like off-season meta. Shadow, thank you so much for the 24 months. Thank you for the tier 1. Yeah, Sova also, yeah.
And Gen.G got out to a 7-0 lead. So
okay, G2, this is good. They need to do this. They got to go aggro over towards A.
Or does he? Target-rich environment, and he flourishes with the rest of his team by his side.
Could deduct some points for Prius on that one, but we'll let him have it. Again, G2, they have to go aggro over towards A. I'll show you why on the minimap, just so people understand why. And again, you're going to see it a lot because that was the main reason why they lost against Paper X.
When they lose the pistol rounds, it's rare enough. End up winning almost like 60% of them. Following up, so
and they're not even forcing like G2
are. They are. They're just taking them straight up as ecos most of the time. It's a lower sample size, of course, but it is
right. If they let them have this map control, 1, 2, 3, 4 chokes that potentially they could be walking. Right, so G2 have to go aggro here. This is good understanding from Gen.G. They can make them think that they can't go aggro over towards A, then they're going to have a much easier time on this attack. And this is mad from Karen. He is here so fast with the double TP.
Almost ships in an eye, but still, it's going to be a smoke into your face now, and the A side is opened up relatively. They still need to clear some section of it. Gen.G going to make a move on now, and Plan's going to be committed.
Trent used one of his salvos out towards back rubble at the very start of the round, so he still has one to play with along with the stun.
Here's the paranoia. It's going to sweep through, dividing up most of the side here. Double drop down into pit. They're going to try and combine their might and their util.
Very nice for Gen.G. Okay, big win for Gen.G, right? 4 people survive, and they might make G2 think that they can't go aggro over towards A. If you're up against no Sentinel comp, no info Sentinel comp, like this is what you want to do. You have to make them think that they can't go aggro.
Through a flash, he's blinded up and gets hit by the Seas of the Nade just perfectly onto his position. The rest of Gen.G with better weaponry close things out. Ash is only 2 away from getting Nightfall online.
Yeah, Gen.G doing it again.
There it is again.
Yeah.
Okay, and this time we see G2 stay back on this one. Big round, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't buy next. One person from Gen.G can't.
There was nobody in the smoke that time.
Trying to take it very fast. Immediate adjustments being made by G2.
Yeah, it's a nice adjustment. I think the Pacific teams in general tend to be the best at these rubble fights, but G2 get the better end of it.
Who am I rooting for? I don't really care who wins this one.
And a drone immediately coming out from Trent. With 1:10 on the clock, just in case they've gone into a fast timing towards B. Texture being left over here towards Rubble, just looking to try to take a fight.
To go Valorant moment? Yeah, to go Valorant moment for sure.
Move towards Mound. Valen defending C with a paranoia in hand.
He's alone doing so.
He can get help from Leaf, though, on the other side of this door.
Prowler not connecting onto much. Look, timing for Texture, seeking to take it, but 3 players.
Like a lot of bait. Damn, Valen did great as well.
That is monumental.
Okay, it's pretty much about damage for Gen.G on this one.
Gen.G gonna be left scrambling
Could
here.
even be tempted for one to play super passive and try save the gun, but they are heavily locked in.
Munchkin going for the pick off out towards spawn, but it's all watched for. Safe hands from G2, that discipline. It's always going to rear
Hey,
through.
damn, that's clean. One bullet. That's it.
Necessary risk had to be taken there with such a player disadvantage. But by and large, these rounds, the last couple, have been decided based on the picks that were found at the very beginning, at the rubble fight. I don't think Karen can go for this play again. It's a cheeky idea. You know, at Bangkok, we saw Mako, I believe it was, doing some crazy teleports all over the map.
I have any of these players in my VFL? Yeah, I do. I got Ash and Karen, I think.
My expectations for this game, and I think
Wait, maybe I have Jonah
teams,
P as well.
Methodical,
I think
discipline.
we got 3 here. Honestly, I haven't checked it for a
To
while.
work the map ever so slightly, but there is pace in this game. Gen.G have been throwing themselves in
Okay,
this A rubble fight over and over
Gen.G,
again.
realize that they can go over towards A, but probably what you're going to see for them is make sure they take A control. They're going to insert one into like one of these areas, and then they'll go back around the map. Because I think they'll be scared of like this box where they got punished. This is interesting. Lose A control, instant reaction from G2 is a Prowler deep, and then double swing here. And I don't think they heard the wall. But there is a ping here, so they might have. But we'll see. But, dude, you can't really commit this heavy to go break though.
Under scrutiny, can he deliver? Was it
That is awful from Gen.G. What have we done?
It's 2 ripped array at a moment's notice. Sight's still going to be gained though. He's got no sound cues to work with. Still going to be TPing back and evacuating. Now with the dimensional drifting, even catching that late lurk. Foxy9, there would be no backup policy. Gen.G are the ones who are left scrambling, picking up the pieces of the round and just dying straight away.
This
It's all
was...
set up from Jorgo, isn't it?
Wait, okay,
Rather
they'll
be the
time out.
closer.
They'll definitely time out.
Immaculate out here for Gen.G.
This is a team that is determined to get redemption.
Sorry, the G's are confusing me. Immaculate for G2.
Yeah, he said immaculate for Gen.G. Immaculate death.
Jorg should have been under a decent amount of pressure, but he's 7-1, and he deals with that hit, killing people who are barely looking at him. When Texture goes into the site there, he's having to split his focus so much on Blue Room as well.
Dimensional drift getting value as well. Just stands exactly where the player planting is.
Are we wrong to say that Gen.G can easily send it directly into C site?
When I've watched Gen.G play
You're not
previously, and this,
massively wrong. What's
Toronto,
probably gonna it's pretty much to
gotten a
smoke,
huge amount
and
of
then
value
Omen
from
normally will play back a
high-level
site
fighting
to
or
make sure you
getting
can
really
flash,
good lurk
or Omen
timings
will
in
play back
places.
here. But if he plays back here,
that's
it's to
something
leave site.
Karen's
So
excellent
I
at,
don't
but
think
Munchkin in
you're. I
particular
don't think you're wrong,
with
to be
the
honest.
Viper
I think they
can
could just
provide
do it.
you huge
They still
value if you
still need to
default
have
round
A
towards
control.
Mount at the beginning,
So again, A
because then
control
Munchkin's
is like
able
the
to
one
get
that
in
can
on A
create 4 bits of
and work
pressure
his
around the
magic.
map. So if they literally do an A
superb
default,
work
insert one, or don't insert anyone and just burst over towards C, I pretty much agree with you. They have to have the pressure on A just to make sure that the no Sentinel comp is like really spread thin.
And with this double initiator, and both of them with information tools, both of the
Like as soon as they get one here, and like even if that one opens door, right, it's just you kind of have to have at least 2 within this area. Right, and then max is going to be 2 over towards here, but majority of the time they'll probably lean heavier over towards B because there's still like 4 places they could be.
Gen.G have got to turn this around.
He's a low by though, so we'll see what they do.
Likely for the next round. Weaker weaponry, Munchkin, he's blind it up, just looking for the horn.
Kron with the prime. Thank you so much for the 3 months. Thank you, thank you.
Not starting from B.
Did you say Jorgamo's top 3 Yoros in the world? If you take out his ults, yeah, I agree with you. I still don't believe he has the best ults. They got a lot better though.
You know that he's going to be jiggle peeking or jump spotting this deep C angle.
And I'm not sure that's 100% down to him. Maybe. But I think he was in chat when I said that, and he said, if I don't know what I'm doing, they don't know what I'm doing. So it's like, yeah, it's not to argue against.
And here it is, bodies collapsing onto the floor. Gen.G, it's a
okay, it's a big shutdown. Pretty much the coach was maybe speaking what we were speaking about, that you can force over towards here. It's a nice early shutdown for G2. Dude, this has been insanely clean for them. They got so much money.
If the weaponry isn't ideal and Texture's the only one with a Guardian, why is Gen.G sending him into sight alone there instead of... Yeah, why are we not looking for picks? Seeing if we can bait out individual fights and rely on Texture's aim. It's a strange way of playing the map.
Yoros? Oh, we got a lot of good Yoros at the moment. It would actually be very hard to do a top 3 list.
We haven't really mentioned it too much, but against Wolves, Gen.G,
it'd be very, very hard.
they threw away 2
I think
leads
Martin is
in
like
the second half of the
heavily
match.
underrated as a
What
Yoru.
landed them here into this lower bracket.
But this is the round they took the timeout for, Brent.
And it needs to come up with a good here and now, trying to face it, doubling up as that wall drops down. And there it is, Mugs
Yeah,
giving
that's
Carroll,
nice from
happy to collect.
that's nice from Gen.G.
This time,
Big shutdown over towards
slightly
A
more
again.
passive positions, baiting G2 into fighting over towards Rubble, and then ripping them away when G2 overextends slightly. A 4v2.
Yeah, Thorns out here to make sure they can't flood over towards the side as well. Money's super low, right? So they need to try and make sure they can keep as many people alive as possible.
Almost capped out. You look at the kills,
I think
noise
he's
made
dead,
Valentine
right?
got the one.
Munchkin, good pause.
He's taken out. It's a 2v2 in the blink of an eye. Thorns deaded. Anything to slow down the approach, the onslaught. The G2 are delivering. Rapid run around. G2 looking to group up. Hit the switch.
Okay, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for doing that.
Now. You're gonna have to call this timing well. It's disjointed from G2.
There's a great smoke. Dude, if Valen can just get one, it's really good damage. I mean, he's got pretty much max money.
Playing further back positions here. Gen.G do not want to throw this advantage whatsoever.
Yeah, nice, dude.
Here, but the time is ticking, and now
No matter what, it's great.
Valen, no more chances.
Yeah, keeps him. Yeah, keeps him to die to the spike as well. Ooh, he played it good. He played it good.
Yes, it's a must-win round for Gen.G, and yes, they do get it over the line. But at what cost? The economical damage has been ridiculous there, inflicted by Valen and Leaf. What was that hop-up to delete Munchkin? He's waiting for the flank, but he's just not expecting that movement. And now, Gen.G is still behind by 3, and they're coming into this one with double
Arrowlid with the prime as well. I think there's 60 months, do you think that?
They're excited about it to get some on the board.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't buy next. Gotta see some ultimates from Gen.G if they got him. Another aggro over towards A, and in reaction to the aggro A, look at Valen, by the way, 10 and 1. He's got some mad confidence with Omen, obviously can TP out here.
To shoot the Prowler, had to
Lose over towards A at the same time, drone over towards here. Why do you want to do this as a reaction to losing A? Because if you see someone here, you know that there's a good chance if they're going to split. If you don't see anyone over towards here, you pretty much know they want to force over towards A. So in reaction to losing here, droning this is like really important. Like they have very good info that they're just going to force over towards A at the moment.
Gen.G inserting a bit of a pause, I think, expecting that G2 were going to go for some form of reclear.
But that's actually allowed Jorgamo to get back on the line. Leaf in a tucked position.
If this ends A. Wall up, wall down. There's a timing here that Gen.G looking to utilize, and there's the Prowler connection. Still Leaf gets one. This traded, showstopper not expected, but there it is. Collapses onto the floor, Jorgamo from the high ground.
Big round from you here. Big duel over towards Trent as well. Boy, okay, Prius is coming for that VIP. Damn, Prius is really coming for that VIP. It was a nice round from him. Actually caught a lot.
G2 versus Gen.G Valen. Trying to clear, trying to be diligent.
This is what we have to do to actually get good observing, is bribe Prius every time. Is that what we've come to?
Ash is seeing it, takes the connection, knows that he's off of it for now, but the C's did not connect. Smoke's going to be blossoming, blooming, covering the intent of G2!
Damn, Valen. Damn, Valen's playing good. Is he 12 and 1?
Incredible in these kind of scrappy moments. Gen.G need a huge player advantage to be able to close rounds out, because otherwise, G2 are everywhere. Even in this spot, Leaf should never be getting one. But they find themselves in a 4v3, even clean up Jorg. But coming back through, Trent applies so much pressure onto that defuse. And you got to give credit to Valen. He's having an incredible game. He's 12 and 1.
Locked in.
You don't expect him to be out here smoke diffing Caron.
Win one, lose the next, force them down to an eco.
G2 under that pressure to perform a perfect lower bracket run. Seems to be creating diamonds. And the money, bottom of the barrel purchases for Gen.G once more. Slow as you go. Just trying to dodge and weave past these bullets.
Cool little micro thing while we're on his POV. See how the wall leans over towards the left like this? This is what they do against FaZe. Basically, if you prowl her out, you can tuck into this corner and it won't see you unless it's like blatantly going like that kind of pathing. If you do like a small path, it won't check you in the corner. But it's just like a small little micro with the wall that they do. It's very strong against FaZe, and he can just tuck into this corner all the time. Balak, thanks so much for the prime, dude. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that.
One guy really get done? He's calling the rest of the team back over.
Okay, question mark over towards C, question mark over towards... I mean, it's very good from Gen.G at the moment. Pressure everywhere across the map. It's like, because we can see very weak over towards A, but we have that one that I spoke about earlier, so it looks like a fake into a push over towards B, a split.
For now, but looking to explode potentially into blue room. And there it is.
Vice ult goes in. What backup guns they have?
It's the pistols that have to do the work here. Jorgamo, he's running hot on your heels. Shorty in hand from that kind of range. He's done the damage, but not quite the kill. Jonah P.
Big kill.
Looking to
Big
redeem.
kill.
He has indeed shut down the kill. A shot to find.
mouse bug.
He's on double digits. There's no chance in hell he can make it out of that spot. 7-2.
Okay, they're all in the eco. Try and even it up with the pistols. Try pick up a gun. It is not the worst idea.
Panicked, jumped up. Maybe a bit of a mouse problem. G2 are storming away with the lead. Again, look back towards the historic matchup that these two teams have played previously. Lower bracket final, Masters Shanghai. Tournament that Gen.G ended up coming away with the victory, and they came out to a blistering lead in that match on Lotus. Now G2 fully in control. And Gen.G generally have been in control of their games. They normally go up early in the first half.
Wait, are they meant to throw their flash like that?
They can close out. Here they're struggling to stay even close.
Just a float.
Okay, another big round for Gen.G. If they win every single round, obviously it's like it's fine, it's recoverable. But honestly, they might have to get 5 here.
I think it's more likely to find success.
Footsteps already crossed past, but unanticipated the Jorgamo
Dude, this is the second time with Fatal that we've peeked this angle before using ult. It's absolute madness from Gen.G. Dude, look at Textual. Just out in the middle there, had to use a satchel to get out.
But with a minute on the mark, they can bide their time. Play this one together.
Dude, what a pick that was as well. Munchkin, Viper, Afterplant. Dude, that's criminal. Both of their Fatal rounds have been really, really poor.
And of course the player advantage.
Flash overhead. Out of paranoia. Go button's going to be called for here by G2. They want to try and make it go of it. It's good for the positioning still.
Ash has done damage.
Tremendous work, Jorgamo. Let's try and clear up that upper area, but the site is kind of flipped over. Gen.G,
nice shot.
Jorgamo just lock it on. One to stand.
Look at that movement, man.
3 bullets left.
Nicely done, man. Nicely done from G2.
G2 again.
Yeah, managed to get Jonah P as well.
And hit them with so much util. The operator from Jorg is also just getting
it's the same error though. Same error with the Fatal.
Pushed off his early lines. He's always finding a pick as they enter the site. And then also still somehow being able to find value. Nice! From the up and the shorty on the retake.
Prius? No, he's really locked in, man. It's annoying. It might be the best observing he's ever done in his whole career. And we decided to bet the VIP on it. It's actually devastating. We probably needed to go to a third map.
Completely out of it with no real chance here. This is
Jesus, nice shot.
Jorg is looking great with the op.
This kind of form. He's just unleashed here in the LAN environment on the big stage.
And he's dominating Texture. Texture's 2 and 10. This is one of the favorites for MVP here, if you were just looking at individual performances. I think it was Paperthin who said, there's no doubt who the best player in this tournament is. Well, he's just getting shut down, shut out.
Walking around the map here, Gen.G are looking for anything. Bit of presence by Foxy9, maybe feeling that the impetus is on him. Someone needs to step up and maybe get the ball rolling to get any sort of round they can as the timing.
The timing is unbelievable.
Can't get more for his troubles, but maybe one is enough. Still, Munchkin also going walkabouts. Paranoia connects. All up, it's going to be saved by him.
Got info on 2.
Looking for info.
Yeah, that's just for information. Now they've only caught 2, but the
nice.
sound cues
walking around.
A little bit
God,
of
they're
oblivious to the
absolutely
spike drops
annihilating
in no
them.
man's land. This is all going to be on Karen.
Karen even being spotted out. Beautiful correction. Leaf was just out into the open there, but
What are you going to do? Ult and go for it? Kind of think you have to make a hero play. Yeah, no, I think you should go for this. Like, he's got to do something. Like, they have to win some rounds. He's dead, but I will say he hesitated.
Why wouldn't he be? The team leader, the IGL for G2. He's not required usually to put up unbelievable numbers, but he's 15 and 2 right now.
Why use ult mate? They need like 4 rounds, but he had to kind of win this.
That's a
He's also been holding on to it for a while. Why not ult to C? He didn't have the spike, mate. He had to pick up the spike. That's why he went. You could argue he should be smoking himself there as well, though.
Double operators, because the wealth is that large.
Last round of this first half, too, for Gen.G to put up anything. At least they've got the rifles.
G2 are just so active. They're
Okay,
already
lose over towards A, and then insta Prowler out towards B again. Just trying to get that early info. They've been really good at trying to get info over towards here.
Okay, one of the first kills going away for Gen.G now. Valen gone. We'll see how the rest of G2 end up playing this one. That's a tag through the wall. That's crazy. Is not missing.
Is Mini the highest ranked coach? In ranked? Nah, dude.
Almost died for it. But did he anticipate Trent?
He's only like a more.
He's a few more, bit of spam. Raw bullets coming his way. There's a lot of teams coming for him, yet still he perseveres.
Jesus.
And reigns supreme.
They annihilated them, dude.
Munchkin scrambling left and right. Dimensional drift spotted. He can see it on the HUD, and Leaf just blocks it out of the picture. It's a 10-2 half.
They completely wrecked them.
Absolute domination here for G2.
15-3 from Valorant.
A hope in this half.
As much as I think G2 are playing great, Gen.G really messed up some big rounds there. The double fade ult, oh, it's crazy. The double fade ult was really rough from them. What's the time on the VOD? 22 minutes. Pretty fast at the moment. Yeah, let me mute this a sec. Only 22 minutes? Yeah, might be a really fast map, we'll see. Obviously, a pistol for Gen.G and they'll still be believing, but... The Viper? No, I think there was a lot of misplays here for Gen.G. I imagine their coach is going to be going a little bit crazy at them here, to be honest. Like, if you literally just focus on the ult game from Gen.G, incredibly low level. Like, if you just look at that half and you just purely focused on ults, really rough. What's the shortest ever VOD? PaperX finished a map in 21 minutes, I think. There's a Lotus. Talon, yeah, that was it.
For an elimination game between two titans right now, Gen.G are not standing up to the test that G2 are putting out. This is a squad that we wanted to see a resurgence from. You can see it reflected in the numbers. The Coinbase Econ report, it's all G2. There has been so far this entire first half. For Gen.G, though, Josh, listen, off the back of that Wolves game, we needed to see a resurgence. They lost that one. They crumbled under the pressure of the second half of each map. They really throw away their advantages. Here, they don't have an advantage to work with.
Absolutely. I mean, they could just be bombing out right here. This is elimination, and you can't go quietly.
It won't do
texture in particular.
Won't do wonders for the
you're seeing it here reflected somewhat, but once he gets onto the defense half, you need to be getting an operator into this guy's hands, I think. You saw what Jorg was able to do with it, and Texture's been immaculate with the operator. And
The Coinbase econ stat, I'm telling you, if they switch this up to ults, it would make so much sense. Like if you could actually just show like all the rounds, like when they used ults, and you could have like impact on it. I really strongly think they should go for that. You could have all the rounds here, you could see like what teams use what ults if they won. And then you're focused on the second economy. Second economy, like crypto, right? That's kind of what their aim is, to be a second economy.
Weirdly enough, in this particular
I feel like they missed it, but
don't matter as much as they usually do because both teams are so good at winning even after they lose the pistol. Having said that though, it's a 10-2
clutter the screen? No, it's fine.
Gen.G need anything they can get. Paranoia used instantly with a haunt to fake like Gen.G are fighting super hard over Rumble. Doubled up, it's a bit whippy.
1-0 on the pistols.
Tenuous at best. Fight taken, bullets rattled off. Ash weakened all the way down here. Bit of a drive-by, opening up the door, applying that pressure now towards C-Mount, and the TP back. It's fakes on fakes.
I got a new job. I mean, I used to do observing, so I had loads of ideas for production.
It's only Karen.
Jump spot.
He's already used the Paranoia as well. Yeah.
Smoke's barely available to him. He's just got to try and
I got loads of stuff that they used to actually listen to me for a good amount of stuff.
Try and take this fight straight to them. Blind as anything still manages to grab one, but look at G2 already
Big
just
Joe.
getting into all the cracks
Big
in the
Joe.
defense.
Big Joe. Oh god.
Okay,
it's okay. It's all good. It's okay.
So a chance here for Gen.G. 2 players controlling spawn and 2 players on the flank. Leaf could easily get caught out.
Player advantage for Gen.G. As you mentioned, Leaf could definitely get caught out, but he's positioned himself well indeed. It's the first one, still fights happening on multiple avenues, multiple fronts. G2 filling up the feed and getting the better of it for now, but it's still that 2v2 and the damage done.
I mean, he should still win it though, Texture, really. Look at the HPs.
It's not planted for these G2 players. They're going to have to get a bit of a run on. First one's a good connection, brings it into the 1v1.
Yeah, they're just way too low HP. Okay, do they have the belief?
He had to turn up.
Do they have the belief for this?
Deliver. And he needs the kills, he needs the economy to get this up online. Red Bull clutch in the end. There was barely any health on the board. It was, to some degree, ridiculous that Texture was even left in a 1v2. Munchkin, I think, should have been able to deal with it. He did hit a headshot onto Leaf, actually, but he was just a bit too focused on hunting down that kill. But nice composure from Texture in the clutch. And G2 are not going to go for a force here. So this is one of the few scenarios where G2 actually get the plant, get a lot of kills.
They don't go for the force, okay.
And I think this is actually the right idea, because
I mean, just the pressure of them forcing means that everyone's going to buy into this. So when it comes to the actual buy rounds, they are going to be stuck with some of these, to be fair. I get the thought process, and dude, honestly, any little bit of damage, they kind of know they're getting guns out of them. That's crazy. Swung for a one-way and killed him. Yeah, no, it's actually pretty winnable. Keep an eye on Leaf. He could walk over towards the site. Obviously, they get the info, but look at the minimap. They're miles away. He commits. He knows they're miles away.
Yeah, he's just sent that, hasn't he? Taking the risk on the eco
and
round.
honestly, with the info, they might just think that he like triggered the wall but didn't commit. But he's gone for it.
Might just be in the Venn diagram where he can get some information.
Obviously, it's not going to matter because of the time of the rotates. They could think someone could be here anyway, but it was a nice idea from him.
Having said that, you're not going to be playing
Just a random risk on an eco might be something to do with anti also. You never know.
Jorg takes a full flash to the face.
I think Jorg might have just missed that timing. Onto Munchkin on the flank. Munchkin's still working.
They got a retake with a judge.
A terrible weapon, in fact. For this
yeah, it's not great for a retake. Keep an eye on Leaf. He is making a big play. Yeah, I respect it though. Dude, look at the damage. Might get another one here. Not bad though. Not bad at all.
It's the advantage that Gen.G were looking for.
Armor rebuy, 2 guns. I'm pretty sure Gen.G buy into
Munchkin and
this.
Foxy can still keep their full armor. And so, while it looked like a very dangerous situation in the 3v3, Gen.G have managed to come through relatively
I'm
unscathed.
shameless? Wait, what have I done now?
Now, they didn't go for anybody saving money here. They put a lot of respect on G2. They knew that the force was possible, so that means nobody's gone
Prius?
for a pistol
dude,
round
yeah,
in round
he's
14
doing good,
to
man.
save up for an operator, something like that. So they're still working with mediocre weaponry coming into this bonus.
We might actually have to give him the
If they can
VIP.
convert here, maybe there's a chance to apply the pressure back to G2. And they're putting
Okay,
a lot of
bonus,
into this
kind of
Rumble
weak.
fight. Yeah.
They still
Bit of a
keep it as a
preview of what's
bonus.
to
They
come
don't
here.
buy
There's not much
heavily
pushback to
into
Lily.
this. They get double stinger instead of going
not gonna
full
be
into it.
opted into all that.
So they're kind of accepting an 11 to an extent, at least if you're looking at buy. They're not going all in, I guess is what I'm saying.
Nice and pretty. He's got deep A main control now. It's going to make the guessing game off
What the hell?
that much easier here for Gen.G.
Who's that smoke for?
Worth paying attention as well while we're on this attack half to how Trent's going to be using his salvos. Is he going to be looking to use them for
Look at it.
science
That's a sick camera angle, man. Fair play. Hey, Jab, but that one's not Prius. We can't give him that. He got 2 observers. That's it. That's his mate. He gets no points for that.
Feeling the pressure now with that util coming forward. Snake bite and a prowler.
He's not in
Sound
charge
that
of the
paranoia.
overviews.
Just a clone and
Nice
Texas
shot.
watching.
You need this guy to activate.
I think they may have seen a lot of players' presence though.
Dude,
so
they
now they're
have
gonna be
no
making the move
smoke
over
down.
towards
It might
C4.
make a difference. They have no Viper smoke to stop
He's
them.
trying to slow this one down by some
Literally
time
on the
for rest of his
elephant.
team.
No wall though.
Haunting through. Foxy9 just playing this one for the full retake.
Watch textures off. Watch textures alt here. They're going to try to push into him. A lot of pressure.
Salvos. This is actually disconnected. Ah, she's still
Double.
It's wonderful. It's beautiful. He was pushing.
Foxy,
really
what the hell are you
difficult
doing,
spot, yet
mate?
Still Trent is getting that value. Round towards the pillar. Texture has to be the difference maker and is. Gain some side control. Leaves it into just Jonah P.
Ooh, Chad, we got a
He's
game
not
on our
much for
hands. We got a game on our hands right here.
Story here though, at the beginning of this second half, is that Texture is now online.
Yes.
Great round from
He's
Ash.
been getting multi-kills.
Getting
He's
2
been
there is
really
insane.
impactful. Winning them the clutch, getting 3 in this round. Impact kills as well. He's rocketed back up towards the top of the scoreboard for his squad. G2 forced into a stinger buy.
Timeout, no
Not that they're
timeout.
bad with these at all, but they're starting to get ults online too.
You're feeling it now. I think a bit of confidence back for Gen.G. You convert the bonus like that. Spirits are going
The
to be
elephant
high. You know
lineup.
at this point, it's more than winnable.
I mean, Munchkin's walked over here to
Dragon
put the smoke down,
over the
right?
line,
I think
one
he's
round
made sure.
at a time.
Because I guess that's the one that he froze from B and he messed it up.
The ult rounds are going to be the
Fade eye
trickiest,
over
and
towards A,
it
doesn't
actually
get
could be
shots.
right
They
here.
know no one's out
Nightfall
towards here.
gained.
To an extent, they're scared of like a
Jorgen
smoke
gets a
potentially
kill,
being in
has
the wall
the
to
Euro
dodge it.
Util
Force through, they got the wall, they got the smoke this time because he went round to C to plant it.
Util. The TP forwards, the wall's going to be deaded on top of it. There's 2 players on the way in, but they're looking left, right, all over the place still. Up and over
A great
towards the
name.
wall. Leaf was able to pluck Foxy9 out. Ash is in. Trying to flood defend this one side by side with him and Texture. There's a disconnect here. G2 have called for a bit of a pause. Util's flying back and forth. Cutting them up now with the
It's
smokes,
taking too
including
much
the
damage here.
site. It's divided.
Where are we at for ults? That's the next big thing to look at. Dude, if Ash gets a kill or 2 here, that would be massive for Gen.G. Speaking of ults though, these 2 combo great for G2 next round.
Karen's actually staying all the way over towards Rubble in case G2 extract themselves, but Valen and Trent are really committed.
Hard stuck. Gen.G cemented themselves, rooted. High-low setup.
How do you work a play here?
I don't even
if
know.
you're G2?
They're waiting for the smoke.
It's
time
nice from
for one.
G2 though, right? They cut sound, they create pressure like they could have been like. Dude, he gets the double kill, he gets Fatal for next round.
Huge performance, timing.
Ooh.
Taken, and the Prowler just misses it for Texture. On the high ground.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. I wonder if G2 time out here. I think you might as
This is what
well.
we were expecting from them. A bit of a bounce back.
Unless he like is listening in and hears a good call and he's like, yep, no need for it.
Well, they had one, the Nightfall, that they could have
Yeah,
gone
no
for in that
timeout here.
round. But this is what they're saving. This is why they didn't force in round 14. This is why they haven't invested any ultimates yet. It's because when you have such a big lead, when it's a 10-2
Okay, big round. Big round for G2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't buy next.
And this is
The
one
2 ults that combo well, and if they wanted to, they could go get a Teo ult as well. So there's kind of pressure of the orbs a little bit for Gen.G. And then we have an insta-set strat split over towards B. Omen flash over towards here, I guess.
Salvo's in, breaking blue room, gives him access towards it. It's gonna go
Oh,
for the
Fatal's
split.
pretty good.
Cheeky idea,
They realized no one's behind following it. He got hit, so he didn't hear it. Followed by Ash.
Getting tremendous value.
And the Tejo getting tremendous value to knock through that door and allow a safe
Yeah, this is nice from G2. They did the combo that we talked about, right? Fatal cuts the sound. Didn't hear Giacomo get out here. Easy kill.
Gotta watch for it. On top of the box, that's an angle that is hard to get onto. Texture is punished for it. Trying to peek past it. 2 plays up towards heaven. Gen.G to make a go for it. It's a 3-2-1 in the swing, but right through the smoke.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lovely set strat.
11 rounds now. Finally, G2 Get around on the board on this half.
It's a tough one for Gen.G to deal with. It's just straight out of the strat book. Beautiful idea from G2. Gets them one step closer to the finish line.
Nice round. Yeah, it was just an overstep as well on defense. Like they got the info for the fade ult, but there's no one over towards A, so in theory, like they probably should have not tried to fast flood the site. I mean, it was just one person in this map basically.
Maybe there's another idea here that Josh RT can cook up for them.
Didn't want a camera angle.
Seeing emphasis placed over towards C. Now,
Ooh.
Texture. Finally. Business booming operator in his hands, and now he can't really let loose.
Let's really speak about this as well. Jeez, that was close. 2 people that wouldn't be able to buy with the reset. It was great from Gen.G as well. Everyone here struggles to replay. Basically, when you have these two, getting an Odin out aggro over towards A is great. Because Prowler to reclear over towards here, wall goes up and you just spam the hell out of it.
Punish off. They try and jump spot this one. They're going to hear it walking and much
yeah, nice, man. Oh, it's going to get really close, chat.
Astounding stuff from the IGL.
One enemy remaining.
G2 are just dropping like flies.
Comfy. Money was low. Real comfy.
Round there from Gen.G. Once the economy started booming, as you said, they got the op, they got the Odin. Players into standard defensive positions. And Texture and Munchkin looking lights out. G2 forced onto another eco round. And they're going to take a tactical timeout here. I think a lot of this is going to come down to, do they have another good ult round in the bank?
Yeah.
Can they try to cook up something?
And it made sense why he didn't call the timeout earlier, right? We were calling for the timeout, but obviously they had the nice set strat. They heard the call from VALORANT to do it, and they were very happy. And then now they definitely need a little bit of help. 2 people that can't buy from G2 here, so I guess they could force and go stingers, but you'll probably see a low stinger buy.
Gen.G coaches are very good at preempting certain ideas, trying to predict, feed information. Munchkin has definitely highlighted that in press interviews, talking about how good the coaches are. I think actually setting him up to be a really fantastic idea.
I don't get a copyright for this timeout song. It depends, man. It depends on the song that they use. I think this one's okay. I think EMEA I always get wrecked. And I just never pulls it.
And you might think that G2's composition should be great in the post.
Need to sing along to counter it, yeah. Maybe that's where I'm going wrong.
Trent usually is not going to be able to save his salvos to just play some kind of cringe post-plant setup. G2, they like to play for retake a lot, but Gen.G are only playing about half the time to let their opponents
okay, so the 2 people that take the hit of Valen and the Leaf.
Up front, denying you at the choke points, and
Definitely a couple of ults online again. Odin stopped them getting over towards A.
Rounds up and over.
Okay, they break this fade up. You kind of know that they're committed when they do that. It's nice for Gen.G. You got fade out, you got Prowler out of them. I think you guys are... Sure. I think they messed up by sticking around, to be honest, but...
Cleaned up, and this against the G2 with not too many guns. Upgrades are going to be acquired off of that.
Karen didn't want to teleport away because he would have abandoned Foxy9, and in the end they go 2 for 2.
They did good damage, but...
Gets into reinforce, but he takes a
yeah,
fight.
this is the problem with that. You gave him guns.
This is the opening, this is the window, this is the kind of mistake
Viper ult goes in. Still no plant on this one, so it does actually give him a little bit of space over towards Heaven.
Swarming out wide.
Nade for plant, and the people that died can call the damage that they've done. Teva nade, oh, he's dead. Did get the plant down though.
Defensive wall is propped up here. These G2 players are going to try and make the most of it. Ring around the rosies. Operator in your hand. On top of it. And Ash left reeling, left wondering. His hands played it well. To pick up some sort of rifle lead.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, what a shot. What a shot that is.
That's incredible precision there from Leaf at the end.
I find that a little mad from Texture. With the comms of the damage, that he went back to the op.
That is a mad that Texture goes in and swaps away from the shorty to the op. I can't believe
but overall, I think this is a misplay.
But overall,
You know, they got the first 2 kills, so I'm kind of glad that I said it was a misplay, like, as they got it, because it is a misplay.
Gets G2 up to map point.
Let's go, damn you.
And that's it. One more round is all it takes, and this is it. The brawl.
Okay, 5 chances.
Sees connects Dojo. Gamo attacks
Nice shot.
Operator. And that is not expected.
Yeah, and Trent definitely going to be using his ult into this one.
No longer to be the playmaker in this pivotal round for Gen.G. Map point for G2.
The tension in the air. Foxy9 and Munchkin both holding aggressive angles, looking to maybe be the playmaker.
Trying to make something happen for the rest of the team. More for the exit. Salvos towards the back. Foxy9!
He went for it again.
Play and overstay.
Completely flushed out by one salvo there.
Yeah. So in my opinion, there's like a couple of comps that you can't really play here. It's normally like Fade Breach. You can't really play aggro, especially against the eco. And then Teo as well. Teo Fade, you just can't do it. How, bro?
If they needed him.
Oh god, they're gonna force into this.
He showed up and put up here, and it's a pivot for B. G2.
Okay.
Call for the pause, but 30 seconds remaining, and heads are being popped straight through the wall. Damage being done.
That's good damage. Big Jewel. And they know where he is because of the Omen Flash.
TP throwing mind games into the mix, expecting potentially the pivot over towards A. But the plan is stuck now. G2 get into this one. Jonah P and Leaf to lock up this map. And
damn, nicely done. Hey, they kind of wrecked him. They did kind of wreck him. It was a mix of G2 playing well, and I think Gen.G played a little bit poor. There was way too many mistakes into this one.
But Gen.G started waking up and getting back into things. Unfortunately, a couple of fumbles towards the end, and they couldn't quite manage it. But next up is going to be Gen.G's map pick. A haven where hopefully the team looks a little bit more in it.
Yeah, some territory where they can get their heads back into the game and potentially hold a candle against this G2 squad that are determined not to exit out.
Okay, G2 changed their comp up and looked way better. Looked way comfier for them as well, I think is the main point.
Today's game, I want us to just be high energy, okay? And always optimistic and focus forward, right? And once we win today, the whole tournament is gonna look at us and say, oh shit, it's G2 now. We have to play G2. Make this a proving point for yourself and for the team and for everyone around you, okay? We're gonna change the narrative of the tournament today, all right? I want energy today, guys. If you guys wanna get hyped, if you guys wanna yell at them, whatever you want, do it. Play like underdogs. They're the ones who said we're gonna take us out easy. They said that. They said that it's gonna be like just like last time at Shanghai, 2-0, quick victory. If you guys wanna shit talk them back, go ahead and do it. This is your playground today. There's no pressure on us, okay? All the pressure's on them.
Damn, let's go. I liked it. I was loving it. No, that was a good speech, man. Okay, chat, I'll be back in a little bit.
Hey.
Let me show you how to fuck stuff. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Teo has a 50% win rate? Nah, it's lost. It has a 33% win rate, right? Lost twice on split. It's down there with the Cypher win rate. Cypher win rate's crazy bad this event. At least like non-mirror matchup. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
G2 are playing like they're in their golden era. I'm now joined by their coach, Josh RT. Now, against PaperX, you moved away from the Tejo. So what made the Tejo fade as well more viable in today's scenario?
I think mainly I was looking at informational control. I noticed that Gen.G has a certain style that I feel like we can read ahead and get ahead of the play. So why not just use 2 info agents in a sense? Not to mention like the util combos that we had. We can just carry that over from our previous meta. But we mainly just took this risk because we felt like we had to. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time. That was a masterclass. Good luck on map 2.
Hey, and that is exactly what we were saying up here on the desk as well. They needed to throw something at the wall, and well, they ended up throwing the thing that they've always thrown at the wall throughout the course of stage 1, which was Tejo, and that, as well as the sum of all of its parts, worked together to get G2 that victory. Let's take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, and you know you got to give it to the dog. It's Jogamo, who's got just all the plays, Kakuka. This guy was on fire with the op.
And speaking of the changes, of course, the initiators are important, but it also lays down on the comfort that Jogamo was finding back in the Euro. I think that for him, he feels more comfortable with this. He feels like he has the freedom. He reads better and fits better within all of the plans. And I think that just like Josh RT was saying, they knew what they were trying to achieve with this composition. That is why this round's 10-2 on the first half on the defense worked so well, because they had a response to everything that Gen.G was putting on the table, and it was actually very similar in most of the rounds. And this is the comparison on the first time that he played that Neon, and then today with the Euro. Maybe the numbers are not that crazy out, but I think you can tell from round to round, especially on that defense,
and the results.
How well, yeah, of course. Yeah. How well Jogamo was feeling in that first half.
The biggest thing for the strength of their defense that I think makes the Euro pick so good is those fast rotates with the TP, and once Jog gets the op in his head. Because if he's starting over towards C, has an A fight going on, he's instantly TPing. He's really aggressive at reposting on those lines. I think it makes their macro on defense way better when he does play on that Euro. But I wanted to talk a little bit about that macro overall, because I think that G2 had a great read on how to play around a lobby. Gen.G is a team that loves sending the fights there round after round. And G2, they conditioned those early fights. Obviously, they have a Teo double initiator comp. It's going to be good for that. But later in these rounds, they showed a lot of different, more passive looks where they're playing deeper on site. They're refighting it. Look at the pistol rounds here where they go for this active re-clear play. Later on in the half, it's the operator going for those reposts in the mid round. And it was a really nice read into how Gen.G plays that. Yeah, you really did get the idea that whenever those plays were starting to manifest themselves, Gen.G were kind of like lost and not sure how to react in those moments because G2 were hitting them fast.
They kind of decided this, right? Like G2 were being very heavy on A. They were fighting for that rubble control. They could have at some point been like, okay, listen, we're gonna lose it for the first half of the round, and then we're going to really re-clear it. But I feel like Gen.G thought that they could be like one step ahead, and they simply weren't. Yeah, they were not indeed. G2 as well. It's funny, watching this game, if you took away all of the name tags, told me that the defenders were G2,
okay.
I would think this was the XL.
Chat, this Haven's gonna be a little bit crazy.
Like,
Viper.
I don't think G2 was phased at all that the opponent was Gen.G. The same fast reaction.
All of the observers are here. Hello, Sapphire. How did DJ do? He actually did good.
In all those ways,
he actually did. Do you know what? He had an actual life map.
And that's so good to see.
It's worrying me. I need this to go 3 maps so that he can mess up.
Than XLG was in Toronto.
Yeah, no, that's a very good note there. But now we're left wondering, what does Gen.G do to bounce back?
Like, I can't not give him VIP because he actually did really good.
It's Yinsu standing by with the coach of Gen.G.
9.7. Okay, don't push it, Brius. That's
Solo
crazy.
From Gen.G and Gen to do some translations ahead of map 2. Now, Haven is going to be very important for you, especially having a nice start. So what is the most important thing on that attack side?
감독님 아무래도 헤이븐 시작부터 좋은 흐름을 만들어가는 게 중요할 것 같은데 공격 때 어떤 점이 가장 중요할까요?
일단 G2 선수들이 팀워크 부분이 뭐 전략 부분이 이런 거에 좋다 보니까 그 부분을 이길 수 있도록 공격적으로 저희가 맞받아치겠습니다.
I think we have to bring a lot of aggression into our first half since G2 they have great teamwork and great strats.
Thank you very much, Jen, and thank you, Coach Solo. Good luck.
Okay. Sapphire says he was sweating. Never seen him so focused. Usually he's yapping to people. Do we actually have to put something online for Prius every single time? We need to tell other streamers about this. Like we need to... If we start offering him VIP in just every streamer's chat, then we'll get like a really good event.
It's been a good map for them in the past. They were able to beat Fnatic, also changing a little bit of the composition here and there. I think that they have to be very ready and sure that they can read onto all the layers that G2 are having on this Haven.
Texture had a really rough first half, as did the entire team on map 1, but he bounced back. Had
Jaws, thanks so much, dude. Thank you. The 32 months also, I appreciate that.
A little bit more competitive, and you must look to him going into Haven. They've beaten MIBR and Fnatic on this map at this tournament already, and in both
Let's
those
hope I'm not
games,
able to lose
Texture's
VIP.
Neon
Yes, we
was
didn't actually speak about that.
Reasons, I would argue that this might be his best
Hello, I have a
map
good point
with
for your number
that
1
Neon.
seed. Do you think the
On
number 1
attack
seed
side,
should
his
play one
style
show match on
defense when he
stage
has the op, it helps them out in the
against
way
a
they
tier
call
2
so
team?
much. He's a
The
beast.
tier 2 team from the region.
He's going to run roughshod all over you with that Neon.
I honestly
Interesting.
think G2 again, just on their attack
But then
side,
they would
slow
argue,
things down a little bit.
oh,
This
we
is
have to
map
play
where
a
they have lot of
tier
good
2 team on
initiator
stage, and now
to
we have to
play
show all
into
of our
those replays
strats.
with
Like, I'm
that
telling you,
fade
there's no
in with
pleasing
that
people.
Yoru
No matter
Doru
what,
in
no
conjunction.
matter what you hand
You
them,
just
they'll
cannot-
find some excuse.
You cannot go in too quickly to anywhere he might be because he's so willing to disrespect you and walk down on the extremities.
I think that a good job that G2 have been making and measuring the distances that they're given.
Why would they
and
show
how
anything?
much
That's what I'm
they're
saying, dude. They'll
investing,
be like,
not
yeah,
only
we didn't
utility-wise,
warm
but
up
also the
properly
bodies
because we
that
weren't
they're
playing our
putting
proper
onto site.
strats.
We saw it yesterday. I think it works very, very
Just
well.
whack 'em in a-
And again, to me,
whack 'em
it's
in a
the layers that
TDM,
are
if
going
that's the
to
case.
stop in Texture on the other side. That Vice, Leaf,
Live stream at
playing
TDM.
there with the performance that he had yesterday.
crowd going
He's going to
crazy.
have an easy time, at least in my opinion, replicating
Coffee, thank you so much in the YouTube chat. I appreciate that.
Hoping to see more from the rookies here for Gen.G. Obviously,
without a doubt.
Texture started
Best
on
of
a
5
rough start,
TDM.
but,
Dude, honestly, for the big
and
games where
Foxy
like the
not
coin
really
flip
already in
matters,
his
a
boat, but still,
TDM
has
to
to
decide who
prove
gets the
himself
coin flip is way better than a coin
Those two
flip.
guys were
Dude, pretty fun.
paramount in Gen.G, making
Like
it this
Wolves,
far already.
Wolves Paper
They need
X,
to
they
be
both
themselves
ban the
on this
same
map.
map.
Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary
A
here for
TDM to
either
decide
team.
who
You
gets
see those
first pick
double
would be
smokes
awesome
coming in
because it
for
actually
G2
matters for that
esports,
game.
So they're going to probably lock in that Omen, but you know Valent's barking at the troops, letting them know what's really good before they start this matchup here. But yeah, I mean, my eyes immediately Kakuka get drawn to Texture and that Neon. And also,
With utility, yeah, no
as we
utility.
had mentioned previously, how those rookies are going to set up because
Okay, this is going to get a
it.
little bit
You
crazy
lose
again
this,
because
your
we've got double
tournament is
Viper
done,
comp.
You're out of here.
And
Yeah, exactly. So in this case, I'll be
arguably
more
the
looking at Munchkin
2
and Valorant.
best
So we
Viper
heard a very
teams
good speech
that
coming
we've
in from
had
Valorant.
in the
pressure
game
is on Gen.G. There's
on
the ones
Haven,
that have been performing, and
and
everything could
we
be
have
done
a
in
big.
matter of 2
If we're
days
just
for them.
highlighting
Right now, all the momentum
Viper,
that
we got a
G2 had
big
over that
difference
Lotus
in
run,
what
let's be honest,
they
they
believe on the
dominated
defense.
Gen.G. They have all the ingredients
Gen.G
to put
do
this
the
into
B
old
A
fashion.
wall,
And also looking at them again, starting from
and
the
with the
defense,
smoke
I
on
expect to
C,
see more of the same that we saw in the
and
first map. Jogamo, if they
G2
start,
do the
snowballing,
wall
just
over
getting in that
towards C
operator early and having a
to
lot of impact on the
retake,
team.
Well,
and it
Gen.G
covers
is in a spot
garage,
that
and
we
then
did
they
not
normally
think
have the smoke
possible.
over
They're
towards
facing
A.
elimination. They have to force a map 3 Toronto. Let's get some energy as we send it over
Just say
to
the
your
Sliggy wall.
casters.
I'm trying to be
Brent
humble.
and
I'm trying to be
Sideshow.
humble. At the same time, Mini keeps flaming my wall, so I don't know what I can do about it, man. Not sure I want to attach my name to it because Mini keeps flaming it.
But are up against a G2 squad that are raring to go. Valen in rare form himself as well, getting morale up for the troops. They want to take this one. They want to take this one cleanly.
Mini? Yeah, dude, he hates it. But all I'm saying is, Gen.G have a great record with it.
Because I do think the narrative
Like
has
the
shifted
win rate
massively
with the
coming
wall's
into
pretty
this
strong.
tournament. G2
That's all I'm saying.
The de facto #1 seed. If you asked anybody
okay,
who the most
raid
sensible
boss for
pick to win the
Gen.G,
tournament would be,
and we got a
it'd
molly
be
that goes
G2.
over towards spawn, and we go fast with the recon on shot. Oh, it's real fast on this one. Omen flash with the smoke here and the molly. Damn, you really can't force over towards site. That's kind of cool. It's interesting because Gen.G kind of use what G2 are doing a lot with their comp, right? Where it's like smoke, fawns, you can't fast flood in, and we go fast. They pretty much use it back to them.
For their time to strike.
Munchkin walking up, clearing defense position.
Oh, that's a right click? Just melted him.
Yeah.
That's devious.
I'm surprised he went for a right click.
While
this was all going on and they went super fast over towards A, keep an eye on Jorgmo. Goes spawn, locks him in. Don't know which angle he's going to take. 2 options for him.
So G2 can still keep 3 players on A and be very confident about this.
We'll see if it's Gen.G to get put into the blender through the smoke. In through short, double up with a crossfire. There's a lot that needs to be dealt with. Util flying forwards, and so are the bullets. Gen.G are not going to be denied this chance. Grabbing access to the A site, grabbing a plan indeed, and Jorgmo, despite the incredible form he's been in, this would have to be an
this would
absolute
be something special.
miracle. He's brought it into 1v3, but they know his location. And Texture is even wrapping behind.
Chat. How does Vice work? If my Vice is dead, or if their Vice is dead, and I walk past the wall, is it like obviously visible? Do you see the little crack in the wall?
Yeah, I think it's a particularly good beginning because it showcases
You can see it.
of how G2 have been playing this map, despite the fact that we've barely seen G2 play with this composition.
So he went over towards B and he just found the wall.
Out here for Toronto. And yet Gen.G already is super aware that they want to be fighting tight crossfires.
Jaws, I apologize, man. Sorry. Okay, they're allowed 2 deaths on this one. Let me catch up on this. Jaws with the bits. Thank you so much. Thank you. What are the chances of Wolves going all the way? They got a very strong map pool. I only have disliked 1/2 of Wolves' maps, and that's their attack Lotus. That's it. Everything else has been awesome from them. I honestly think they have a good chance. Shuma, I mean, they obviously have a good chance. They're top 3 confirmed. Shuma, thank you so much for that, dude. Thank you.
Force quite a lot. I was about to mention it, that deep A lobby control. G2 are walking all the way up, but it was watched for.
Yeah, I mean, Munchkin's just spamming into the smoke, isn't he?
Train? Oh, I'm going to back the train, but they still have a good chance. Like lower bracket-wise.
So Gen.G now turn up the pace a little bit. Started to get a bit of a move on. Leaf looking for a timing of his own. Rooted into the back of the site, trying to take a time and pass his Util. He's just spotted the bodies out. Foxy9 will be the savior. This should just be closed shut case for Gen.G.
See who wants to build up their ultimate. I mean, prioritizing Foxy9 potentially here would be a good idea. He's already got the pistol in hand as well, so he could go and chase this, see if he can grab another one. Gen.G with a very clean start to this map, and that's exactly what they needed. They just went down so early, almost without a fight at the start of Lotus. But we saw them start to get back into the game, and they do feel like they are at least shooting back.
Look at Prius, man. Prius is trying extra hard. Like, quick, get the third person. Make sure it's interesting.
Nobody chasing as well, looking for this kill onto Valen. So an ult orb denied.
Goes for the overview. Like, they're really on it, man.
Gen.G,
they're really on it. He's utilizing the third person. The third person observer. He's doing good.
Or at least 1 more. So this is going to be a pretty dangerous bonus round here that you've got to imagine the Gen.G coaches have got a specific game plan for.
Hefty purchase for them.
Gen.G love doing kind of fake pressure. Take Garage early on and allow Munchkin to be the playmaker. His lurks through A are diabolically good.
But after today, how can we bribe Prius? That's what I'm saying. All we do is we get like FNS, Tarek involved. Anyone he wants VIP for, we just get them involved. We tell them the good news.
He does well to get one.
Which is crazy enough when you're facing that many players.
And here's that A lurk.
Munchkin.
And if we save it all for champs, it's going to be one hell of an event.
Taking liberties is a core part of the way that Gen.G play, is making sure that Munchkin can get those lurks off.
He's found this timing, hasn't he? Trent is jiggle peeking the angle, thinking that he's got information. If anybody was to
He
cross
already
short,
has VIP in Tarek's.
Yeah, now the IGL calling for
Nah,
the team
we'll get rid
to
of that.
into position.
We'll tell him.
Good connection there. Trent with a jump spot gets the info he was looking for. Now there's 3 players of G2 here. They could put up a stand, but instead grouping up for the re-clearance.
G2 with a nice read.
Big? Yeah, I like this.
Recognizing
Though.
the Munchkins over here, and it's been quiet.
Yeah, they wanted to get info, but honestly, I think Munchkin's done pretty good. Dodged the Prowler.
Leaf has been inserted though. Deeper position indeed. That's a critical one. We cleared up A short now.
Dodged the Prowler and didn't consider someone close.
Snakebite just forcing the issue. Texture could have gone backwards, but instead chose to take the fight.
Just felt forced. His hand there. Gen.G got to be starting to realize that G2 have been stacking A really heavily and very quickly in these rounds.
30 seconds left.
Despite the fact that Gen.G came away with the win on the pistol, everybody from G2 was there.
28 seconds roughly. It's ticking down now at this point, 20 to work with.
Revealing area.
Mid to plant.
He's the side that they're going to be looking towards. Still, it's a 2v4.
To plant, double molly.
Risky business here for Gen.G. They're going to have to put the guns and bodies on the line, I think, to try and stand a chance for this one. The horns barely broken. Ash is going to be connected, rooted down into the spot, but no one's watching. Oh my! 2 dropped in the blink of an eye, but still all managed in the end by G2.
Oh man, imagine. It's nice damage though. It's very nice damage from Gen.G.
An opportunity for Gen.G to win. G2 maintaining composure and dealing with that final player. Only 2 rifles survived that though. It's a cool idea that we're seeing. But I do think Munchkin's a smart enough player to realize that G2 are putting massive focus on this A stack and A defense. Yeah. They're not playing A for retake in any of these rounds.
And a heavy premium on re-clearing A short.
Yeah, so I would imagine you do a little bit of A pressure, and Munchkin's going to be smart enough to
what do we
realize
got?
that's opening up B and C massively.
What have we got?
This time though,
I wonder if
Garage early on.
I've seen a lot of rounds where they're trying to end over towards A. I wonder if they literally think because the wall isn't here that it's a little weaker. Not entirely sure.
Alongside the flash.
We've seen G2 go for this play before. Put up the Viper wall, flash horn through it. See if you can catch people as they're about to enter Garage. But Gen.G had a passive start to this round.
Yeah, patient.
Very cautious.
Perhaps anticipating it actually. They've done their research and their homework.
So this turret doesn't really get too much because this wall is like what the turret's pretty much for. To kind of block off middle so you don't get the info when you push over towards mid, so you can insight yourself bottom.
Try and put a stop to this one. A lot of pressure into Garage wall. Still
yeah, and here we go. And again, the turret doesn't get this, so he can actually like go beyond it. Oh, he was not explaining that. He was not expecting that. Big Joe back of sight here. Wait, they have no idea he's back of sight. Okay, nice trade.
Onto the high ground, Caron sets himself up and sets his team up nicely, but the Snakebite is going to be putting a pause to the plans. Gen.G have got to get a few more bodies in.
Explain the defensive wall. I will wait. We'll wait for Nico.
Still that high ground angle. Caron getting amazing value, but here's G2.
Damn, Leaf managed to get one as well. With the Leaf managed to get one with the classic when he had the charge. The 2v4, by the way.
Done to Jonah P. A bullet to the chest will do him in. The spike is retrievable, but only 14 seconds to work with the time pressure.
Dude, flash back. That was pretty smart. That was pretty smart, chat. You gotta give him this one. Did it? I don't know if it went high enough or if they actually just baited it in. I'm not entirely sure because it's either a high flash for him to swing, but he didn't swing with it. So they kind of did the flash the back of sight to make it look like they were clearing back of sight, where his teammate actually was. It's like you're trying to get info for back of sight. I don't know. I didn't see where the flash went, so maybe it was high for him to swing, but I watched on the minimap he didn't swing. Maybe because of the info. Either way, it might have baited him in. Like they might have thought that he was trying to just get info back of sight here.
G2 are applying a lot of pressure on
Stinger by
as they're trying to get the spike down.
But again, I do think that Gen.G want to end a lot over towards A because they think it's weak, but that's rough. This is nice from G2 as well. Good understanding, right? This comp no breach, so they can kind of freely fight over towards here and get damage.
Grouping up now.
Are we on an eco? Can I explain this wall a little bit? The wall's like multiple layers, right? You block this so you can fast flood in. Right, it's very good for fast flooding. Then you block over towards here if you need to kind of rotate over towards side as well. So if they're coming over towards side, so it's already like 3 different lines. Block over towards garage. Same thing, right? And then bottom middle as well if there's a turret here. Right, so if you need to react to them going A, and they normally have a turret to see if you have reacted, you can get to bottom and middle. It literally has like 5 different purposes, or like 5 different areas that it cuts off.
Has to be cautious if he wants to try and take this fight here and now in that deep C position.
But it can work against you a little bit, especially once they take garage control.
When this hit starts to come through, Leaf is just Just raring to go, man.
But majority of the time it's really, really nice. You can also do it so it goes back a sight, so you can hide against the Sova recon. Damn, nice shot from Jorgamo there. Yeah, and with the kills as well, he gets his ult. You got the two ults, the combo well together. We saw it on Lotus. Maybe they could do it again with a retake over towards the site. And with the wall, they're more likely to leave C as the retake site.
Leaf was happy to give it up. Trent actually, after getting this kill, he re-cleared A long with a horn. Got full info down
Who's the first to use this wall? Good question. I don't know. It might have been a tier 2 team. The first time I saw it was Loud.
But apart from that, they know 100% where everyone is. The macro game is getting dominated right now by G2.
Give it a
have to play against a team like Gen.G. When they do play so lurk heavy with a Viper comp as well, Munchkin loves to take those timings. So you're seeing the game plan. G2.
The guard? I think the guard copied off someone, but apparently the guard copied this one off a tier 2 EMEA team, which I didn't know about.
To make the calling that much easier. Looking towards Garage.
Okay, Recon clears over towards A, and again, once you pop this wall up on attack, creates pressure, right? And this is the only spot where you can hold one here. So Prowler goes out to clear a little bit of this, and Jorgamo might set up in this corner. We'll see at one point.
Go and take it. G2 have got to be worried about it. So now the smoke comes up. Now G2 have got to be a little bit concerned. And this really is where Munchkin could try to activate on his A-lurk. He's just dodged a Prowler.
There's pressure on his shoulders.
Yeah, back to the buy rounds wanting to end over towards A.
G2 are winning, but they're up a map. Haunt breaks it. It's going to reveal it.
Am I a Fade believer? I think Fade's an incredible spot, yeah. I think at the moment, Fade makes the most sense to lean into because, in my opinion, like these two are one of the strongest agents at the moment. So you have multiple abilities that like combo with these. So like these three are an insane trio at the moment.
Less than 30 seconds left.
And they look a little lost. Yeah. I mean, what is the
game plan? They do look lost. They're kind of just walking around, taking jewels, getting picked off, and then walking around again. You got to save on this one, 3K.
They are losing massively in terms of the macro game here.
10 seconds left.
They've put so much emphasis for months now, actually, with different variations of these compositions, on Munchkin being able to crack open A on his own. And G2 are hyper aware of it. They know that Munchkin has to take timings based on Trent's utility. He can't walk into a Prowler or a Horn, so he has to be trying to take the timings between those pieces of util. And then they're so ready for it. Yeah. Jorgamo pushing up short, catching him on the backstab as he has to retreat after the Haunt is thrown. And really,
timeout goes in. He's not happy with what he's seeing.
To go and try to put pressure Garage and force G2 to re-clear it. And then, all right, you know that there's
How do you think the Teo drone compares to other drones? It's very strong because it lasts for so long. It's just the fact that now the rest of the Teo util isn't great.
Brutal how much currently Valen is inside.
Like he's now an initiator with no recharge util, and everyone else, pretty much apart from Sky, has recharge util.
To address the massive gap at the moment that's burgeoning.
It's a 2-round lead for now, but you've got to get that fire back, that passion in your bellies to know that you're capable of going a distance and going far, even against a team like G2. You need game plans to do it for now. Getting outplayed, as we've already mentioned.
And you might think, all right, well, what about if you just do something fast? What about a fast C pop or a B pop? The problem is you might run into the Vice Wall. Yeah. You don't know where it is. There's 3 good spots for the Vice Wall.
Bring back Sky and Teo recharge util? Nah, I don't think so. I would rather just clip the other ones a little bit.
If you do, that's probably a fast round just getting melted.
I think Sky's okay. I wouldn't use it, but I think Sky's okay.
Potentially a snake
I
bite
wouldn't
or a
use the
seize
agent,
or something that's going to lock you in the choke. So it's really tough to increase the tempo.
It's going to get even harder.
I think it's okay.
That's a pit earned up, lays this one down over towards C.
Yeah, it's a strong pit as well.
That Vice Wall is
and because they have the wall here, I mean, they pretty much cover most places with the Viper wall on this one.
Deeper position.
They are going to walk up, though, and at least be able to bait the wall out this time.
Drone is here. They finally spot it. The wall's just trying to get baited out. A bit of jump spotting.
Okay, and they haven't managed to do this much. So this is actually like a pretty big win for Gen.G. And also because the Viper most likely is over towards here, they can't really clear back the info. They have got the flash. Flash goes off. They clear the info. Question mark over towards Garage gone. So very nice from Leaf on this one. Just flashing to get the info.
We're going to see it happen. Texture. It's going to be the tip of the spear. No players anchoring on site for G2. All up and over. Stun through main.
Last time G2
Which teams benefit the most from the map changes? Just every EMEA team. Just because they all suck at PAL.
Breaking a bit of the util. There's ults to be used for G2 if they want to try and play this one. The retake, and here's the first one. Dimensional Drift. Jorgamo is going to be getting information. Spots it out into the smoke, trying to body block Texture.
Omen ult to back a site with Fade ults. You think it's over towards back B, but he actually went back C. Hey, this was genius.
Trying to eviscerate a bit more, yet he's put down entirely.
Sova ult.
Sticking Sova on his
Oh, he got half though.
Oh,
that was the big kill. That was the big kill. In the Omen, the vision block.
Leaf has earned himself win cons potentially, but time is ticking in a 1v3. Good luck to you. Up onto the edge. Doesn't stick it, he's looking for the fight.
Very nicely done. Dude, this was cool though. Fade ult over towards B. Omen ult goes in and everyone just goes, yeah, they're trying to combo. But he's back as C, knowing that the Viper's going to be in the ult that is so far away that he won't be able to hear it. That was sick.
And Karen here, I think he was just ulting to try to escape away from
No,
that
he
dimensional
wasn't.
drift. It was a Yoru ult paranoia play that G2 were trying to cook up on the retake, and he ends up kind of evacuating and catching somebody.
The fader was G2s? Oh yeah. Wait, the fader was G2s. So what the hell was this?
With an operator, and
Hold
he was
up.
doing
I take everything back.
stuff on Lotus.
Phenomenal work.
And maybe Sideshow was right. Which really hurts me to say.
But he does the half clearance. In for a short, deals with him. Shorty in the back pocket.
And then set up by Fade utility to re-clear and get onto an angle.
Post to back up, trying to take that swing. That's Valen going down though. This should be the C side cracked open.
Enormous impact kill from Foxy9 on the entry.
Okay, let's lock in, chat. We're not locked in enough.
Viper's Pit even being committed.
Do they fart? I don't think the Vice ult was that great. Okay, I take it all back, man. We're really getting owned in this. Damn, dude. The only person to capitalize off of his ult was him, and he's absolutely sent it. And he's not going to check close left. Alright, fair play, man. I take everything back. It's 2 shocking rounds from me. Can we red card ourselves? Because I feel like I deserve a red card.
He gets in, barrels over Valen, a pit down on the side. And yet Leaf, constant thorn in the side, rips away all of the weaponry and charges through like
The thing
a
is, no
bullet
one
in
else
China.
was here to capitalize off it. This was literally all Leaf.
They are
You're
trying to
offering
rewrite
me
the narrative
VIP in my own chat so I lock in, honestly. Might work.
Not just respect, but fear on the G2 name.
Yeah, a team that you do
Either
not
that
want
or I
to
need
run
a
into
timeout.
at any stage of the tournament.
Okay. Let's try that
Karen's come
again.
into this round with just a ghost.
We got
They're half buying, even though
one that it's a weird half buy because we're not half buying. We're kind of in.
It is weird. They have money.
Yeah, they kind of. It's really weird. It doesn't actually make much sense. Was one of these meant to
for the
drop
next
him?
round,
Maybe.
potentially.
Either way, Foxy has his ult.
But they're just struggling to deal with the setup defensively.
Oh, that's a big miss.
Critical kill. What a shot.
Yeah, and they get info that there's 2 person holding over towards here. They could fast go. Okay, well that's the round done.
Util used to clear that one. This is a game of timings that Munchkin has one out
Damn.
finally.
the spike drop though, the
was
spike
nice.
dropped in window.
What is occurring there?
Ash in a really
Yeah,
exposed
it looked like a
position,
nice
and
reaction
that's
from them to push down towards middle
I
though.
don't think G2 are going to have the timing to be able to get back into A before the plant comes down. Problem is, Leaf's just really far back.
I mean, they can't retake this.
4v3. Just walking straight into it. That operator has exchanged hands, and this time, G2 feeling the ire of it. Texture, it's no slouch.
He almost missed the timing, but hits the quick scope.
He's in though. Past this one. A lot of angles to account for though. He needs some backing from Leaf, and they call for the 3-2-1 swing. Good movement from Karen. Almost went wrong for them. He offset the aim of Jonah P. Leaf's just going to tuck himself in. We've seen him win a clutch from this spot before, but it
Yeah,
very much
just
different
wants to do
circumstances
damage.
against Gen.G
He's
situation.
a bit of
with the
a
spike ticking in the
money
way
diff
that
at
it
the
is.
moment.
Yeah, he has to give this one up finally. Gen.G Gonna be happy with this one, and finally the IGL of Munchkin getting value on his lurks.
Yeah, mostly just set up because he hit a blinder of a shot onto Jorgamo. And to be fair, Jorg does miss, even though that's the exact fight that Jorg was looking for. So, you know, crosshair placement's not perfect. He's on a bit of an open spot here. But he misses one operator shot. That's the only opening that Munchkin needs. Trent hoping that Munchkin wasn't taking the fastest timing in the world. And Josh RT, by the look of it, expects perfection, because despite the fact that Gen.G still look like they're struggling to get into this game, G2 have taken attack time out here. Already looking to make changes and mix things up with 3 rounds left to play in this half.
I don't know. I think this is one of the rare rounds where it is if I hit my shot, it's fine.
Gen.G just trailing ever so slightly. But respect on their name.
Maybe he shouldn't be holding that angle once the wall was up.
They can put up the numbers and they can put you all the way down to that 3rd map. That's what they're hoping for here, and that's why, as you said, Josh RT calling that timeout, hitting the button.
And I think one of the things
Omen's super versatile at the moment.
Munchkin is conditioned to play quite
like double
slowly
TPs, really strong.
Now I did just say that he took a fast time, but that was after
kind of helps you out when you have a Yoru. Like the two most used duelists are like Neon and Yoru, really. And then obviously you can kind of combo with the wall to double TPs, and then at the same time Yoru can struggle as a solo, so if you have that extra pass into TP and it's really good. Also like the Omen flash is just unbelievable. Like this bit of util is just so insane. It really is.
Josh calling a pretty big pivot, and there is potential for that same flash haunt kind of set play, because Gen.G,
like having a smoke who can anchor a site like comfortably is really insane.
Set up shop in a different place.
Already though, that Prowler is going to tell them that something's different. If Trent is over on Garage, where is the Vice? And also, who's defending A? These are the kind of questions that Munchkin's going to be thinking.
Karen's position holding anti-flash just in case G2 go for that fast play. The Haunt and the flash, of course, the Haunt used prior. Sees as the drone is going to be clearing most of the way. That's a tag through the smoke. Got to respect that. Trent's got to back away. Could get wallbanged.
Yeah, that's pretty big. I'm wondering if they're going to lead with Foxy9's ultimate, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like they're going to pop.
If they're going to be, they're going to be troubled. I think Jorgamo is
I mean, double TP, we just saw it. Back of sight as well. That's how Karen gets it. Wall up, double TP to back of sight.
They still have the opening in the entry.
They should know about this G2. It's common from them.
Here it is. Lockdown going to be used. After the fact here, G2. Do you take this one fast or do you wait this one out?
You definitely got to wait. Got to respect this one.
On the clock. Leaf's taking pot shots, hoping that he can potentially get a kill or 2.
Oh, Valen using his ult to dodge it. Is he going to cancel that one? Oh, he got detained.
Detained. Maybe missed the timing on it.
Oh, that was...
he missed the timing on that one quite badly.
And through the back, though, they knew that position was accounted for, so Karon's going to be taken out. Still a 3v3 G2. Making a move on now. Time's ticking. Shows the spike TP up towards our top, trying to offset this one. Great movement. Foxy9 still alive, playing his life. Dark towards the side. Ash tries to avoid
imagine
capture.
it. Imagine those shots hit somehow. Dude, this is a good recovery from Gen.G. To be honest, ever since that timeout, it's looked a lot better. Been a lot more decisive as well.
Looked like they were down and out.
Yeah, Valen kind of messed up a little bit, but his idea was nice. He's going to TP to spawn to flash back his site so they could actually like push.
Plays. Garage control into the B exec has been working. That's been the thing that's been getting them the most of these rounds. And it allows them to play these off-site post plants that are pretty drilled.
The B take is the same for them. It's a strong B take.
Player in Cubby. Ash deserves credit in that round as well for hitting some really important shots, including the trade onto Jorg. And G2, their economy is finally shot.
Gen.G roaring in those replays.
Damn, it's a great round to put the alarm bot down as well. We've been doing our research.
Through mid. Alarm bot going to be broken. It's going to be
yeah, it gives them a lot of info though.
Going. And what's the reaction from Gen.G? They want to go fast. They're going to be contending with all that Vice util. Not anymore. Leaf's gone. All going to be quite useless onto the side here. Another timing to be taken by Jorgamo. He's inside the smoke, and he might be inside their heads.
With the Omen flash, it was almost insane. It's still super doable. It's a great fast flood from them. Valen hit a good Omen flash. He really did. And Jorgamo did incredible. Got the kill, put the crosshair over towards here so they could actually all get through the choke.
Still snaps towards it, has the angles, finds the kills. into the 1v1.
No idea he's... Oh, what? Oh, dude, I was going to say no idea that he's on site, and then he kind of checked for it.
So snappy
Valen and Jorgamo deserve so much praise here. They did incredible.
G2 close things out in their 3v1 and win the MasterCard Thrifting. They're just... The play from Jorg is absolutely perfect, just to pull eyes.
Yeah, because look at that. And Valen Omen flashed the pass on backside so they could get this as well. Damn, dude.
Back into the smoke. The flood is perfectly timed off that anchor pressure from Jorg. And he's got his head in his hands. He knows he should have been able to win that one. Could have been Gen.G taking the
Jorgamo
lead.
gets the op out over towards Seek and kind of lock this down. And I think this is a great move. There hasn't been like much action here.
A lot of spam, a lot of pressure. Gen.G trying to clear. Bit of garage control. The setup has adjusted once more for G2, but it's the final round, this first half.
And broadly speaking, I mean, Gen.G have been getting their success from garage pressure into B-pops.
Rexit, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you.
Whether G2 are actually ready for that. I mean, the vice wall has changed. We now have a vice wall over towards the front of B. And Gen.G haven't really been threatening front B and trying to bait that out. It's a tough one, because you need to be smoking both sides before you bait it.
Down to the minute mark. Drone re-clearance. If they're tracking the money, they're going to know that Jorgamo has that operator available if he chooses to invest into it, which he has. He's got control of C long. Trent gets acknowledgement.
Okay, what are these two doing in garage, though?
Until a haunt as well.
Pressure in through garage. That's a kill onto Leaf.
Okay.
That might just change the game plan entirely. They were looking
Nice
to go
shot.
in a different direction. Jorgamo
What a shot.
Yeah, that was a great shot.
Pins Munchkin to the wall with that one. They still want to go forwards. Now moving into B.
Omen
There's 25
from
seconds left
B.
into this round.
But no vice wall.
Moving forward.
Keep an eye on this, though, as Valen just made the play to win the round. Oh, Jonah has, but Valen secures it.
And the dreams and hopes of Gen.G are scattered to the wind here.
Damn, Jonah just locked down B here. There's a nice half from G2. It really is.
But the 3 kills in the middle from the hometown hero, who's at the top of the scoreboard for G2. And Valen
This should be close, though.
this team to feel like they are accessing that underdog mentality again. It's a slim lead at the half for G2, but the game plans have all been working well.
One enemy. 10 seconds.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Might go overtime. I mean, they might have to. They might have to win a pistol. Gen.G, no, they struggled here for sure. The new map rotation. It kind of all depends on the new map, really. I'm gutted we lost Split, to be honest. But I thought the bind was in such a good spot that it was kind of gutting that it went out as well. So I think bind's good to have back. What's the new map? We'll find out Sunday.
Here we are, Gen.G, the one staring down the barrel of defeat. And all the pressure on the shoulders of Munchkin as an IGL to try and come up with the goods, a pistol round idea, a strategy to make it
What do we lose in Paladin Split?
hold on, I think, to their hopes of making a difference. The Coinbase Econ report, you can see the numbers relatively even as things go, but this is a game that is tenuous here. G2 are in the driving seat. Gen.G, the ones that need to put up or shut up and go home.
It'll be interesting though, because I do feel like there's a world where G2 want to exploit Foxy 9 on C. We've been talking about this for a while. He plays very similar. They did mix it up a little bit though.
Pretty even game.
against
Yet
Fnatic.
it's Gen.G potentially on the chopping block. And the fashion in which they lost in the upper bracket, legendary. Up 9-3 on the first map, up 8-4 at the half on the second map. And I wonder if that's done something to rattle them a little bit. Because we haven't seen the same passion, maybe a bit of whimsy from Gen.G.
No.
It's looked tense, it's looked difficult for them.
Yeah, not the same smiles.
And they've never really gotten into a flow.
Okay, 2-1 on the Pistols, 1-0 on this map.
That was fairly competitive was stop and start.
Well, it needs to be a better beginning, Gen.G.
Okay, Foxy9 on the Sheriff though.
With the
This is the turret that owns Fnatic.
They'd love to keep that one going
And
here.
I can't imagine G2 won't be defaulting to C a lot of time to see if it's a thing. Spots one over towards middle. When you're swinging garage, it normally means there's a lot of people here. Oh, Jesus.
The bullets entire clip emptied out.
Bro just spammed it, got so many kills. Double pistol.
Again, he's managed to work his way through.
Maybe?
And the damage done. His players are weakened. Caron snaps 180.
He got the low HP as well. Like Gen.G only lost their low HP for the info.
Out to the smoke, and it's a guessing game for where this last player could be here. Looking for it, and he's just missed it. Ash and Caron.
Okay, double. 3-1. 2-0.
Another one added into the tally, and they want to keep this momentum forward now. They want to keep it going.
Massively important pistol here for Gen.G. And the question is, do G2 force? They didn't get a spike plant.
Oh, they don't. They don't
quite a lot
force.
of kills. These are the kind of spots where normally we are seeing G2 start to force here at Masters Toronto. That 3K from Munchkin is everything. Just what we were
I don't think
talking
they
about,
understand
how
like
he
when
needs
they
to be playing
force.
an immaculate game.
They only force if they're like really down, and then they have a
Some of them
plan.
bought stingers, then sold them again, and the end result is it's only Jorg with one in his hand.
A mistake or not too sure.
I don't think it is either. I think.
Yeah, I
he
like
did
the
it
hero.
Very late. I think that was
The hero's good. I can't remember what other team was doing it recently, but we were talking about it as well.
Wall in your face makes this a difficult angle, yet okay. You can take the pot shots. Shooting fish in a barrel. There's only a few angles they can be playing from.
Is it
Caron
Sentinels?
is rewarded.
Yeah, I think it was Sentinels, you're
The
right.
drone's going to be spotting a lot of
Split,
bodies
right?
now. Moving forwards, taking that A space.
I think that's the game that I'm thinking of.
G2 themselves are going to be trying to make great use out of the Viper wall, applying pressure to the A defense. Gen.G are super happy to be playing these Viper v Viper situations, so I think when Gen.G are on the
Yeah,
defense
Molly
side,
goes in, but this is nice from Gen.G. There's 3 people here.
Forwards, and they're taking a peek. It's a fake and a bait, yet still texture.
Looks good though.
Has that composure. Shuts down 2 of the
A
players.
nice convincing round from
Waiting for it. Leaf is answered. Drop dead
Gen.G.
in his sights. Caron has got a full lock now onto the side, and Ash gets the
2
follow
armory
up
buys,
here.
that's it.
Flawless for
Very
it.
nice.
Everybody surviving. The roar from the Gen.G players. You can hear it from here.
Yeah, massive amounts of weaponry saved. Even, I think, 3 people not even having to rebuy the armor. So, an exceptionally clean round. G2, remember that one of the players, Jorgamo, did actually force into this. So they're going to be coming into the next round, an anti-bonus with 2 stingers and 3 rifles.
2 stingers. I mean, the Spy's.
It's a very strange one for G2.
The Spy's probably better. Depends how you are with the Bulldogs. Molly over towards short, but hopefully thinks that no one will push. But they do have double info. This is a cool way of dealing with the wall. We got turret info over towards B, but it leans over towards A, so the Killjoy can play full A. Then you got alarm bot that gives you early info, so that you can pretty much just lock down 1, and then you would have the info of the alarm bot. So you're still holding A with 1, and you're getting the whole B info. And what's cool from Gen.G is this completely different to how they played against Fnatic. Right, Foxy9 Perma played over towards C, he had a turret early info he was getting used to.
Good awareness from Leaf.
And he's knocked. Forwards though, Horn needs to be broken.
Got that Horn, owned it though. Damn, he did so much, he got another ding. Jonah taking a good timing. No way. That's not my fault, Chad. That's not my fault because he got his gun out, or he didn't have his gun out.
He's brought them a
If he was looking, he had it.
here. And they brought them into the 2v2. The drone just spotting it. Tight to the corner. Leaf will have to reposition. Close together now. Texture, Ash move together as a unit, as one. Ash!
Ooh, tell you what though, the damage was nice.
Leaf collects and G2 go up, but it cost them a lot. That's a pretty successful bonus round from Gen.G. Think about the fact that they brought only 2 stingers into that round, G2. I mean, 2 stingers and 3 rifles, of course. They're going to have a pretty similar buy again. Some wonky moments in this round. Great shock dart, though, onto Trent, who was extremely weak.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
This is the round
Okay,
where
here we
if
go.
Gen.G can win it, they might be
Ooh,
able to
a lot of
getting
light
operator
armors
back
for
up.
G2. Maybe Gen.G don't
G2's
historically.
economy will be shot.
I mean, I think
But it's
I think this is the way to play some of this as
This is all
well,
before you even get the ults
because the pressure's there that they're going to buy heavy, right? So you think they're buying heavy, but then they actually go for light armors, so they save that extra bit of
I'm
money.
not really worried about short because Foxy9's popped his
Definitely
alarm
more
bot
teams
down
can
there.
lead into this. Yeah, I like it from
Two
G2.
are grouping up though. Texture. This is time in the sun there, but shut down.
There.
Yeah, and they're going to discover. Oh, they've been trying to play over towards A here as well.
Sailing up and overhead is all going to be on Foxy9.
Yeah, all the
Feels
Util
like
goes
a
over
hit.
towards spawn, so you can't
Will be a
fast
hit.
flood in.
Foxy9,
Also means you can't get out of there, so Foxy9's literally on his own.
There eventually, going to be, it's laboured in the process, but a lot to the peak. It's picture perfect
rough.
from Trent.
That's an amazing play from Trent on his own. G2 have managed to get themselves in onto the site. I don't see a way back in for Gen.G.
2v4 Ash is alone doing this. Munchkin, other end of the map. Just going to make a go. Anticipating.
What a
freebie. In the trade. Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
free
but his
kill. There's
mate's
no trade.
miles away.
Swing from G2. Ash was almost ready for it, but this is just going to be...
I mean, Munchkin has no interest in even
It's too risky to buy the outlaw. Yeah, for sure. I'm not saying any team should be buying an outlaw in this, unless it's like a hard read that you have on the team.
really
But it's just
pivotal
nice from G2, right? Because
Gen.G had
again,
been
you
able
would
to win
expect them to buy the heavy armor anyway,
You're expecting that they
unless
start
it's
to
like
get
a
the economy
historical
really
thing where
snowballing.
they do it all the time, then
Texture
they
could
get
have got that
punished
off.
like Fnatic.
Now, though,
And
with
then you
G2
punish
coming
them.
away with a victory, they stabilize the attacking economy. No more stingers for them. And Gen.G, it's the Korean team
But I
that's going to be
think,
going
but Imi,
towards
I
the
think you
bargain
guys
buy.
should have been punished for that earlier.
Very back and forth.
Two-round lead. Steady for G2. The emphasis still placed on Gen.G, I think, to come up with a response.
We knew that teams would
Stay
try and then
alive
we
in
would go
this
full
tournament. It's
armor.
elimination. And a loss here means a
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
5th, 6th exit
But surely
out of the
that you have
tournament.
like that one
Not what they
round
were
where you're going to
hoping
use
for.
that.
Not what they were wishing when everybody was singing their praises
It's a mind
earlier
game.
on in the
Yeah,
tournament.
fair.
I mean, they
No,
looked
it is a
utterly
mind game.
dominant
It's pretty
early
much what we said when the
One of
regen
reasons
armor
was
would come out.
Texture.
Like
He's
it's
only
like
got a
mind
Sheriff
game,
now,
and
looking
then
to
you
try
maybe
to
use it
defend
on
C.
like bonus or after
Bit of
pistol.
posturing from G2. They don't seem
Other
to
than that, it doesn't have too much
walking
impact.
here.
Great shot, man.
God, and that's just a Sheriff diff.
Oh, what a shot! No, they both had rifles there.
Yeah.
That was a
rifle.
A 140
with a Phantom.
with
Yeah, it's
aim
Phantom.
punch, and Jorgamo somehow managed to land the headshot still. On a crazy off angle too. I mean, Munchkin
Ridiculous adjustment.
Munchkin is really favoured there. It's a weird angle.
Rifle reclaimed at least.
Could be a blessing in disguise as well,
Yeah.
yeah, because Texture actually gets the rifle on into his hands, and if anybody's going to carry them through this defense half,
Oh, they go over towards the
Texture,
stack
who's
C
been
as well.
one of the front runners at this tournament.
Oh, they
for
might change it up
MVP.
though. Recon just went over towards A and cleared it.
Crashing out in 5th to 6th. Didn't look like it was on the cards for Gen.G.
Okay, so it
They're only
it
4
changed a
rounds
little
away
bit. It
from
meant
that
that the
being a
fade eye went
reality,
over
though.
towards A. Okay, that's the extra layer.
Texture has got to
Right, I
rewrite
still
history.
think Gen.G, looking at the minimap, look okay. It's a nice
Pressure
off angle
falling onto his shoulders
for Texture here.
Dodging the flash Nightfall though. He's going to have everything cut away.
Be low
Gonna rely
HP
on the
though.
raw aim. Going to rely on the mechanics. It's just the one. Foxy9 inserted. Sees them, but just
Oh,
misses
there's
across
no
the
way.
face with G2.
He took the duel back a sight, so he stopped moving, and then the bullet went beyond him.
Can't even attempt it.
That's kind of nuts.
Texture getting one. I think Foxy9 should be doing slightly better from that position, but
Nah, he got unlucky.
he really did
That's
only have the
unlucky.
Sheriff. G2 going up to a comfortable lead here. And it's Gen.G's economy that, again, is going to be on the rocks. And more importantly, perhaps than even that,
What a
the
pick though.
ultimate's gonna
What a
start
pick
to
from
snowball.
Jorgamo.
Jorgamo, he can play for an ult orb in the next round.
Demoniac, thank you so
And
much
then
for the
you've got
13
one of
months,
the
man.
best
Appreciate the prime.
attacking
Thank you
ults to
for
try
that.
to take space, take information, increase tempo. Gen.G are going to find it hard-pressed to deal with that, especially if it's used over towards C, like through Garage, for example. Scout out what the Garage defense looks like, find out where the C player is, hit them with a Paranoia. These kind of combos are just so powerful.
It's heartbreaking right now for Gen.G. These rounds are just, it feels like they're just bleeding out slowly over time.
Jesus.
Plays like this, kills like
Crazy
this.
girl.
Insane adjustment by George.
This is look at this off angle.
Excellent too.
30 seconds left.
Texture is going to get his op online here, Brent. And he's going to look for a peek in this next round.
So unlucky.
Short. That's exactly
Okay, this is it. This is actually it, and they get the op out. VALORANT has his ult. Jorgamo one kill away from getting his ult as well. Bit of a change up from G2, fast over towards A with the smoke as well. Prowler over towards short. The nice Prowler.
How is
There's all
Texture
four.
actually getting an opportunity here? He got blocked off by the thorns from the Vice.
Insert a Yoru over towards here. It's not too bad. He can also throw another TP.
Thrown there. We'll respect it.
So this might allow Texture, if he's bold, to get back up onto the A-long angle. You don't know that it's clear, so he's tentative here. But once he gets posted, it's
Could
good
argue they
information for
TP
Gen.G.
too early, but he might be getting pushed, right? Because they got the full info. They actually TP'd away.
If it gets pushed up into his face, G2 we're going to
It's the turret that beat Fnatic.
through mid.
And
Thorns
at the
into
moment,
Garage.
it's getting a great amount of info.
Feels like many things here, but the pressure's now on Munchkin once more. Smoke, it's a weird one.
I mean, it's to smoke off the alarm bot and threaten a B-lurk, but Munchkin looks at it and he's like, well, that's a fake, 100% of the time.
And back into Texture.
Here.
He's been in the MVP running and he's got to show it here and now. The shot just misses. Glides straight past. VALORANT's very lucky.
Rotate goes in.
They're leaving, they're going back towards Garage.
Straight into it, Foxy9 now.
Yeah, it's all up to Foxy9, but they're going to go over towards Seed, but they're going to get the early info.
Calling for a TP all the way through. VALORANT's
Yeah, turret goes in. Karen has an Omen flash that could maybe save him. Foxy9 plays in the smoke all the time. Whoa, Trent. No. Oh. Damn, dude, I thought he was done for when he started running here. Oh, that's actually wild, man. I thought he had the plant.
He wins the round and Jonah even committed the ult.
Oh my goodness.
Oh god, and he put the ult in. He thought so as well.
That, but I think that was literally milliseconds.
No, I thought they were fine with
that. They
that.
were getting that plant down in time.
Holding my breath on that one.
Yeah, it should be a good replay here.
What was the timing on it? And like you said as well, Jonah P committing the pick.
Uh-oh.
They thought they had
The hair twist is coming in.
touch,
Oh.
Yeah, I mean...
Wait, dude, they needed to replay that like a little slower. Dude, it was close, man.
Big
It was close.
for G2, but a massive win for Gen.G.
It is a massive win for Gen.G, but at the same time, like if they lose this, it's kind of done.
Dimensional Drift committed, along with the TP. Spotting out Munchkin here. Ping's happening. Trying to follow up forwards here. This is Foxy9 playing once more inside that smoke, but he's vulnerable. Nana Swarm, there's a judge in his hand.
Ooh, you know how I talk about the Jorgamo ults?
An evacuation called for G2.
The whole game plan there was just to try to spam off Jorgamo's information. Munchkin, he took a ton of damage, but now they're going back into
Nice shot.
Hard committed.
Chill.
Repositions
Wait,
Paranoia with a
Karen.
jump spot.
Karen, chill.
Feels rushed at this point from G2, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit tilted, perhaps.
Gen.G making him work for every inch of space. Caron! He's monstrous right now. Doesn't want to be removed. He's a line of defense for this team.
He's unbelievable, isn't he, though? As much as I want him to chill, he's just incredible. Ah, this is a
The
mess up from
tiniest of
G2,
margins,
man.
milliseconds on the clock in that prior round. Feels like it could have changed the
Dude, I
game
can't believe
here.
the guy back his sight
G2 went for
managed to
something
do
a little
so
quick.
much more
Didn't
damage.
get the value out of Jorgamo's
Yeah,
ultimate.
dude, Foxy9's
and
just always hiding in the
scrambling.
smoke.
And it does look a little bit sloppy. Like I said, maybe a little bit tilted. Josh RT's going to take a tactical timeout here. Gen.G looking like they believe again.
There's that passion. And G2 forced to take a timeout on the other side of it. As we've been mentioning,
the economy's
round
not
18,
good.
just the state of how that round ended, expending an ult. It's a tilter. You got to get your head back into the game. Now these are
Who's the best
senior
Yoru
players at this
ults?
point for G2.
At least during Teo meta, it was Gemkin.
Quite young up there, but hey,
Probably
I
had
mean, Trying to block it this
I'd be tempted to say by far that RRQ probably had the best Euro ult that I'd seen.
They have the experience to be able to weather any kind of storm, especially situations like this, but you could say the same for Gen.G.
Yeah, the mental fortitude, I think, really coming through for Gen.G. Josh, scanning the notes. There's ult plays that they could potentially be looking towards, but it's only the Vice ult.
Yeah, he had good ults.
The others are a long way away from coming online.
The problem with the
for quite a while now,
the problem with the Martin ults isn't because of him, it's just the comps that they played. That there isn't like the most to enable him to do the best stuff. So like individually, yeah, he probably did the best stuff, but like thought through process-wise, it was RRQ.
Be a very tough team. If they spot
Dude, K-Corp start using Harbor again, I'm gonna lose my mind. I kind of forgot about that.
Eyes look set on either Garage or B. It's a bait and switch defense in Garage.
Texture lying in wait.
And Foxy9 there to bail him out.
Double scoped up. Could get overwhelmed. Swarmed. Prowler to connect. Has to really get the hell out of there.
Insta pivot over towards B, alarm bot. Still got no Viper molly. Okay, did it early. Valen, this is.
But he's alone at the case, and he's got to use a second TV just to get the hell out.
Yeah, they didn't like the look of that one. Didn't even break the alarm bot actually either. And now looking to try to go back into Garage. Foxy9 is very isolated here on C.
Dude, what is this TP?
Want to clear forwards.
Who's just searching with the TP? Look at Munchkin. He's on a little mini game with the TP. Thought it went over towards top of A.
G2 playing it patiently. They're waiting.
Okay, what's this holding for it? 30 seconds.
37 seconds though. It leaves you with limited options.
Two passing on site. They're going to clear down towards long.
Reinforcing up the C site.
Still got the alarm bot over towards B.
Exploring for Foxy9. Will he catch the kill? Yes, he will.
Yeah, wall goes up. Perfect timing. Alarm bot spam.
G2 going to try and get a move on now. Bodies potentially falling. It's running and gunning from
yeah, can't plant this one.
The
only good news for G2 is they got a lot of ults out of them. Sova and Killjoy all at the end.
Dash and a scurry, but Ash is going to be waiting for you. The time's not even barely there. It's knives out for Jonah, and no chance now for G2. 10-10 for Gen.G here. They are pulling this back.
Even score line, with everything on the line for Gen.G. But I think there's a silver lining here for G2, and it's that Sova ult and Killjoy ult were both used in this round to stop an eco. You see here, the ult being fired out from Ash. Foxy9 also got rid of his. And so that ult economy advantage now negated.
They've got the op out. They got a Vice ult to work with. That's pretty much it. TP out with the smoke. Pressure over towards A. In reaction to them taking an A default, we have Texture pushing down towards C to get that early info.
Because G2 are never breaking this Killjoy turret.
Yeah, dude. And I find this kind of mad that this is like getting so much info again, but I think it was more down to the fact that Gen.G first 2/3 rounds, I think it was at least on the third round, they changed and had Killjoy over towards A, so it might have messed them up a little bit. But again, this turret gets so much info.
It's a spike into the hands of these players, a lot of damage. Through the wall.
They still haven't broken the turret. They're still convinced that Foxy9
they tried to beat G2, sorry, they tried to beat Fnatic.
So they don't want to show.
I mean, maybe we're predicting it, who knows?
They used a huge amount of util just to get in.
He's aware of it. Look at him trying to jump spot, but it's an off angle by Texture.
It feels like Texture's the playmaker here.
Yeah. He's trying to play ahead
he's going to hear the smoke as well.
To get this kill onto Jonah P. Surely
Texture's going to be in a weird spot.
Overhead. Jonah P.
So hits that, but then what?
And here it is.
It's a great stun.
Ricocheting back and forth. Reinforcements here. They've arrived in time.
Great shot.
With the Texture even needed. Caron delivering death blow after death blow. G2. 20 seconds to work with here. They call for the pause and the hesitation here. This discipline at work. G2. They spotted the last remaining player. Ash is left reeling, backing away. 15 seconds, and it's time enough to get the plant.
10 seconds left.
Deep position and forward.
Holy
easily.
No way.
There was a chance here for
Ash is like, really? I did so much.
Texture. Spotting out the one. Was he expected?
Oh my god, this guy's incredible. It's not planned for him.
It's a horrible plant. Not planted for Leaf whatsoever. Patience. Leaf is not budging. He calls the bluff entirely. Another tap. Texture. With the move, but he still can't claim the kill. One more for good luck, but he needs to hunt.
Oh my god.
Leaf's
incredible.
He finds the timing again. Texture is being toyed with. Leaf has had it for breakfast.
Yeah, no, that was nuts. That was nuts from Leaf. That was absolutely nuts from him.
All with the brain. No need for the aim.
They completely owned him. Full mind games.
Players who are always going to be trying to fake and force a fight. And I think Leaf there just has an immaculate read. The fact he never even went for the first one. He just tucked towards B Cubby.
It's unreal game sense.
Completely confident. He looks so stupid if he's wrong.
Did he have 5 bullets the whole time during that as well?
At 10 to 10, he is willing to take that risk.
On that last kill there, he has 5 bullets, no backup bullets. Dude, Leaf just tanked a bullet to the head as well, though.
That's mad.
With Stingers, it is a crazy prospect. They're looking to move over towards A again.
Oh, it's the hit over towards A. Does Munchkin beat all the util? Yes, he does. Just got through it before everything, so they managed to keep 3 on site. Viper all goes in, because they know this is when they like to force over towards it. Damn, Jonah.
It's risky business. Risky business sometimes pays off, but Gen.G finally getting bodies into the site. The defense intact. Jumping, peeking, trying to bait for one another.
Hit that. Oh, that's nice. Good. I'm not saying anti, because it is not really anti, but like, they definitely looked into the tendencies, and as soon as the molly smoke goes in, they do always commit over towards the site. So as soon as he sees that, he knows that they've definitely done a bit of anti and got like 100% when they're throwing these 2 bits of util over towards spawn, they commit. So he insta-pops his Viper ult as well. And it did help a little bit because it chipped him down over towards the front of site.
The fact of the matter is, the G2 went for a soft buy, allowing Gen.G in all likelihood to tie the game again so that they could win here.
G2 money wrecked, or no? They're okay.
Texture. Flashing your face.
God, that's impressive. That's impressive, man. The dodge of the flash. Wait, he hit Trent too?
Well, down to 30 health. Did he get legged in the middle of that too? Or
yeah, he was on top of the box. He did.
That's mad.
No way.
G2 going to be limping through the rest of this round here, but Gen.G got to be smilers from how this has started. There's an explosion out now, out towards this B site. G2 want control of this one, but a snake bite at the feet makes
it's a great molly.
Pretty hot and heavy to try and handle. Precarious at that, still sticking the plant down and now playing off site. Dangerous prospect. Munchkin is still alive.
They don't if they want it.
Denied him info. G2 are still sticking 2 players onto the side. It's up to Valin and Jorgamo. Can they deliver any sort of kills inside the wall? Is a timing with the dart.
Damn, that
it's
dart.
A great tag, Jorgamo. He's gone. To the dust and to the mud with him. Valin has to be
no way, that movement as well. Definitely not fade-ing with this one.
There's that wall. Smoked up, facing it up. Every single player
oh, man. What a map this is. What a crazy, crazy first shot this was. The individual skill from him is sick. Also, like the you know when they push through the smoke over towards here, to go through the right side and have the freedom of the wall because no one kind of swings over towards the right. It's pretty nice.
There it is. And skewering those G2
yeah,
players
double.
at the start. That is such
Texture did great, man. Even just him going over towards site with a stun.
I feel like he had a bit of a slow beginning as well, even on this map. As soon as you get him on the defense side, though, especially with an op in his hands, he's a monster, he's a nightmare.
They one go at it, and they A default again. And Munchkin bought a, what was that, backup judge or something? Or Odin? I didn't really see. He has a backup gun over towards back of site.
Their economy's just been so much better this entire half. G2
okay, lose over towards A.
Stingers, Guardians,
and they might have got the read again here because at the moment, Jonah P's in
got the right read. 3 players
the pods to throw the util back a site.
For Foxy9. Idiot stop. He's out in the open there.
It's the turret again. I can't believe the turret again is beating another team.
Snakebite's going to be used reactively. Prowler's going to be broken and Ash is trying to play tight tuck to the corner. A bit of spam just catching Jorgamo into the leg. But he's able to get himself out of there. The weaponry. Just a touch on even that. G2 are working with scraps here to try and bring this to OT. Gen.G more than in the driving seat. Taking a fight forwards, and there's that stinger. can't hold a candle, not against the rifle in the hands of Kieran.
And this looks scrambled from G2. They can't exactly
Yeah,
figure out where they want to
wall
go.
alarm
They're
bot.
threatening like it could be a C split and looking for the B pop. All on Munchkin, no snake bite.
All in your face inside the smoke. He wants to dominate this angle nice and early.
Oh, he
He's
saw.
going to be dropping down, faced with multitude. It's evened out and traded out, but still that player advantage is
No
there.
way, he hit the leg shot again. Oh, he's Rex though. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. 7 HP and texture goes down and he can comment at 7 HP. Holy man, that's a crazy one. Dude, Foxy 9 back-to-back maps on Haven where his turret is just giving so much info.
To be able to still believe and keep their hopes alive here in Toronto.
It's wild.
That's an incredible
Alright, MVP, yeah, wrecked him. The thing that's mad is that they had the demo on this one.
13-11 victory.
That's probably a little bit worse than what we saw from Fnatic. What a map! Oh, it's a sick map. A really good map. Spider is Icebox? Yeah. I like G2. I like G2's Icebox. I'm not gonna lie. But we'll see. Again, Gen.G have that Gen.G know what they're up against. They know they're up against the Sage. Okay, back in a little bit, chat.
But it's always a surprise when, oh, it's always a surprise when.
And you already know we had to come out here with the people because, folks, we're going to map 3! What a game we just witnessed. 13-11 scoreline. Gen.G picks up the dub. G2 scrambling to figure out what they're going to do as we get ready for map 3. Here, of course, Golden Boy alongside Kukuka and Mimi. We want to break it down for y'all with the people because we love you all so much. Thank you, Toronto, for your energy. Let's talk about this game here, guys.
Yep.
What did my eyes just witness because my heart can't take it?
Yeah, definitely. Gen.G bringing it back. We saw a G2 with very clear ideas on how to play this map, but the Viper versus Viper sometimes ends up in this spot where timings are extremely crucial, extremely important, and there were so many things working sometimes in favor of Gen.G. We had the pistol rounds, that crazy diffuse.
And I want to talk about the first half, because G2 came in with a really good read. The casters are talking about it. Munchkin's whole idea on this map is solo lurking A off of this Viper wall. You see here, he's walked all the way up long. but G2 are going to send in a re-clear play and be able to punish him there with Jojimo going through short. Gen.G though, after losing him there a couple times, make an adaptation and instead start showing this look where they're defaulting into garage basically every round. Well, G2 is still putting most of their forces into heavy fighting for A. With that, they managed to get themselves into B post plants 2 rounds in a row, and that's what turned this game back into their control. They won a couple more rounds on attack and then had an incredible second half to win this out.
And we had very numerous rounds, very in the G2 style of one leaf clutching rounds. Gen.G with a texture that is extremely scary and needs to be avoided wherever he is in the map. Many things, again, keeping these match up close. When we look at the number, yes, texture was up there. But as Mimi, as you were saying, in the first half, Jojimo was that man for G2.
Yeah, Jaw was so good. Again, going back onto the Yoru here, but second half was a bit of a different story there. He was dying first on a lot of these entries. Gen.G had great ideas on how to punish it. And again, Bea, it's one of these maps where they're showing this Viper comp and how strong it is, especially on these Flood retakes with that wall up.
Yeah, and we're speaking about things that are keeping this close. Gen.G, we know that throughout the tournament, they've been very good at pistols. Getting 2 in this map was crucial because the rifle rounds for G2 were looking pretty good right from the get-go. But Gen.G, with this trust that they have for every single one of the matches, they come prepared with new ideas, but still the same kind of effectiveness.
Yeah, it was just incredible to see how Gen.G were adapting on the fly, but also, I mean, this really was a heavyweight slugfest here, right? We were seeing guys take left hooks, right hooks, uppercuts all over the place.
Look at Munchkin here.
I mean, this is exactly what you want to see, and this is exactly how much it means to these two teams to be able to fight and get to that top 4, because that's what they're fighting for, Mimi. They're fighting for top 4. Not even at the grand finals, and this is a final caliber matchup.
Absolutely. The last time we had this matchup, it was for the upper finals, and in games this good, it comes down to inches, and there was one round that exemplified that. That plant not getting off for G2. Very well.
That would have been the overtime.
Yes, that would have been them going to OT, maybe winning this map. Maybe this is a 2-0, and Gen.G's on a plane to Korea.
Yeah, you really, look, you just hate to see it. I mean, honestly, there's no other way to shake it. I mean, everything that you could possibly want
to see it, but apparently you're going to see it again, Alex.
Ah, well, yeah, it's true. We got to relive it one more time here. And just as you think they have the time, you can see Lee's face. He's wondering if he's got it.
And the heartbreak of this round is Jonah ults. He thinks they get the plant down in time. They don't have that ult for the next round as well. Then they have the Yoru ult. They think they can do another C-pop. Jaw dies out of the ult after nearly spamming Munchkin down to 0, and this game slips out of G2's grasp. I mean, what tenacity for Gen.G, winning such close rounds, showing such big clutch moments. This is why it's a trophy-winning team that has done it before back in Masters Shanghai.
Yeah, and well, guys, I mean, there's a big problem here as well for G2.
Which one?
Well, here's the issue. There's only one Canadian left in this competition.
I see a lot of Canadians
Well, in the competition, we got a lot of great Canadians in the house today, but we got one Canadian left in this one. This is Jonas B. Can he hold it down? Can he hold the fort for the North? Mimi, it's a tall task for this G2 team after Gen.G comes back the way they did.
It absolutely
Do I want the new map to be long, or do I want it to be more ratty? I want it to be more ratty, if that's what you're calling it.
They're walking back on the stage. If you want him to survive, make some noise.
That's right.
But the Gen.G fans are here too, GB.
Oh yeah, the Gen.G fans are here in full effect. If you guys want Gen.G to be able to take this one, what do you think about that?
Prediction for Icebox.
Oh boy.
It's pretty evened out.
I need a refresher on what Gen.G plays, but I think I will probably go for G2.
We've seen some adjustments. We've seen our
they play standard comp, but I would probably go for G2. I think
obviously, maybe G2
I think the Sage should own them.
They did in the first map. I don't think so. I think that the Sage looked very, very well, extremely strong on their retakes. And for the side of Gen.G, yes, they got a victory, and it's a very plain, going back to a few years ago kind of compositions that we're going to be seeing, or at least expecting to see.
For sure. I was very impressed with G2's pivot into the Sage composition. It does so much to actually get that spike down easily on the attacking side.
When's the new map getting released? Get to see it for the show match on Sunday.
Still making those plays, but by all means, this is a great map for both of these teams.
And then it will probably be out on the Tuesday, I guess, whatever date that is. Sophia says the 24th. Might be right.
This is exactly the moment that these two teams
That's the
were
Tuesday, that's
constructed
right.
for here to be able to push through some of the toughest competition available here on the global stage. You got Gen.G on one side looking to see if they could very well move forward in this
So
competition.
Sage comp against
Meanwhile, for G2 Esports,
standard comp. They use Omen though. They use Omen. Okay. It's not like the Gen.G comp is bad. I just really like the Sage.
Foxy's still trying to prove himself, trying to win a trophy himself. This is going to be a really high pressure moment for them all.
I think a lot of this might be on to these two having to perform.
Very good individual moments, but of course, the most important part, Valin and Munchkin. We've heard the words from Valin, making sure that they knew the pressure was on Gen.G. Well, they're about to come back from a very,
Start getting the Odin back. If Gen.G wanna put the Odin over towards Snowman, then yeah, maybe I'll be tempted to switch over, but
Come on, let's send it over to your casters. Make some noise as we get ready for map 3.
The energy is sky high right now here. It's map 3. This decider.
just the same comp with Jet. Yeah, but the Sage is way better. Unless the Jet pops.
What we haven't been telling you though is G2 and their dreams being dashed away potentially here to look towards Icebox team.
Just for this map though. Don't take that as like a hard statement.
I think they've got their top dog spot regionally. Everybody knows this. But the one thing they haven't got is that trophy on the biggest stages of
Okay, G2 on defense. Gen.G on attack.
Potential here to be denied again by another Pacific team.
Noiser Dog Makes, thanks so much for the primate. Appreciate the 17 months. Thank you, thank you.
But now they're up against the ropes as well.
I don't feel like I'm on like a game show or something when I say that. Noiser Dog Makes, what is that? Wall committed for Gen.G over towards A. Drone goes out, clears over site, and G2 go for the classic retake with the Sage Wall. Yeah, but Gen.G should know about this, so we should see like 4 people fighting in front of the Viper Wall.
Gen.G, they're going to know that.
Full committal. Ash going for this one, the shock darts. Not doing much.
Two? Only 2 fighting in front?
Get the wall down and apply pressure.
Sure, let's see what they can do.
Seen it. Paranoia is going to sweep forwards here, but a high ground angle is unaccounted for. And Texture trying to lock down and hold down that sightline angle to the dart hold the back and inside the smoke. Obfuscated enough to pick that player
Maybe
out
from
of picture.
Texture.
Caron,
Maybe.
there's no more but Texture. Next to step up. Holding his ground down. Here's the jump down. There's G2 just trying to
Oh my god, that was sick though. He did a lot of damage.
heavy-handed swings. Textures making the most of it.
Yeah, here we go. Ultron goes in. Didn't get half. Oh, didn't get half. That's probably the difference. That is the difference. Damn, nicely done. I think Texture did unbelievable.
Add it to the tally, add it to the spreadsheet, call it whatever you want, but that is
I want to give Munchkin praise as well. I think that when his teammate fell back, he went forward. Like when this kill came out, I feel like I saw him. Yeah, he went forward and then Texture went forward.
And I think the pistol rounds are absolutely an enormous part of that.
Good understanding as well. And I think they maybe antied it pretty well because if I looked at when the Omen Flash came in, you had like two people to dodge it. One person eats it and then one person pushes forward as well. So it was nice. And then they had the recon as well to kind of stop them from pushing through the smoke. 4-1, I think, for the pistols. Pretty one-sided. Dude, Gen.G's pistol record this tournament is crazy good, though. I've lost count, but I think it's like insane. It's at least like 80%, basically, 70-80.
The ult cycle.
It's so pivotal on a map like Icebox. Paranoia, hold on, that's missed a slight gap in the window. Dashing back though to safety.
Pretty nice movement from Texture.
Definitely his team having his back. He gets out of dodge.
That's going to start Foxy9 and Munchkin moving forwards over towards A. You know, the G2, roughly speaking, are going to be fighting over one area of the map, playing a retake on the other. This time though on the eco, they're trying to get into flood defend before Gen.G are here.
Just popping out. Shoulder sticking out of the smoke. Shock dart.
Good damage.
Foxy9.
They still have Jorgamo's wall, so they kind of need to fight over towards site.
Reclaiming the gun too. Texture's going to be picking that one up. At least swapping it around. We see it now, Dart lay it down, but players are starting to get themselves in. Classics in hand, and that's just it to work with, but G2 done more with less somehow.
Karen, you got to go big here, mate.
See them now just trying to get a move on, fighting into this one, but entrenched positions into the 1v2 for Trent, and he's just left guessing where this player could be. Hold on, it's a 1v1, him versus Ash! Can't connect.
Whoa, that's a good eco, man. That's a really good eco. Shout out to Ash. He saved him. I thought it was going to be Karen to save him, but Ash went pretty big here.
On Icebox, these first 2 rounds delivering the critical kill.
Is Ash new? Ash came in stage 1, and he was from their academy team.
Decisive factor in a bonus round like this. G2, they made that one expensive. So Gen.G are going to be coming in with mostly stingers. But if they can get Ash's ult
Leaf
online,
never misses an opportunity. Got 4 people that can get one shot. They do commit the wall over towards A, but then go over towards B. Okay, interesting. Maybe trying to play off the fact that they might have done a bit of research and maybe they've hit site every single time with this wall. I'm not sure, but you rarely see a wall committed here with stuff like this. But I guess once you have the Omen, it kind of frees up the wall a lot more.
Manages to make it through. That's the orb, that's the ult. So Ash 5-0 has a very
and without the wall, they have created pressure over towards here.
And if they are G2 playing retake
Trent drone to try clear this question mark. They drop the
for a very
smoke.
effective post plant setup.
The drone doesn't fully clear this or this, so they do gamble a little bit, or at least just hold the one here, because you can hold the one way.
Nanoswarms, double shock
It still doesn't 100% clear everything.
Play retake into this would be tough, pretty tough.
Not impossible, but difficult.
It's a paranoia.
Damn, I mean, how are you meant to? You actually can't play on side with what they do here. Smoke over towards the top wall and Omen flash this line.
Just choosing to expend it.
Not the G2 normally want to with their comp, but great kill.
For the peak up top. Munchkin's head rolls off the shoulders.
Okay, are they going to do the same retake? Omen flash.
On the flank. It would be only
no info on the Lark here.
The Stingers, Gen.G are forced to opt into the site. They have to hold this one. Close quarters is the combat. That's what's going to be suited towards them. Lidding up these players, though. Texture can't stand up against that much. Still the pressure's there with the outlaw in hand. He's got it straight into the back of Ash.
Okay. Nicely handled from G2. So didn't mind the idea from Gen.G.
That they were looking for from that Hunter's Fury. I think Gen.G got a bit scared there. They weren't really willing to take the risk on whether or not G2 were playing retake. G2 threw out a little bit of utility early, some shock dance, a slow orb that made it feel like they might have been playing on site in anchoring positions. Munchkin, though, the deeper this goes through the attack half, will be one of those IGLs that's
Chat, this is my PC, not yours.
Contact plays if he figures out that Valen's playing really soft on one side of the site.
Alarm bot out. Toxins going up.
2 Guardians, 3 Guardians actually, again for Gen.G. So, bit of a wonky
Like this from G2, slow over towards the top. Push it. Yeah, they have done this. And teams used to do this with a wall committed here to go a little bit faster, but this obviously works a lot better if you can save the wall. And they create a lot of pressure close, right? So if they want to re-clear this, most likely they're going to use a drone or a recon, so you're going to get the info that they're re-clearing all of this early.
Gen.G playing a spread default at the moment, but the spike in a somewhat committed position on B.
Okay, Trent has ult.
Contact, swing.
Leaf's been doing this a lot as well, right? Start losing information on the sides, push down middle, breaks the turret. It's very nice from from G2 in terms of like the pressure they've created on defense. Means that they can have a heavy rotate over towards here. Probably means that you're going to see Trent's ult to delay this plant, right?
Trent's got his ult to try to deny plant.
P is going to keep giving them that space. Gen.G absorbing most of it. Hunter's Fury to try and deny the texture. Is up towards the top there. In Brooder after.
Nicely done from Foxy9. Trent manages to hit 2, but imagine it's too far gone. They still have the wall, so they maybe need to play a little bit heavy over towards yellow.
Foxy9, he was on the lurk. Valen's got to be worried about that, but he's now, Foxy9, connecting with the rest of his team to play these double nanoswarms onto the plant.
Dude, Gen.G will take this. Low money, get a 3k on top. They don't even need to hunt here.
And I mean, To be honest, it's only valid. We wouldn't be able to buy if they went for
thank you
this.
so much for the prime, mate. Appreciate you doing that, dude. Thank you, thank you.
Well, but G2 choosing the conservative approach. And one could argue that that was the reason.
As I said, he starts going for the hunt. Yeah. He's just in a good position to do it, I think.
They were taking eco rounds after winning in one fateful example at the end there towards Haven. Another spot where I think I would argue G2 should be fighting it. Gen.G get an opportunity to upgrade. They were bringing, what did I say, 3 Guardians into that round? And now they've managed to get up to 4 rifles.
A 3-1 lead.
It's a great start.
Gen.G want to face over towards middle, maybe break the turret.
Gen.G have got out to a good start. They won the pistol on Haven, but they couldn't manage much more in that first quarter.
3 passing. Oh.
Bit of spam with the stray bullets, not collecting a kill, but Texture's going to be battered because of it. Leaf trying to keep an eye on all the positions here. Again, you're going to see this game of timings occurring.
If G2 lose this round, they have to eco next.
Texture.
Turret broken over towards middle. It's going to create pressure later. Okay, so and with this, yeah, they want to re-clear all the middle with drone as well. Hey, this is nice from Gen.G though.
Or at least the threat of Texture.
Silver Froggy 2 and Boohoo 2 goated with the prime. Thank you, 2. Appreciate you both.
Texture. Got anything to get the hell out of here?
Texture, man. Texture's in trouble. Shock darts and spam through smoke. But they know that they went heavy for him, so they can try and get over towards it. But they got wall and then Inferi's molly to stop the plant instead of like actually stopping them there.
Contact in if he thinks he's got the read. The defenders are playing retake.
G2 just hovering nearby, lying in wait here. The plant's going to be going off. Munchkin gets this one down, so into the post plant we go.
Yeah, pressure of the Sage Wall. Again, keeps you over towards site heavy.
Gen.G still with that player disadvantage. They're the ones who have to make the play.
A change up of G2 flash. More to this side instead of back of site because they've been avoiding it. It's interesting to see. It's nice from G2.
Up towards the top of it, in through 410, and Foxy9 is gone. Straight back to the dust here, Gen.G.
Oh man, that recon as well.
Finally taken out, but backing away. Leaf earns up towards the ult, but he's got 2 players to deal with, and you do not want to expend it in this situation. He's got to try and lurk and find the positions. Running side to side, he doesn't know where the last is. There's a wall. Isolates the fight, but is there time?
Not a chance. Really nicely played there from Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice. Karen did good, man. The great recon also.
To take the fight. Waste a couple of bullets. But I think it's Karen who really deserves
Bricey as well. Thanks so much for the tier 1, mate. Appreciate that as well. And Chip as well. Chip EXO, thank you so much for the prime as well, man. Thank you too as well.
Karen with 2 kills from that top 410 position. Spots Valen, recon dart, lights up Jorgamo, and they're coming away with the victory. Gen.G look completely in control here.
Yeah, Gen.G look really in control, and they might need to change up the theory a little bit.
Incredibly even. G2 had their chances to win 2-0.
Start using the wall to maybe like fight over towards the site. I also think it's worth talking about like where they're getting owned in the after plant.
They wanted to come in here today, and you heard it from Valen's
like there's always someone on top there just wrecking them.
They wanted to put on a performance that would make the other teams scared to face them. And now, a little bit of doubt might start creeping in at the edges.
Sage Wall, yeah, you can start using it to attack a little bit. Or you could put the Sage Wall over towards B if you wanted to like get the early info. There's a lot of options. Or you can just start like using it as a duelist. I think if any of you have watched like how Fnatic use it, definitely a lot of ways that he uses the wall selfishly. But, like work well.
Both
like
teams,
yeah.
both rosters have been in big game scenarios, at least the cores of these rosters.
And honestly, Josh, as well, what a difference exiting out.
So I imagine that's the main thing that's going to change up is like probably their use of this. Either that or they talked about the fact that this pos is wrecking them as well. Yeah, I reckon once they take... So what I imagine is once they've taken over towards here and it looks like they're going to go over towards site, they might like wall one of these areas behind the actual wall so they can focus here and fight site heavier. Maybe on the actual like full buy round, we'll see.
There'll be a blight on the record for G2 if they go out here. They've got to turn it around. The money's not good for now. Allows you to play a bit riskier. Taking liberties, potentially getting a kill or two. Gen.G are hyper-disciplined, though.
Pulled a little bit of Foxy9's attention towards mid, and I wondered whether Leaf was going to go for the peak, but it's just a shocking fight to take with a Stinger from this range.
Truly.
And a lot of the impetus here might be on Jonah P.
A lot of pressure over towards B at the moment. We've had a recon that managed to scan as well, so they know back of yellow's clear.
Going to be stepping up to the challenge.
And Jonah's got to do a lot here. If he gets one, he did good, to be honest. Teammates do come in though, and he's managed to delay a good amount.
Timing to come back up. Wall to feign like they could be going over towards A, and there's that exploration, but Ash one step ahead. Smoke just barely blooming out towards the back there, claiming these kills, racking them up. The feed that is filled up with red.
Spike planted.
Gen.G determined to put their stamp on this final map. It's a map that they've been excellent at historically. We've seen great moments from them. And right now they are dealing with this style from G2.
The deadlock just better than the Sage, though.
The right reads at the right time to be able to get in.
I get where you're coming from on other maps.
Right from the beginning.
I agree with you. Again, it's not a bad deadlock map, but the main reason for the Sage here is like pressure of the fuse, right? Walls to defuse, and the deadlock doesn't do the same as that. Like if you're talking for walls to block off areas for map control, sure. It's just that the Sage is more used for vision block, instant pressure of the defuse.
Aggressively to danger. G2's retake style is going to be helped by the fact that Leaf has earned the lockdown. He's had it in the last couple of rounds, but not found an opportunity to use it. This is a must-win for G2 here.
Yeah, this is. They haven't managed to get the op out as well, which is one of the. Jesus, they haven't managed to get the op out, which is one of the things that they do. Yeah, just wall going up as well. First time they've used the wall over towards here, and he just realized that maybe he was going early with it. Jorgamo with the res, and this is a good pos to be when you got res, right? When you die, you fall down the bottom, easy res.
High and mighty, but
yeah, you see it here.
That beautiful instant res online. Jorgamo brings Trent back into the fray. Paranoid over the good connection. That drone is going to be clearing quite a bit. Even a tag. Going to be not allowed to play inside that smoke. Drone for a drone. Getting the tags up. Spotting it into nest. Trying to get the ping down and trying to get the spam down.
Oh, Omen flashed fast flood this time, right? Kind of.
Here, but it's a forward play by Gen.G. They've got another plan of action.
They do have a Sovereign to break this, and then do they want a fast flood as they know that there's 3 isolated on site? Yes, they do. Good call from G2.
Texture dealt with Carol over the top. Dealt with easily enough. Jorgamo now. Put this wall up, sticking this defuse. He's got it to half, and he's bought his team that win con once more. Go for the
yeah, you see, like this was a good round to explain the deadlock theory as well, right? Just so you get it. Like just the pressure of this wall. Like deadlock, you just shoot through it. It's more like the wall for actual pressure. There's a good round from G2. A lot of ults though.
At the end of the day, bodies ended up making the difference. A 5v4 and Jorg's 3K shutting down Karen in his top position. Karen has been the danger in these A post plants. He's playing either on top 410 or top A nest, and he's getting up and over that Sage wall. That's what G2 have to be worried about, but they managed to execute and get past him that time. Texture with knives.
Why not the harbor? Again, the harbor's not bad. And like Cove stuff, the problem is that majority of the time like lineups and util go through it, and Gecko is like very popular as well on this map as well, and like there's lots of comps that have like heavy delay of util, so normally the Sage wall would like mess up the lineups unless you're kind of bouncing it off the back wall, which teams do have when Sage was like super meta.
Every time G2 win rounds, their economy is never.
It's also like if you're doing this wall here and you're diffusing behind that we just saw, you got to break like all of the layers. Whereas a Cove is like the same as just one, I think. I don't know exactly.
With a pretty bad weapon. Yep. Trent was with him. He's hopped off of it now. Potentially missed the timing onto this one. Reaching that minute mark, you're seeing a drone for a drone.
But the harbor's not bad on this map.
Bit through mid.
But I just don't like harbor. I'm not a harbor believer.
Really no answer to this.
There it is. G2 forced to clear this one out. They can overstay for a tad. Jorgamo, he's even squaring up. It's a bit of a challenge, but you've got to respect it.
He looked like he was going to stay there.
Yeah, Recon does the double check if anyone's staying over towards site. And yeah, dude, it's G2 creating a lot of pressure to fast flood again, right? Ever since that timeout, they've been fast flooding over towards here. The Omen Flash is going in a lot earlier. They're disrespecting this. And they're running away, and Jonas here. And honestly, I'm not even sure if they had time. 20 seconds from here. Oh, Omen ult. Okay, sure. Dude, imagine they win this.
The Omen finding enormous value, but it's still player disadvantage for Gen.G. G2 don't exactly know where everybody is, but Trent's in a really pushed up position.
And this recon's pretty important. Does he wait for smokes and use recon back yellow, or does he use the recon for the smokes?
From either side to heal. In the back pocket, G2 starting to get a run on, starting to get a move on. Going forwards now, knives out, takes GENG, all gonna miss, but the rifle still is his backup. The movement can't.
Damn, I mean, handle very nice from G2. Yeah, it's looking a lot better, especially over towards A, right? The Omen flashing like this and just trying to fight here early with the wall going up to vision block as well, which means that in theory no one gets into this area, so when they disrespect the Omen smoke, they can just go for it without being punished.
In terms of how they were defending. Thanks to that Viper's Pit over towards B, they were able to actually kind of flood defend on A. And honestly, as soon as Munchkin used his pit before the plant had gone down, that A push was chalked.
Yeah.
And they were left without too many options. G2 with 2 in a row, both retakes.
Nice, Alex.
Starting to get back into this game. The lead.
Gen.G are miles away from those ults as well after this. G2 starts to get a fair amount of money building up as well. Gen.G lose this, they're back down to another eco. Oh, nice kill.
Any trade inside to Paranoia swinging, but Cloudburst at the feet, that's going to be some safety. Slow orb. Locking them all down.
This is old school. Bacon, you in chat? Who is the team that did this originally?
Jorgamo is one
Spanish
away
team.
from being able to get a res.
But it's pretty cool. Normally how it used to work was like you would fight here and here, and it's like contact here into this, or you could vice versa, right? Giants? Yeah, that was it, Giants. That was cool. And it works well, right? You can fight heavy, and then they also have to like break it to plant. It's really nice.
It's tiny, tiny margins.
Dragorex, thank you so much, dude. Wait, I swear you subbed earlier today. Thank you so much with the Prime, bro. I appreciate you. Dude, he is wrecked on site. Wait, okay. I was like, did he just get a crazy shot? Oh, this was a really rough round. They just gave him too many picks, though.
G might have lost the past few rounds. Jorgamodo still trying to get active, but Ash is instantaneous.
Mags with the Prime. Thank you for the 14 months, bro. Thank you, thank you.
Individual moments there, losing the grip for Gen.G. G2, sorry. I think Leaf tucked up at jail. Should have at least been able to get one. Kind of beefed that position slightly. It's an unusual spot for him not to get value. Normally Leaf's good for those. Jorgamo,
why is everyone playing Omen on this map suddenly? I mean, it looks good. There were teams in EMEA using it to success and teams using it in Americas to success. I don't know who's using it in Gen.G. I mean, in Pacific for them to copy it as well. Definitely hard to play against. It gives you so many more options. PaperX maybe? We're playing it, I guess.
Trent's going to be using one of his own just to clear this one all the way through. That's
PaperX,
a heavy push-up. 2 plays through main. The operator in Jorgamo's hand to just watch.
Kind of just spreads. Again, that's why little micro metas happen. Like where teams start using comps in on certain maps, and everyone starts copying it if it feels strong. Pretty much how the Sage started on this map in general. It's the reason why EMEA is bad at Pearl, because no one knows how to play it, so there's no one to copy. What the?
Really solid awareness. Even expecting the repeat as well. He's holding his crosshair, not running away. He's waiting for the next. He knows that there was a deeper drone, and he knows that Trent
no way, that's really impressive from Foxy9.
Leaf gonna have to put this one together themselves, just the 3 of them versus 5. And with the operator,
I think this is where you have to save.
Oh, you gotta save it.
They're looking like
they want to do it because they got the wall.
In front of their faces, Textures already just absolutely decimating them, destroying them.
Oh, he's getting really hunted. It's a nice shot at the end here. Dude, Gen.G are wrecking him. Foxy, that was really impressive from Foxy9.
I mean, this is looking like a dominant half right now for Gen.G, especially considering the G2's eco once more is cracked. They've got nothing to be able to work.
I think also, Bacon, if you watch the Omen, there's so many different ways of playing it.
Safe and cautious.
Seen so much good stuff of it.
But his awareness ends up being his strongest tool there, because he turns around just.
Does Mini hate the Omen? I have no idea. I honestly think the Omen just does way too much that you can't hate it.
Gen.G could establish a very dominant first half here.
I just don't get how you could ever hate an Omen as well.
On Lotus or Haven.
There's wind in their sails right now. 4-round lead. This could easily be a one-sided affair for the first half of Icebox. And our last map here in this elimination game.
Here.
Last chances for both of these teams.
Force him down to an eco. Man, it's incredibly good. It's good to put up on attack. Again, though, it's Icebox, man. I feel like an Icebox is a free-for-all. Icebox is probably the only map where any side an 11-1 can happen, and I'm just like, sure, maybe they got it. Maybe they got some kind of comeback.
They might have been dreaming of redemption.
I just don't get the map.
And the win here gets you further and farther away. Still a while to go to get to the finals. They want a shot at the trophy for G2. Not even going to be thinking about that, most likely just focusing on this round, one step at a time. Snake bite, round towards the bite. This is backup for Valid, trying to allow him to try and make a play. Dash over, Stinger in hand.
Lovely molly though.
This is it.
Dude, Ash has been awesome though. Been really good in this best of 3.
You don't match for the rest of the weaponry.
And Ash has been such a pillar for Gen.G. He's been delivering them incredibly important kills, and once more is that rock that Gen.G can rely on. 12 and 5, deals with the eco threat, gets the plant down. And though Karen is dropped, it's still a massively uphill battle for G2 if they want to try to win a Thrifty.
Nano swarms, they need kills, they need more than that. They need time. Running out forward, and Munchkin, a jar with a movement, snappy with the aim. They know exactly where Trent is now. Look at it, layers of util. Added on
Okay,
top.
can they get 9? You would imagine these ults are too much to go up against, but they have server ult as well. What would you change about Icebox? Don't ask me this, man, because I just end up highlighting the whole map. It's pointless to answer this question.
Oh, I mean, that is so nice there from Ash as spray control. But everything is working. Tex just picked up the op to use it on the attack side. G2 style, they just can't find their moments. They would need this final round.
Get out of my way.
And especially with how good Gen.G have been on the pistol, this game is gonna be tough.
It's our last round.
You're expecting a slower one as well here, Brent.
They know, they know, I think. They're like, hold up, last time there was a Sage, okay, or not. I say last time there was a Sage res, they go up towards here. And he was kind of looking for it, but yeah, definitely next time G2 play and they have Sage, they need to chill, go in here if they don't get eliminated.
Yeah, player advantage, you've taken down the tip of the spear. I mean, Trent with an ultimate
Curse on that.
plant as well.
Okay, I mean, yeah, sure.
For an 8-4 half, but that would still be Gen.G massively in the lead.
Gen.G not even
Yeah, don't want to get tagged by this one. Ult goes in.
Long shot.
Yeah, that's a savior ult, that is. I'm about to get killed by this drone, and he's gonna ult me. Can you please stop the drone? It's great though, they got a kill out of that.
There, Valen might have just seen, and yes, finally gets that acknowledgement. Foxy9 was lurking his way through onto the A site. 3v5.
It's a 5v3, and G2 have to win this round.
G2 can make no mistake
Uh-oh.
here. Footsteps rumbling, and noise bait by
Hey, I like this from Leaf.
Munchkin out of hiding.
I like that from Leaf.
Guesses it back towards him. Munchkin, he's perfect with it.
Oh no. Oh no. Recon goes in. They got a plant. But the Sova ult plays over towards site. Okay, they're fine.
And Flood straight into the back. They've dealt with most of the site players, and it does now finally leave it all down to Munchkin. Even that snake bite.
Yeah,
no chance in hell. Rebounding of all sorts of geometry. That's a full stick. And so G2, a 4-round safety net.
It's not a bad attempt from G2 towards the end to make this one possible, but so much hinges on them being able to pick up a pistol. Gen.G have been winning them all. They've just been incredible in those spots.
XTB Snow in the YouTube chat. Thank you for sending that, bro. I appreciate it.
Gen.G are just playing lights out. They've got that passion, they've got that fire. They believe that they can go even further, knocking out one of the tournament's favorites.
Didn't Ashe ult the flood? I think, remember last time he ulted and they fast flooded, and he knows there's only one over towards site? I mean, I pretty much imagine the call was that they have to just like fight and protect him on site here, so might have been learning from before.
So both of the teams need your energy. So if you want G2 to win, let me hear you! Okay. And if you want G2, who's currently playing on America's soil, let me hear you! One more time though, it doesn't seem like it's loud enough.
You asked Minnie, he said likes the Omen as a teammate alongside Sage Gecko, then as a replacement of the Jet. But playing it for the sake of playing Omen, he likes the least. Okay. Dude, he can't just give us a straight yes or no, can he, this Mini guy?
The house is packed and the fans are split. It's time to conclude the finale of the series.
And all the pressure lies on the other side of the stage here. Valin, as an IGL, has got to carry
Night
the
Journey,
burden
thank
of
you so
bringing
much for
up
the 8
spirits,
months,
helping
dude.
this
Thank
team,
you.
And just believe that they can do this.
And G2, they are probably the best team that we've had overall in 2025, but they haven't won anything globally. They've been in a grand finals at Bangkok, denied by a Pacific team, T1, who ended up coming away with the trophy. Now, T1 nowhere to be seen here at Toronto. Instead, the Pacific region sending Gen.G, sending Texture as their representative, and you can see in the Coinbase Econ report, Texture's having a great time of it right now. He came online very early and now gets to play the defense. But this could be an opportunity for Gen.G to deny G2 and shift the narrative, or perhaps even keep the narrative, as Gen.G being one of the scariest teams at this tournament. They had a wobbler against Wolves. It was a legendary match and a weird way for them to get knocked
Sage
down to the
plus
lowest.
Phoenix.
A game to be remembered.
I will say the Phoenix got a little bit better on this map with the wall that goes in. I give you that. And honestly, you probably could make it work.
And it feels missing here on Icebox. They are going to need a pistol to get back into this.
I'm happy with the map rotation. It's okay. I really dislike losing Split though. Out of all the maps, I really wanted Split in for champs.
How much is round 13 is going to mean?
But again, I like
Gen.G have been near immaculate with winning pistol round wins.
I like Bind coming back.
It's going to be an uphill battle here for
Safe recon on the floor, just purely to see if anyone's push close. Doesn't get up here. They hit 2 different guns over towards middle though, so they definitely might speed up with this.
Wrap around all the way to A.
Yeah.
It's so predictable though. Gen.G are already ahead of it. They know exactly what Valen's going to call in this spot.
Are they ahead of it though?
Going to be broken for now. Trent trying to go for that plan. Rebound. It's going to be catching onto Dice. No Dice for the damage, but it does enough to delay and potentially buying some time here. Trent full sticks now with a plan. Gen.G armed and ready. Primed to pounce. Already making their way in through, but again, this wall is tricky business. Paranoia, as soon as they hear the knives out, they know that they've gained access towards it, but there's nothing else. Yeah,
that is early.
Indeed, and Gen.G, one of their own. Paranoia moving forwards, Dart lighting them all up. Ash is finding so much value, Gen.G! Got down by
hit some nice shots on this.
They've lit them all up, they've lit them all up indeed.
Damn, bro. Dude, Foxy9 with a Sheriff is really good on pistols.
The confidence flourishing now.
Foxy9 Sheriff rounds have kind of been insane.
Pistol round it feels, just going in their direction all tournament long.
They're so good at pistols, they're incredible, aren't they? Pistols.
And it's one of the best things that you could be specialists in. Because most of the time, that's going to give you a free 2 wins to start a half. And G2, they have not been going for their classic Stinger force buy very often in this match. I think there have been 2, maybe even 3 occurrences where we thought we would see it and we didn't. Now though, look
5-1 on the pistols. Altogether, Gen.G are 19-5. 19-5 on pistols this tournament. Not 100% sure, but that sounds about right. I'm gonna believe you in chat.
Potentially towards mid, a smoke off onto the turret. Makes it feel like there could be lurks.
It's crazy.
Bottom tube. Ash is going to be
it's one of the best pistol records we've ever seen at a tournament. Might be the best with like as many games played. We've definitely seen crazy pistols in tournaments, but like that's a That's a lot, man.
Alone for now,
24.
Reinforcements have arrived. Gen.G
The read is just so good on the defense. I think Munchkin's calling a great game here.
stacking with the bodies.
And Valin backs off.
Yeah, definitely go pay attention to this.
With Leaf on the other
Force
side.
into this one because they feel like they need to get that
Still
momentum, get that win.
To be seen, so there's still that threat.
I like this from Gen.G, right? You got no duelists on this. You got like no easy way of taking over towards B, so they're making this the hard choke, right? Just palm a one-way smoke over towards here. Very, very strong. Like normally you would Omen TP over towards here, but again, if you have someone yellow, there's nothing to actually support the Omen TPing. One pass from Fake. Damn, dude, it might work well. Who is this, Ash? He's been a beast, though. He does have shock over towards site, but...
Getting bodies back over towards B, but they're a little bit late to the
and there's a
party.
cubby for this one. The cubby to hide in if Trent doesn't want to make the gauntlet run back.
Straight through the smoke, that's Ash. And Leaf
Oh,
going
boy.
out wide. 3 to do it all from G2. Gen.G, a methodical, dissecting this map, dissecting the site.
Do they clear Trent?
Yeah, I think they do because he used this in the other game.
Got to be the problem player in a spot like this.
Yeah, they do, yeah. It's been used already.
All there right now for Gen.G, and where is the first push of Munchkin? Is just sticking this, drops down.
Very, very nice for Gen.G. G2 got the plant down, they're going to go for another force, and they're kind of just stuck, just forcing every round here.
Going.
And that is a fantastic beginning to the half. All of the threat taken out of it. A 6-round lead, plus G2 knocked down onto an eco. Every player in
Plus, I'm looking at their B hold here. It looks strong.
Gen.G utterly in control, as dominant in the opposite direction as Lotus was for G2.
So, as much as Gen.G are doing like a hard choke here with the double smoke, I say that as they change up their smoke. Smoking top a yellow and TPing on top of it with like a recon behind is pretty much how you counter it. Then if the recon gets shot, you can Omen flash. Then people can start pushing up with the wall out. But that's like the counter that if they do start making this a heavy choke, they should be doing. But interesting that they don't force this. I thought they were going to carry on forcing this.
Through yellow, but they're going to be stunted out here. Munchkin's Viper all propped up in their face. A smoke to replace it from Caron. They are choking G2 out here. Gen.G just sucking the air out of the room.
And the play, it's pretty immaculate. They've just always got the right read on where G2 are going. Can G2 do anything to catch them off guard?
Deep fight, a snake bite already. It was primed, it was ready. Foxy9's gone, but up and over towards the top. Trent. It would have to be a masterclass.
Oh, it'd have to be an
But he's
insane
only got a
round.
sheriff and 3 bullets to do it. Does not know where the remaining players could be. Texture is lurking though, lying in wait.
Ooh, imagine.
Perfect with the
So
shot.
far away, he would have survived anyway.
11 rounds for Gen.G. 2
Okay,
more
I mean
needed.
G2 E-codes or low board for this one to make sure that they can buy here, so...
A game between 2 titanic teams.
Oh, I'm not sure about that. Should be TPing in this corner. But
And G2 looked like they
Just
were
an eco, though, we'll
aiming
give
for the
it some.
same accolade in 2025. But this is an earlier exit than I think anybody would have predicted for the Americas squad. Josh RT taking a desperate tactical timeout to try to right the ship.
yeah, and they get a buy here, though.
But
So.
this game is slipping way out of their grasp. They'd have to make up 7 rounds here before Gen.G even win another 2.
It's already slipped.
It's, yeah, I mean, after losing the pistol in the follow-up, that's devastating.
The chances are just minute.
And Gen.G, man, what an incredible demonstration of grit that they've shown today.
Yeah.
Because their
Yeah.
start was so slow.
No, they did. Yeah, they had a
looked
bad
like
start.
They were out of it,
No doubt.
maybe weren't fully mentally in the game, had put a bit too much expectation on their own shoulders, perhaps even.
We were thinking, have Wolves boomed them?
Yeah.
Have they taken them out of this fight already?
And
Set
yet,
down.
by the time it got to the second half at Haven, a 7-5 half that didn't go their direction, and then they win the pistol and get back into things, grind it
Texture.
out.
Dude, they are not going to
Been
expect an op
electric
into
on
this
map
round.
3.
There's grit here with this Gen.G squad. Grit.
18 to 10 though.
Determination.
He's been
They want to go deeper.
he's been the difference maker.
Here.
They want a
Not
chance
that it's been
at
that
earning
close, though, I
another
guess.
trophy for their cabinet.
Trent has ult. Trent has ult and they go close where normally people would drone up. That's really bold from Gen.G.
All that just to insert Leaf into
Like
a
most
forward
common
position.
Slover ult is to drone
And a
here.
big gamble coming out of the
There would have been a
tactical
lot of them
timeout too.
lining up.
Gen.G are super happy to go for those. Munchkin just
Munchkin.
with an outlaw, defending B.
Yeah, I was about to
essentially on his
flame
own.
Prius, but he's on
Reckons
it.
He can get out of danger if he misses the shots.
Drone's going to be clearing it though. He takes care of it.
Oh, he's so confident.
Yeah, very confident. It's full armor and a multitude of players from G2, and they're going to be facing with the first one, but Valid was not. So
Oh my god. It's an outlaw.
trying to slam the nails into the coffin nice and early. It is answered back with Jorgamo. A tap.
A tap, but the no commit.
Here,
Yeah.
G2.
Yeah, and
They
they're
think
going to
there's
go
more
back
players from
and
Gen.G
a
ready
lot
to
is on
deny.
Leaf on this
Okay,
one.
going
Oh,
backwards,
okay.
picking up the ult orb. If they
And
can
then
now
with the
get a
plant they
for
can
free,
res. And
suddenly
that means
there's a
Killjoy
res
should
online.
freeze
And
now.
Leaf,
Can't
he
push this
might
corner.
have an opportunity to
Ooh,
backstab.
nice
But
from Leaf.
Foxy9's
Okay.
awareness has been
Mad respect.
unbelievable so far on this map.
Good idea from
Watching
G2.
for it. Res is available. Bring one of your players back into the fray. Pick and choose. You choose
Yeah, and you choose Tranks, he has ult.
in the clutch. They need it now more than ever. Gen.G are slowly getting a grip onto the site. Leaf is that backup policy, but this is explosive. Dash across and forwards as an operator in his bloody hands.
Big ult.
That is not the
Got to
weaponry.
try to delay enough time for Leaf to get involved here.
Mincemeat. Gonna be denying this one though. G2 getting onto the plan, wrapping around. And the situation is pressing right now for Karen. Now that's one forced out into the open.
Smart from Karen.
Shot dance, lay it down. and
Really nice from G2. You got to give him that. That was a lovely 3v5 from them.
Brought back from Death's Cold Embrace.
Awesome
And
idea.
he's able to deliver the round for G2. What a look.
Shout out to Leaf as well, really understanding the strong line of where he can't cross.
Recovered a 5v3 round. Yes, they got a res out in the middle of that. So it ended up being mostly
2 ult shoes. Again, I'm not saying it's not an insanely costly round. I'm just saying that they did good to actually just win it.
And they are going to have to do that so many more times in a row, though.
Yeah. If you're looking at the bigger picture, it's not it's not a great sign, but it's still alright. And because of the op buy, they kind of have to lower this and keep an eye on the money here as well. They're saving pretty heavy to make sure that they can get the op multiple times on texture.
Multiple chances for them.
And they're so good on eco rounds as well, Gen.G. You know, put a sheriff in some of these guys' hands.
Texture with the knives just earned up. Munchkin though, decapitated. Texture trying to get active, trying to get into the fight and the fray. Karen by his side. Deep dart overhead.
And so actually quite a lot of threats already dealt with there. Texture run out of knives, Munchkin dealt with, and a pretty open A site. So
yeah, smoke over towards middle creates a little bit of pressure as well. So even when they do have to fast rotate over towards A, like all of this is a question mark as well.
But at some point, we've got to bring the discussion back to what we were talking about on Lotus. It's the ults for the team that's up massively in this spot. Think about the next time the rifles are going to be online. You know,
Yeah,
Foxy9's
it's
gonna
very
have a
very
lot
true what
to
he's
be able
talking
to work
about.
with.
They're
The
going to have
Vipers
Killjoy
pit,
ult. If
this
Ash can get a kill, they're going to have
defense is gonna be
Sova
reinforced
ult.
by massive ultimates in round 18. And that's if G2 can navigate danger here, because there's still a bit of spice in the round.
Not out of it. Not just yet. Doubled up towards the back of the site. There's a fight to be occurring here, and that's it. Shots fired on either side. Texture is how committed onto it. They're trying to drop and jump all the way straight up, trying to take this fight. It's a weird and wacky one indeed. Double face, double call. Trent delivers again. His team needed it most here, but that's time earned off, and there's no hope.
Yeah, I
in
don't
hell
think that's going to
protection.
accept
Maybe
it.
a gun reclaimed.
Ash one away from ult, so
really useful, right?
definitely a little bit of
I mean,
talk on
I don't
the
think he's
A
really
ult
going to
here.
get an opportunity. He's on the exact opposite side of the map. But you think about one of the big talking points we've had throughout Haven and
Okay, I mean,
Icebox
this is
that
the
even
round.
when G2
This is the
wins,
easiest round for Gen.G
they're
to
winning
win
by
out
close
of
margins that
probably
don't allow
most of
their
the
economy
rounds
to boom.
or opportunities
This
they're going to
time, though,
get.
4
They have
players
such a big
surviving,
ult
3
diff.
rifles kept. And the economy should be in an all-right state. It's the ults instead that I'm looking at. Because Munchkin with a Phantom and a Viper's Pit.
And you kind
on
of,
the
like,
other
you
side,
should know they're going for here.
Foxy9's locked
And I
down.
would say a lot of
And no
teams would be
Sovereign from
Molly
Trent.
shocking this.
Not even close.
How do you break it?
So, you know, this one is going to be really tough. It should be Gen.G if they execute it well, getting
Yeah,
up.
I'm pretty sure Ash is getting a
match
free
point.
ult here.
Through mid though, that's Texture with an off. He's going to be taking an early peek. Smoked off into his face. Ash Burns up his own.
Yeah, free ult.
Fury.
They spot the TP over towards middle, but then they kind of spot the TP back, so I think they know he went away from there.
Trying to pull eyes, trying to pull attention.
3
hoping
ults.
that he's freed up a little bit of B main.
Here.
The weight of the world is probably what's
This
right now on
this
G2.
alarm bot
You gotta just
is
keep it together
giant.
one round at a time, but the
It gives them
ults
so
such
much
a problem.
info.
I mean, having said
Wait,
that,
what happened to
though,
the turret?
Munchkin
I
has
missed
not
something, yeah.
decided to use the Viper
I
ult in
guess
this round.
Leaf broke
He's
it
not
with a
even in
molly.
position only just now where he could use it off info, off noise on B.
Okay, only spotted the
Later you leave
killjoy.
it, the Mortis lockdown's going to be a problem.
The person that would be
And
lurking
the Silver
anyway.
ultimate.
Smokes up. Texture. Gives it up, but he hears it now. There's going to be util coming out. Drone. Paranoia. Lying in wait.
Karen gets a kill over towards site, gets his ult.
And they finally see it. They receive it. Hearing that operator, that's the acknowledgement they were looking for. Karen
Is it
on
the
TP.
dodge texture
Gets
strat?
the hell out of there. There's 35
It's the dodge
seconds
texture
left. Where
strat,
are
but
you
look
going,
at the
G2?
minimap.
Ash, he rips the ultimate early.
Yeah, but he kind of gets info from this as well. They go back over towards B, 25 seconds. There is no way they're going to think texture is here. They literally rotate it to avoid him, and he's just on site. Oh, it's incredibly good from Munchkin. Munchkin in the smoke before the recon. Oh boy, that's my fault.
Texture. Trying to get instinctual as a dart. Okay, wall in his face and a dash
No
back.
trade.
Jonah P. At least finds Foxy now.
Jonah actually got the guy in heaven.
The spike is planted. Mad dash.
Ah, dude, it's really hard for them to retake
I
with
mean,
this.
so far, this has been
The two
biggest
ults
fumble
go
with the
down.
ultimates that you could possibly ask for G2. It's actually allowed them an opportunity to right the ship and avoid the snowball.
Texture creeping. Leaf has his teammates back. He'll step no further. Gen.G still trying to make a go of things. But time has bled away from them here.
It's an impressive round from G2, right? If you're just looking at the ults as well, they're looking at the killjoy ult, they're thinking if this killjoy ult goes down towards here, we're pretty wrecked. So they wall back over towards Snowman and actually go over towards the site to try take it, kill the VIP, which is probably the killjoy because of the ult, and then can play after plant. Very nice from G2. It's an impressive round. That's unlucky. I think Munchkin played it good up until then.
Committing to A and rips this overall early instead of saving it for a spike tap.
One enemy remaining.
Munchkin
Yeah,
is under
Viper
enormous
ult out of
amounts
them,
pressure.
Sova ult out of them.
Go for a risky
Very risky
Viper's
ult.
fit, and he gets caught.
And I think the pressure, you're starting to see signs of it crumbling perhaps. Gen.G immediately call a timeout. It's a panic button being hit. They have that ability. It's only the first timeout they've actually used because they have been in control.
The Viper ult not used? Nah,
That
it's
signs that
100%
things are
used.
getting away from them.
Yeah, I think you can tell that just from the outside, even without listening to the comms, that things got rattled there for Gen.G. They lost in spectacular fashion against Wolves, up at the half, in complete control of the game. Somehow, Wolves made outrageous comebacks against them on map 1 and map 2 to knock Gen.G
Wait,
down
didn't
to the
he ult
lower
earlier?
bracket.
He was trying to tuck in from the
It should be G2 going home. It's
Sova
only a short trip
recon.
for some of the guys, especially for Jonah P. But if they lose control of this map, it would be devastating for the Korean squad.
God, force them down to an eco, and then it's going to get to another big buy round, and G2 are going to have the ult advantage. That was the round. Like, if Gen.G do lose this,
feels
that is the
in a way
round.
that it shouldn't have been.
It's a balancing act between these two teams, and as you said, it feels possible. With those ults expended, G2 deep slow. Attempt to punish the peak if Munchkin wanted to go for it. Leaf might be getting pressed upon here, tested, asked to deliver. And he finds himself ahead. Karen.
Yeah, does Karen go and searching with the hero gun?
Drone clearing a lot of the way, spam into the corner. Munchkin still slips his way through, but look at that util. Just
My
Paramount to
goodness.
try and push him out and
But
away
they
with
don't
Paranoia.
actually cross.
Foxy9 is
Okay.
available as a bit of backup, and he's out into the open.
Ooh,
What's
what a
the
shot, mate.
There's a jumping to set them up, but still G2 have the
Lovely shot.
weaponry, they have the guns. Rifles in hand. And it is cheeky plays on order. Leaf.
Yeah, can't get much better
Take
timing than that
timing
one for
happily,
Leaf
can
as
hear
well.
it.
Hello?
Scuffling of footsteps, and he knows exactly where he is.
That's really nice. Even maximizing the ultimates there. Throwing the spike over to Trent in the 4v1, realizing that they've comfortably got the round and they can get closer to a Hunter's Fury. No disrespect to the Gen.G players though, they can hit shots. That jumping shot onto Jonah P was nice.
Disgusting.
But they haven't been able to put it together all at the same time in an eco round. 4 in a row for G2, and they've cut the advantage down to just 3. Weapons back
One
though,
away.
including
One
this
away from the
operator.
Sova ult, very far away
But
from
G2 are
these
not heading towards
Gen.G. Got that op out. We got
Gen.G still have all the tools.
res as
And
well.
also
So when you got the attack res, most common, just duel over towards here. Same theory as what you saw in defense, right? You can duel over towards here. If you die, as long as you stick towards the back, it's free res.
He's got this smoke here so that he can
So
punish
you saw that at the beginning, G2 here, just letting Trent fight out towards here makes a lot of sense when he's one away from his ult as well, right? So he would die, he would res, he would get his Sova ult. Killjoy ult for Killjoy. They have Sova ult if they want to. Sorry, they don't. I was getting too far ahead of myself. I was too busy in the res world where he got it from that.
But I could imagine that Jonah would be calling for it right now.
Yeah, I mean, they have a smoke to block this. As we can see, no one is here.
Gen.G trying to fill up that
And he can
space
hear the
towards A
turret.
once more.
Oh, they're smoking off the alarm bot
Smoke off
instead.
the
Makes it
alarm
feel
bot.
like a threat underneath
Oh man,
you.
what a weird round
Jonah
this is.
can
4 passing
squeeze
through
under
bottom
somebody.
middle.
Front of the
They
B
break
players
the
now
turret,
flipped.
creates pressure in
Munchkin and
kitchen.
Texture.
Or do they just straight up bust?
They've got to do it. Valin from the side there.
What is that? How do they both get
Exchange
kills?
traded out. Foxy 9 in through mid, and again, this game of timings, it could happen to any possible player. Leaf wins his, Ash wins out.
Tony, you gotta stay alive, mate.
Out towards it, top towards kitchen, and Ash is in a
Ah, what a
precarious
weird
spot.
round. They're just locked in,
What do you
G2.
run?
Someone kind of has to go crazy here. Definitely need to keep an eye on
Main
Leaf.
control is still theirs. Peeking out wide, though. Texture's not
Great
stopped
shot.
up for it. They're slipping away from Gen.G. They've got to try and answer back here. Trent is lucky. Doesn't go down to that one, and Gen.G are the ones falling, crumbling. Ash in a 1v2. The time ticking. Entrenched positions here from the G2 players. Snake bite Ash, sticking.
gets half.
Earns himself a possibility, but against 2 players, it would have to be ridiculous. Tough. Not being forced out. G2.
Okay, nicely handled from G2.
Collected.
Oops. Doesn't matter, they got so much money.
Composure there from G2.
I think there's
Original
2
game
people
plan of going over
from
towards
Gen.G
A
that
with
can't buy.
lockdown stifled, but Jonah P's lurk position up tube allowed
God,
them
that was
mid-round
mad. That's a
possibility.
fast trade there
Game
as
of
well, by the way.
action for Valin to move the chess pieces around and checkmate Gen.G's defensive setup. Karen and Texture
What a round this
We're
was. It was a
tricky
crazy
position
call.
down
The
there
4-person
towards
under
yellow, but they
mid
couldn't make anything happen. Trent's kill on Texture
with the
was
smoke deep for the
massive.
alarm bot.
And despite having
So it's pretty
21
much just like
kills
as
right
soon
now
as they
across
spot
20
the
rounds,
turret there,
Texture has
I guess
slowed down a
every
bit with
single
the
time they have
He
the
hasn't
alarm bot
quite
here.
been
So
able
he
to
spots the
find those
turret, gets info on the
opportunities with his
alarm bot,
operator.
and then with that info, Valen can just make the call.
5
And then
in
they
a
broke
row.
this as well, so it's not like the rotate can come in fast because they're scared of the passing in kitchen.
Is causing
And then they
Gen.G
look
to
kind of
not be able
comfy
to
with the
close out
plant here.
maps cleanly. And it could
It's a
kill
really
them.
cool call. Really cool call.
Second timeout for Gen.G, the last one left here. They might be ahead for now, but they have been losing grip of the series. G2 is not a team you want to allow in. Give them an inch and they will take a mile. G2 are hunting for their own chance of redemption. Chance to continue their story in this tournament. A chance to even make it to the finals, to right the wrongs of Bangkok. And they're hungry for it. You can tell. The energy has flipped.
Gen.G had all the belief. 11-4
Oh,
run.
diff
They
again.
felt
We
like
said the 2 people couldn't
they're
buy.
immortal.
That's these 2, and
was
so
their
obviously they
destiny.
go for a low buy. Stinger.
And now I think you're absolutely correct, Brent. The hope is starting
Lost
to
so
kindle
many
in
in
the
a row.
hearts of G2.
2-9 loss
In fact, it's
bonus
already there. I mean,
for
you can see
Gen.G
how they're
after
playing.
this.
Gen.G
Can
forced
both
down onto
coaches
another
talking
eco.
timeouts? Yeah.
One of the first times actually that we're seeing G2's
Okay, bit of a
economy
change up from
properly
Gen.G.
starting to get
Recon
out of
deep over
control.
towards B. Lose over towards A control. They are pushing. Jonah, this is risky, mate. Especially with seeing that recon deep.
Correcting for the wrong angle. Keron puts him down, puts him to bed. Jonah P no longer that threat onto the lurks. Deep push out through mid.
Yeah, everyone holds over towards the kill because
holding the
potentially they might be
line for
going
now.
back
There's
to
a
get the
man down
res.
with nothing
Man,
to push
Leaf
this back.
is
Gorgamo
gonna
winning a
make
wall
sure he
involved.
doesn't
Double face,
overstep
double
here.
swing.
1.
Leaf still wants to
It's
square
nice
up.
from Leaf. You
Potentially
saw
still
earlier
these
when he
players
was
because
dueling
it is
texture. This
a
time he
heavy
realizes that he
investment.
cannot give him a kill. Got a
arriving.
TikTok wall over towards
He's got Trent
sight.
as well for support.
Gen.G just trying to do the best here.
Look at that, sees the
Texture
feet.
might get chopped down to the knees, and meanwhile this fight taking place. Yes, chopped down indeed. Cut down before he can make a stand and an attempt of this one. Ash, he's forward now, rifle in hand.
Good reaction
G2
from
make a call.
G2.
No hesitation,
Realize they got to
trying
take
flip
some
this one
space,
around.
flash
Paranoia
behinds, and then they
still
go
catches.
push
They're
over
trying to take
towards
out
spawn and
Foxy
duel
9 before he can
together.
get going.
Good from
Trading
G2.
up towards the top.
It is good considering the situation they're in. They reacted very well. I think Leaf did good. I know he only got 1, but he bought so much time.
Today.
Some mightily impressive mid-round calling there from G2. After losing Jonah P early, you've always got the opportunity to go back and try to clear that flank, and instead calling for the fast pivot in, realizing that Gen.G were playing retake on A. They've got a free plan and flip the map, force the fight into Foxy 9. Look at the ult situation. And this is
the
why
ult situation's
that round, I think it was
crazy.
18, was so
Yeah,
important.
and again, they have so many
Gen.G had
options.
their
They might
chance
insta drone
to go
here.
up
They
to
might
12,
duel out
and
towards
they
here for the
squandered it.
res.
Now
Like,
G2,
they got all the
with all
options.
of the advantages,
Gen.G kind of
looking
need to do something
equalize.
proactive, really. They go for the recon, which creates pressure, like they're
moving
pushing
forward.
behind again.
Slow, relentless march over towards the A side and a kill.
It's a great fast pick. This was the Paper X, no? Right? The TP here, TP here.
Added up.
That's nice.
Total it overall. It's full side control now for G2. Slight gap, potentially over. But a pit now is going to be removing all of those sight lines. How do Gen.G play into this?
I mean, how'd you retake this?
They're backing away.
Yeah, yeah, they're not
backing
even
away.
trying. It is the right call. It is the right call.
They're giving up the rounds.
That's unbelievable.
G2.
What a crazy map
It's a
this is.
freebie, and on the precipice. And barely an ult committed to bring them level.
It feels similar in a mirrored way to what we saw at the end of Haven. I think the score even there was like 10-10, 11-11, something like that, where Leaf, he won a 1v1, and then G2 decided to eco.
Gen.G need these guns. You're so right. If there's any chance for Gen.G though, listen. Mind towards the side. Stray shots, peeking out, leave.
Oh, it's big. It's big. Foxy 9 has to take some kind of hit.
And Foxy 9, he only had 50 credits to his name.
Yeah.
That's
He's
a
at
timid
2950.
call from Gen.G, but who knows, with the benefit of hindsight at the end of this map, at the end of this match, maybe it's the right one. 7 rounds in a row.
7.
After an 11-4 lead to tie the game back up.
Blessed with an absolute banger of a map and a series overall. G2 are ready to run away with it. It's up to Gen.G to stop them now.
Looking for a tag early so that Trent can lead with a Hunter's Fury here. Try to find a pick. Not given anything though for Gen.G.
Mixture was tucked tight to Gen. Repositions, moves around. Shocks forward here, the drone needs to be taken care of.
And Texture hasn't had a big round in a while.
Crouched up.
Damn, the call out.
Off angle. Hoping to take out a belt player. Wherever else he may be.
Okay,
aiming. This is
G2,
5
take
players
A control,
grouped
cut
up.
sound,
The thing is, though, if
especially with
Texture swings and takes a risk
smoke
here and
over
goes
towards here and
1-for-1,
potential avenues
Jorg's
does
just
create
gonna get
pressure on the map.
So you kind of
Also means that with the
disincentivized to
wall
play
going up,
aggressively here as
creates
the Jet
pressure
on
over towards B
defense.
that they could have taken some kind of timing.
And this one was intended for a turret. That's in a different spot entirely.
And it really
Broken.
makes it feel like G2 are making a call to go back in towards
Yeah,
B.
dude, the
This is
cutter
gonna
sound.
keep
Look at the
3
cutter
players
sound. They literally could be over towards here. Look at Gen.G. 3 pass and bite with the killjoy. Like the cutter, the calling from G2 is pretty nice right now. Dude, he got hit by the recon.
Counter spam, trying to follow the
It's a
traces.
5v5.
He's forced to give this one up.
Uh-oh.
Down on the other side
Oh,
of things.
that's
Don't double
actually...
in time. Jorgemon forced to
Wait,
get
this
back
gets a
away.
little weird.
27 seconds left, Gen.G. They got
Molly
players
goes in, goes back for the same plant. He could get
Gonna
spammed
play
here.
this one a bit fast and loose.
Okay, they go
Walk
for the
through
Fnatic
onto one of
plant.
the
How much have they
angles.
practiced
Struck
this?
down.
It's a safe plant. They gotta fight heavier over towards side, and then they're wanting to.
With the move
Dude, swung out while he was dodging the ult.
push them back.
No
to the
way,
break.
man.
Gen.G are desperate now. They group up. It's a last hurrah to try and get themselves to 12 to prevent G2.
Yeah, and
from
once
getting
Leaf
to
realizes
12.
he can
But
just
they give
start
it up.
running at him, to be honest.
It's a save again.
Yeah, here goes Leaf. A death is worth here for Leaf.
And G2 immediately on the hunt. No remorse. Looking to try to deny the guns, deny the weaponry. Leaf, knife out.
Yeah, dude, Leaf might as well just start jumping around corners.
Throw caution to the wind.
Damn, he got one and dies, he gets his ult.
Nothing further into the next. Munchkin trying to step
Oh my god, got all of them. This is wild. Okay, they got one chance.
are up to series point.
How have we got to this position?
Yeah, how are we,
We've been
yeah?
talking
The calling from Valorant has been great, though.
From Gen.G to get back into this game, to get up to the lead. They should have been able to close this out it was 11-4, and it's writ all over Texture's face. He wears his heart on his sleeve.
Looking stressful. Ash has
and he
all.
can't find his footing in this game anymore.
Round 24, potentially the most important.
Okay, big change up from Gen.G. Push over towards middle. They want to punish middle. They can at least break the turret here. Only one person shoots it, so they don't know about numbers.
A bit more aggression here from Gen.G at the start of the round. They're not afraid, at least.
This early alarm bot might completely own them.
But it is Munchkin alone.
Wait,
still
guys?
defending B as other
Guys?
players rotate away from him. Entirely the wrong read.
Guys, you got the early alarm bot.
Doing as he hears the U-turn and paranoia. It's a good connection inside the smoke, though, dominating the angle. Shots are fired, wrapping around.
Whoa.
He's caught that timing, and it's a bullet to the back of the dome. Leaf, instant
Very
correction.
well,
Traded
can't
out,
raise
and
yourself.
The wall is still up for the safe plan. Ults are online. Gen.G, they're playing for overtime. G2 playing to close this out. Lockdown. It's a Hunter's Fury committed. An ult for an ult. Waiting patiently. Util to come back online. Smokes are blooming, blossoming. Fuel is up. Players are set in their position. A dash forwards, but Texture's gone. G2.
Damn, G2.
Evan a hero. Evan a miracle.
Look at his
team.
HP.
They're looking to put the fear of
No way, that's a that's a wild one, man. That's a wild one. They're still in it. God damn, what a map this was. Good series. Yeah, dude, Valorant's calling was awesome here. Really good. So many good rounds from him.
Gen.G should have had it wrapped up.
Sick game. Sick game.
11-4 the score, and G2
Gremlin Buddy with the 4 months. Thank you so much for the prime, bro. I appreciate that.
That is unbelievable. The way in which Gen.G have collapsed from this tournament is remarkable. Up in all of the important moments against Wolves and against G2.
Dude, they're sending it on the stage. That was Valen really giving it. Rightly so, man. It was a masterclass of an attacker. Oof.
heartbreak on the faces of these Gen.G players. I said it earlier, but listen, when you think of these events, no one's thinking about 5th, 6th. It's an earlier exit than they
Yeah,
wanted.
5th to 6th for
now,
Gen.G.
we are
They get
celebrating
they get 2 champs
They've
points.
earned the
That's
right
it.
to continue on one hell of a run through the lower bracket.
I can't even imagine what's going through their heads, and I feel for the Gen.G guys as well.
Does this look like a team that can win the event? They need to get to the best of 5s because they have a perma ban and they're gonna lose split. So they need to get to the best of 5s, in my opinion.
There is a reason why you should never doubt G2. They proved it again, but the question on my mind is, how do they do it? I am going to come over here and join the fans with Jogamo right now and find out, Jaw, how on earth did you make that comeback on Icebox?
I don't even know how we made that comeback. It is what it is. But we know we're the most disciplined team, so we're going to keep doing our thing, you know what I'm saying?
It required a lot of individual brilliance from every single one of you. What was the motivating factor for you to be so locked in?
We ain't going back home. That's it. Simple as that. We gonna be here for the whole thing.
Forever.
Now, you've already completed a lower bracket run back in Americas. How does this compare to that experience?
I mean, it's the international now, so we're on the big stage, but if we complete this, our storyline's gonna be insane.
Oh, it is that comfort zone. Follow me, follow me. Valen was going crazy on the stage. I need to get some energy from this man, my captain, my IGL. Tell me what is going through your mind right now. You got your revenge.
I didn't even hear the question, but I heard revenge, and yes, we did. Oh my God, bro, I'm shaking right now. But, you know, I really didn't want to leave today because this crowd has been phenomenal. And let me tell you what, we're gonna win this shit for NA. Let's go!
Okay.
Oh yes, you will now. Valen, you know, look, you were the favorites coming into this tournament after losing in the upper bracket. As you know, people always like to doubt you. They pray for your downfall. So tell the crowd, tell the fans why you are the favorites, why they should be with you all the way.
Because we have the best resilience out of any team. This brotherhood, the way we hype each other up, I was like, guys, should I peek pipes again? They're like, yeah, Jay, go, peek him, and Man, the trust, the brotherhood, the resilience in this team is why we're going to win this tournament.
I fully believe in you. Toronto, let them hear why you still believe in G2.
That was cool, man. That was good interviews as well. I didn't even hear the question, but I heard revenge was incredible. I like the confidence, they're feeling it. Misha, thank you so much for that as well. Thank you, thank you. If Fnatic win, we'll have another top 4 with one from every region. That is true. Can Fnatic beat Sentinels? Are they not just a map down before they start? They're losing Sunset. Unless they float... Unless they ban Sunset and float Pearl, and they have a Pearl. Okay, chat. Okay. Prius is here, and he says, I'm here to collect my VIP. I'm gonna be honest. I want more... I want nothing more in the world to deny this VIP. But I think we might have to give it to him. Prodigy just banned him. Prodigy just banned him. What the hell? I think we have to give it to him, chat. I'm not gonna lie. He did good. That first map was a masterclass. And it really hurts me to say that. It's lovely to know that Priest still has it in him. I just wish he could do it every map. That's all I'm saying. But I think he's earned it. I think we give him the VIP. We need to collectively make sure that Tarek removes his VIP. We need to get that VIP removed from Prius and Tarek's chat. So that he then has to earn that, and then the next series he does is going to be incredible again. It's a 1-for-1 trade, chat. You guys need to persuade Tarek to remove Prius's.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It came at a cost, Prius. It came at a cost. It came at a price. The problem is, Prius, you showed us how good you can be with something on the line. So now we have to always make sure something's on the line. Bova, Scottia, thank you so much for the tier 1, dude. I appreciate that. Obama74 with the prime also. Thank you, thank you. I'm mod in his chat. Ooh. Chat, I'm not sure we can get him unmodded. It's worth a try, to be honest. Okay, let me quickly upload this map to the VOD channel. Again, if you miss any games, we've got a VOD channel if you want to check them out. If I do bad, I need to re-earn VIP here. Oh, mate, you're gonna do bad. That's your standard. It's just a matter of when. I guarantee, Prius. Prius. I guarantee by the time the final comes around, that VIP's gone. That's all I'm saying. I know that VIP ain't lasting. If that's what you put in on the line. Okay, chat. I'll be back in a little bit, alright? I will be back in a little bit. Hopefully we get a series that is just as good as that one, because that was a banger. He always does game 1 of the day, so we'll know it's him for Friday, Saturday. Okay, there we go.
everyone. This is Gen.G, IG of Sentinels, and this is Meet the Team. Second, our superstar duelist, best in the world. Zelsis, the vet, Vibe Merchant, as you guys all know him. Narrates, the EMEA Slayer, came back to America to lift a trophy. Bank, the best anchor, best Phantom player in the league. And then me, just cinema, I guess. Oh. Yeah, in difficult situations, people tend sometimes to be a bit like stressed, like they're speaking fast and it's really hard to hear each other. So as the captain, I just make sure to tell everyone freeze, calm down, like relax, just focus on my voice, let me call, and just, you know, lead them.
Nice, good job, boys. We're so in there.
Hey, same thing as yesterday, baby. We're just warming up. Let's go.
Just need a warm up.
If I had to choose a good duo in our team, it has to be me and Zelsis, the best of friendos, obviously. The two unks of the team.
We got very young as a team. Last year we were probably a lot older, to be honest. We picked up Bang and Narrate. They've been honestly amazing. I can't complain. Obviously, it's taken us a while to get used to each other, but we've got there. They're both playing very well. They've really integrated themselves into the team and they're showing their skills on stage. So I'm happy to call them my teammates.
Two through. Nice. One more. Pit him in. I'm booking.
We're so in there, baby. Good retake. Let's go.
I've heard of this guy. It's very important to get along well with your teammates. Like, your synergy outside the game is going to translate inside the game. We just enjoy each other's company, so it doesn't really matter for us what we do. Like, it could be watching an NBA game or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. It's always fun.
Coming through.
Flash for you. Yeah, flash, I'm facing Marsh.
Two after.
Race fade.
Hand. Two hands.
Hand. Main. One hand. Main.
Nice, Sean. Let's go. Go, Sean.
Go.
I think my biggest advice to people trying to balance life or Valorant and the gym, for example, do it tired, do it whatever, you know, just make sure it gets done. And I think that's the biggest thing. I think all humans forget that they want everything to be perfect, so they don't do things that they should be doing because they're scared of not being perfect at it. I think you just have to do it. Listen, as a player, you guys barely see my legs, so you don't need to do leg day. You just need to do all upper body. That's what wins you Masters.
Sen City, here to play, here to stay.
Thank you guys for watching. I hope this was as entertaining to watch as it was for me to film.
Thanks for watching.
I'll see you guys next time.
G2, after that dramatic win, managed to stave off elimination, bringing us down to 5 teams, and soon we're going to be left with 4. Welcome back, everyone, to day 10 of Masters Toronto, and our second elimination match of the day. It's Fnatic versus the Sentinels. Golden Boy here alongside Kukuka as well as Mimi as we look to break everything down. And well, look, like our first matchup, this one also has some history, and this history actually leans quite nicely for the Sentinels because an organizational record, it is 3-1 in favor of Sentinels. But Mimi, we all know those are different rosters, different journeys those teams took, but it's still interesting to see the history there.
Yeah, now it's only poster left from the players who were on the stage in Reykjavik 4 years ago, but there is more recent history between these teams. They played in Champions Seoul just last year, and so trying to get that rematch now for two rosters that, well, if both had changes, have the same core payout.
Yeah, exactly. And we're also speaking about the same circumstance. The second round of this lower, Sentinels ended up sending Fnatic home and ending the run. But I still think that as a global, as we're looking at it, in the history,
this should be a banger as well.
Iterations of each of the teams.
Chad,
They've changed so much
Fnatic
that I feel
have
like
a map
when
they for
Sentinels
sure
have been
win?
successful, Fnatic hasn't. They cannot be at the top together.
Interesting.
And they have a very similar kind of change since that game they played in Seoul. Both of these rosters lost.
Ooh, I wouldn't go with Split.
Players. Tens and Saucy for Sentinels no longer on the roster. Some of the most experienced players there. Durka not on Fnatic anymore. The player who was with them since the very beginning. But both these squads have found new players that have filled those shoes well. And now
I'm more likely to lean to a Lotus Icebox, but I don't think there's anything on the same level as
this is exactly
what Sentinels have.
If you just love this game, you love watching this game, you're going to see two of the most prolific teams.
The crazy thing is, I think from what I've seen,
from a guy who knows a thing or two about these high-pressure matches.
Fnatic have more of a chance on PAL. It's purely because I haven't seen their Pearl, and I've seen their
I'm now
Sunset.
joined by Crashies from Fnatic. Now,
I think they have
Crashies,
to
you've
flow
been
it.
such a mainstay of America's Valorant, and now you're in the EMEA region. But today you have a chance to kind of complete a little bit of that redemption, eliminate an America's team that you used to be a rival against. So how much does that motivate you, and do you think you've learned enough from EMEA to be able to take them down?
Definitely motivates me. I mean, obviously, like you said, I'm used to playing Sentinels. I played them a lot in my career. I kind of know how they play, and now I kind of have like the EMEA play style as well, so I feel like I have a little trick up my sleeve, so yeah, it'll be fun.
All right, thank you very much. I can't wait to see it.
All right.
The last time he played Sentinels, though, was in Stage 2 of America's last year. NRG lost that match. That went on to be the
You feel like Sentinels are a 7-map pool team. Yeah, I think they are, right? I mean, they kind of, at least going into the beginning of the tournament, they at least made it look like they were. And the Sunset, then pick the Sunset next game.
He had to go all the way to Europe to get on another Tier 1 team.
Hey, we'll take him. We'll love him. We'll give him the love. We've brought it back to a global stage. On the other side, funny enough, you're speaking about Crashies going now to EMEA. On the other side, we have Narrate, who you didn't believe in. We believed in him. Put him in Tier 1. Funny enough, the last match that Narrate played on EMEA was against Fnatic, and they also lost. So it is also the redemption from both of the sides.
Oh,
Nobody
boy.
likes each other.
Yeah,
but
clearly,
they all do.
But you know what Fnatic does like? Bringing new ideas to the table, because they were here. We saw some interesting stuff here. We saw
at least one new comp.
Come
Yeah,
on,
they got one.
That's news. That's big news.
Also, give me the ability to segue into that content, okay, Bea? Goodness gracious. No, I'm kidding, of course. But here's the thing, though. We did see some new ideas from this Fnatic team, which, to your point, Bea, is a thing that you don't see a lot from this Fnatic roster. But I think it goes to show how much
Is Boaster have beef with any player?
Exactly, and
Nah.
especially if we think about
I'm not sure
the fact that
Boaster
it
has the
was
capability
in
of
SN,
disliking
something
anyone.
that maybe we did not expect, and many teams, definitely RRQ, may have not predicted, because in Lotus, this composition we've seen from them for a very, very long time. Staple, same as for Haven. Those compositions they've shown for a very, very long time. They created the mid round, and many people followed after. But then the one on Ascent, bringing in the Chamber and the Vice, is something that we did not expect, but could be something to identify them from.
It ended up being really fruitful,
Boaster
though.
hates
Alfia,
Mini. I mean, that might be
on
true.
The attacking side of this map had such great work. I love the way that
That one
not
might be
only
true.
was he finding value on the lurks, but in a lot of rounds he was entering with the team, setting up his TP gate in main, and then walking into these sites and basically just being a turret in the post plants, continuing to fight forward. That continued into the second half of this match as well. It was a great map for Alpha, a player who struggled earlier in this tournament, but stepped up big time when elimination was on the line.
And in many occasions, as you're saying, he has not been showing up. On Haven, for example, when we saw him with the ISO, he has us used to a performance that is off the charts. And it was not until Ascent, when we saw him back in the chamber, that I feel he was comfortable enough. The aggression that he was able to show, covering an A and putting all that pressure in the map, is if Alpha is having that kind of day, you better pray it doesn't happen until map 3.
Yesterday
That was the map.
for
They don't get to
Fnatic,
see.
when they played, that was for me showing that the veterans can step up to the guys who have been around
Go on,
for a while.
cameraman.
Alpha,
Almost.
Chronicle, they both had really good matches, and it was for the most
Zen,
part, you know,
maybe?
looking towards guys like
What does that
Kayak,
look
that
like?
rookie player in the early stages for Fnatic. Now everyone coming online in this lower bracket.
And then, of course, on the other side, though, you have Sentinels who
Look like a Sen?
they
Yeah, I think it might
had
look
some
like a Sen.
great games here in Toronto, but that PaperX game, man, that split 13-3, Kukuka, an absolute thrashing. And even though Sunset went down to the wire, it was still PaperX's game. They walk away with that 2-0, and you know Sentinels had to be mad about that.
Absolutely, especially the way that this Sunset ended with
They
was
might
it
not have
Gen.G
selected it and it could be the
able to
default,
get that
yeah.
final kill, that sneak
You're
it
right.
was literally in his face, well, across the smoke. But yeah, maybe go on.
Sorry, I just saw that Jing kill again, and I could not stop myself from
reacting,
bursting out, because it was just crazy what PaperX was doing. This map 1 was an absolute slobber knocker. They destroyed them in this game, and Sentinels they looked shocked, right? The players weren't trading for each other. No one was hitting their shots. They were completely out of that. And it's heartbreaking for them to come really close on
Who defeated Fnatic? Gen.G. Gen.G knocked him to lower bracket.
Game. But for them, fortunately, it doesn't come through. Now this lower bracket and a really
He went 3 maps though, and Fnatic,
now that we were seeing those maps,
probably.
Split. So
I mean, Fnatic should have won Haven. They just heavily misplayed the attack. But they also had a really rough sunset. They kind of got exploited a little bit.
When they played against PaperX.
Yeah, it's very true.
And as we can see, they probably messed up the veto as well. They second banned the SEN instead of playing it. And after seeing their Ascent, they had a much better chance there. But apparently they get wrecked in prac as well. Boaster said in an interview.
Absolutely. Zekken has been really good in all of this tournament thus far for Sentinels, but in this game, he was one of the biggest reasons.
I'm Shower with the Prime. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you.
Really impactful rounds,
I appreciate the Prime usage, mate.
On that defensive side, still had the confidence up, and you reflect on this team's year, and you look at their failure in Bangkok. Zekken was the one right after they got eliminated from that tournament, sitting down and having the hard conversations with the team, criticizing himself, the other players, the team, and really helping them to focus in on finding improvements for stage 1. They found those improvements, made it to the final against G2, made it close, and are now here again. He's more than just a young aimer, Bea.
And speaking about conversations, back when we were in Madrid, the conversation about the MVP was still not a thing. We were still not handing out the bracelets, but that bracelet would have been for second. So he has now a chance to enter the conversation if he survives today to become the MVP of Toronto.
Ain't that the truth? Well, earlier Yinsu had an opportunity to catch up with the captain of the squad. Here's John Cutie.
Every day is a good day when we get to hear from the one and only John QT. Now, John, in these tournaments, as you know, it is very important to be able to recover after a tough loss. I wanted to ask you, what is your role when it comes to the emotional and the mental comebacks of Sentinels?
Just making sure the team always believes that we can win, and bad days happen, which happened yesterday. And yeah, obviously not our first rodeo. We've been here before in Madrid and Champs. And kind of funny, it was against Fnatic 2 in Champs, and we had the better of them. So yeah, just making sure everyone is focused, motivated, and ready to make a run. Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
And you heard John mention that there. This guy took his team to a trophy in Madrid, and that was his first international appearance, and this guy managed to hoist the trophy over his head, Mimi. You know he's got what it takes to lead this team to the promised land.
That was his rookie year after failing to ascend with M80, got the big opportunity to play for SEN, to lead this team, and he led them out of the rut that was Sentinels 2023. That was probably the worst year for this organization, and now in his sophomore year as a leader, trying
Sunset,
to beat Fnatic
Ascend
again
Icebox.
and go on to try for another trophy.
And he also
Big
mentioned
Bam
as well,
Paul,
which we covered in the beginning,
Sentinels
that
pick
champs
Sunset,
match as well. So
and
John
then
Cutie's very familiar with the
a
pressure
lot
of
of
these
confidence in their
Ascent
from Fnatic.
in the same situation.
Yeah, to me,
Sunset,
it's the turnover
Ascent,
time. Like,
Icebox.
if
Okay.
you want to have a good match against either Sentinels or Fnatic, you would pressure that
Sentinels
time,
ban
but you're
split.
not going to have it in this instance.
They ban
Everything that you had
split.
prepared had to be ready already.
You absolutely
Okay.
do, but there's a great IGL on the other side. Boaster kept his team in that game.
I think,
after
I mean,
the brutal
if Fnatic can get to the
loss
third
on
map,
two.
not too
They
bad.
both proved to be strong
If Fnatic can
mental
get to the third map, it
leaders
should
in
be
this
pretty
tournament
good.
thus far. But for Fnatic, there's the extra chip on
Chat,
the
let me try
shoulder
something. I
with
saw,
that rematch from Champs.
Both of these teams
Saw
could
who
very
did
well
this? Was it
be
Only Pixel?
contesting for a trophy
Only
when
Pixel
it's
did
all
this. I have to use
said
FNS
and
stream because
done.
I can't do
But what
anything
makes
else.
this matchup
If you
even
go here,
better
chat,
is that
on
it
your
is a
Twitch and you go to the
classic
bottom, check you got a
Americas
Prime,
versus
you can use your Prime on
EMEA
me.
clash. You love to
That's what,
see
that's
it.
what Only
It's, of
Pixel
course,
does,
gonna
and
be
he
a
ended up
challenge
getting
no
like
matter how
50
you
Prime
slice it.
subs.
Because on the one side, you have a
So,
very game
maybe
and
check it,
prepared
maybe get a
Fnatic
Prime
that
Sid
knows
in
they
there.
have what it takes
Maybe
to
we
go
get
to the
one out of
top.
this.
But
Let's
on
see.
the other, you have Zekken and the boys who could very well lead the charge.
Yeah,
Folks,
don't go to
let's bring
FNS
out your
stream
two
and use it
teams and
there.
welcome Sentinels and Fnatic.
Instructions unclear. I gave my Prime sub to FNS. Oh, dude, we got some. Oh, this is incredible. Is this what streamers do? Dagger 3,200 with the Prime. Thank you for doing that, mate. We got Reiki UK with the Prime. Thank you for that as well. Sora also. Goose 222 with the Prime. Holy. Eric, thank you so much. Bunagi with the Prime. Corvus as well with the Prime. D909 with the Prime. Mindscore. Dude, we're up to 10.
It's the last
Unicorn, thank you so much.
versus the
Chloe as well.
Americas.
Got so many new members with Prime. Thank you so much, guys. And new worlds opened up. Oh my goodness. This is crazy. Airfire also. Blue Lemons. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for doing that. I've never done that. I've never done that. To be honest, I never knew where you could find the Prime sub. Secret Agent Man also, thank you so much for the Prime, and Mogmeister, thank you for doing that as well. Sync as well, thank you so much. We got James, Tuck, Deha with the Prime. Guys, you guys are doing too many that I'm going to be doing it too much, because we've got 20 so far. Alco Holistic with the Prime as well, thank you so much, dude. Moose 9879 with the Prime as well. My goodness, this is crazy. I should be doing this every day. Is this what I've been missing?
And I think that one of the reasons why they probably went for that ascent is because I do not think they showed even 20% of what they have already.
We've been streaming for 3 years. We could have done this every day.
Yeah, and an RQ that had no response.
Mogmeister, thank you so much. We've got Sync as well. Dude, I'm going to have to get the... I've lost track.
Confidence for today. And also, we were speaking about the time. No, the teams not having time. Preparing against something like that is very specific, and we need to look at the coaching staff for that.
Yeah, and really Coach Kaplan as
this
well
is
as
crazy.
Coach Lon have their work cut out for them. Let's also
Where were we?
The time back to champs, because let's not forget,
okay,
Sunset
James,
was the
Tuck. Yeah, we've done you. Cafe, thank you so much. Apostle, thank you very much. Thank you. Kalika, Briglin, Kenny Jones, thank you so much. Pandara, Sebi, I appreciate that. Walker, 128, Anfex with wings, Raggy T, Raggy, Kex, thank you as well. ERBNGG, thank you so much. Rando Gem with the 10 gifted, Ace Cider with the Prime, Flames, Logic Valor with the gifted to I'm a Silly Goose, thank you for that. Mac as well, appreciate you. Jano, thank you so much. Addictaholic with the 100 bits, thank you for that. Bodega with the 5 gifted, thank you so much. CNed's getting involved, thank you CNed, mate, good to see you, bro. Kaiokan with the 5 gifted, Hefo Star with the Prime, Core J with the Prime. Guys, I'm doing this every day. This is the maddest thing ever. Shay Cry with the tier 1. Thank you so much. Dexter Morgan. Appreciate that as well. And Call Me Chew with the Prime. Rando Gen with the 6 gifted as well. Thank you. Chemayuki with the 7. Chemayuki, you're doing a random 7-1. Goji as well. Thank you so much. Big Blue Robot with the 5 gifted as well. Chat, you know what to do. Get the Oiler spam going. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the gifted as well. Tanuka with the Prime. There's still more of you. Noya with the Prime as well. My goodness.
It's there, but these are also two teams that feed off that energy. You've seen Zelsis, you've seen Boaster, probably this tournament's two best
Sliggy Econ report. I've probably got the only chart of the event that goes like this.
Standing up, feeling that energy and channeling it to win.
Josie Wales, 13. Thank you so much for the Prime, dude. Appreciate that. Live from Hollywood with the 5 gifted as well. Thank you so much, dude. DJ Plunker with the Prime as well. Thank you for the 7 months, mate. Thank you, guys. I appreciate all the support. Thank you for doing this.
If you're a Valorant fan, you want both of the teams to make it through, but of course that cannot happen. There can only be one survivor today. Can Sentinels bounce back from that loss yesterday?
Alien, Ash as well. Thank you so much with the Prime. We got lucky with the 10 gifted as well. Chat, if anyone got gifted from all these gifts, make sure you say thank you to whoever gifted you as well. TFS Nova with the Prime, McTruffles 420, of course, with the tier 1 as well. Thank you so much. We get Sunset. Does Fnatic change up their comp? Because they looked a little lost. But was it their comp or was it their calling? I think it was their calling. Spark with the Prime as well. Thank you so much for the 26 months. Jack as well with the tier 1. Thank you so much as well, dude. I think we lost count, to be honest. We had a count going and then I felt like we lost count.
This is very much uncomfortable territory for
they're kind of floating like they might change comp.
Being a team that permabans Pearl, they're going to have a good Sunset.
Yeah, coming into the tournament, having a
Safe
permaban,
FC, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you for doing that. And Squelchy with the Prime, thank you for the 6 months also. Hurricanes with the Prime, thank you as well for doing that. My goodness, that was a lot. I appreciate all the support, everyone. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for that. El Crane as well with the tier 1 as well. Thank you so much.
And they were unable to convert any of the other anti-ecos afterwards.
Can you do that every day? Yeah.
Holy. Get the confidence and get
that was nuts,
way before them.
This is it, folks. Last match before we lock in our top 4.
Okay.
The pressure
Well,
couldn't be
they
higher.
lock in the same
Everyone
stuff.
in here is losing their minds as they get ready for this game. You see everything all locked in and ready to
Toasty
go.
Goose as well with the prime. Thank you so much.
Wonder,
Kovam Eco as well. Also,
more?
thank you very much, man. I
Who do you
appreciate
think
that.
wants it more? Do you think Sentinels want it more?
Not the breach. It's fine. Sentinels use the breach well, and honestly, out of all of the maps, this is probably the best breach map at the moment. The
crowd is ready for this one, folks. Let's do this. It's EMEA's last stand, so it's only fitting that we send it over to Pansy and Hypoc on the mic.
You want nothing so good.
And look, I'm not above sending them home with a smile on my face. Mike, this is a tale of 2 Titans in Toronto. A matter of survival now. We start on Sunset. Where's your mind going?
Yeah, I don't want to say it's a little bit of a surprise. Obviously, I think Sentinels, no shocker there to lean into.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
To see that this is really going to set the tone for this series. Again, everything on the line here. Elimination basically looming for both of these teams, and some concerning losses previously, the more so being
Did Prius get his VIP? He did. But he can also lose it.
Right,
First game of every day. If we think he's had an absolute shocker, I'll be the first to type remove VIP Prius. I rolled. Thank you so much with the 5 gifted. Thank you for doing that. Again, anyone that got gifted, please say thank you to whoever gifted you. Sliggy changed his shirt as well. I'm not changing my shirt, but I'll take the 5 gifted, man. Thank you so much for that. Dude, change your name, for God's sake.
Maybe a stack for Sentinels, right? Actually, core sights of.
I appreciate the gifted, man. Thank you for doing that.
Yep.
Cypher over towards Psy got the kill trip.
Doesn't get too much pressure, and avoiding that paranoia allows him a little bit more breathing room. Kayak would love to squeeze that away from him. Good trade from Bang, though.
It's really nice from Bang as well. Managed to get all the way over towards Sight.
Skipped a little further ahead. So they're trying to carve a path forward.
I think
looking for some more options.
Fnatic need this pistol. I'll be honest. They need to get off to a great start. Because they didn't look comfy on this map before, and that is 1-0 for Sentinels.
Fnatic almost playing into that pinch there, a little desperate to try and recover.
Naru 32 with the tier 1. Thank you for doing that as well, dude. Thank you for that.
Seemingly find the opener they needed, but it's Bang to really turn this back. Chronicle falling as well.
One enemy remaining.
Why not ban it? They don't play Pole, mate.
The biggest challenge he's faced
You
so
raise the volume
far.
slightly, yeah.
In terms of the
Be high
head-to-head
now.
today, Zekken, one of the best.
Corrects is 30 as well. Thank you for doing that, dude. Thank you, thank you.
Certainly all eyes towards him.
Yeah, and Zekken's proven it time and time again.
Okay,
right?
Outlaw,
Tournament
everyone
after
can get
tournament,
one
he's
shot.
always been
Fnatic on this, they do
For Kayak, it's a
get double
impressive run.
Sheriff out and
The
Zekken.
man, and he'll show you why.
Yeah,
Quick
get some
two.
freebies.
Kayak and Boast are going to feel
I
that.
feel like Zekken's stats on just this map
Zen don't want to
are
allow Fnatic to get off
wild.
even the starting blocks.
Slow down round 2.
Ducky 0320 with the prime as well. Thank you so much for that, dude.
Alpha with a Sheriff, though. He's the one that's probably going to look
Again,
for
shout
a
out to
pick.
everyone that gifted. Thank you for all the support.
Right, almost entertaining the idea.
And the primers as
That's
well.
a trade-off. Alpha
And the
down
tier
to
1s.
20
Everyone.
already.
Trip over towards top mid.
Sheriff in
If
check for the time being.
Crashies actually finds that, it does help a lot later on. He can either put a shock here or they can start spamming it.
Goes, yeah, little off angle from Bang.
Down mid.
I've got to say for me as well, Bang is such an unsung hero
Every
of the
single
Sentinels
bullet
team.
hit.
I mean, there's a lot of highlight players, right? There's a lot of personality to that Sentinels side, but Bang is always such
Thoughts
a
on the
safe
Ascent
pair of
pick?
hands. Such a solid
They
player.
have good theory
And
behind it.
Alpha?
I think I know
Nice
what
shot.
Sentinels will probably
Need a whole
do,
lot
but I
more of
think
those, though.
Fnatic will
like Narrate would like to
think
close
the
scout
same as
down,
me as
and
well,
he
so it'll
does.
be interesting.
Safety found
They
for
definitely have a lot
Sentinels
of
in the first
confidence on
two.
this.
Rather
From what I've seen,
unfazed thus
Sentinels
far.
on defense will fight B main a lot.
Comfortable as well, carrying across
A lot more. But we'll talk about that when we get to it.
Well, that's going to deter Fnatic initially. Slow things down for their buy round.
Can you say what it is? I pretty much did that. They should fight B main all the time. They can't let the Vice get free info.
With Bosa looking like actually might settle for just a Guardian here. Don't expect him to be at the forefront.
Okay, everyone gets the heavy
of this
armor.
buy round, but
And
certainly getting
let's see
indicated
something
here
from
pace, a
Fnatic.
widespread default from Fnatic.
I like this
Just
from
putting out the
Zekken,
feelers. Yeah, Zekken on a deep angle here.
Yeah, it's a question mark of how long he holds it. Deciding against staying up for too long, but
What went wrong for
an
Gen.G?
initial show of force. You can see a little bit of a
It was a bit of a
deeper
G2
exploration
masterclass
over
on
to A side as well,
attack.
putting up that one-way
The
smoke,
main
controlling the
round
space
that they
set.
lost was
Still
that
with this line.
double ult round.
no light shields on the other
I
side.
think
so
it was
won't have that same validity,
11-6.
but it can certainly do some good chip. Kayak going to be feeling
That's
the
like where
brunt
I
of
would
that
say
down to
it
10,
kind of
and
all
that's an early
changed.
big bit of damage.
Now Fnatic looking to put things in motion.
Interesting Wolf Fnatic. So they do the smoke here. You can kind of pop the smoke up. You can disrespect the one way. They might be in front of it. It equals up the one way. Think of the camera as well to kind of give them info. And then every time that you pop that, this person has to commit so heavy that you normally won't do it. So it kind of creates pressure either side. Right, imagine committing here to try and see this line. As soon as you get caught, you're going to get spammed through this box as well. So here they insert 2 over towards A, and then Spike goes over towards B. So A fake into B here.
Zekken, who did have that deeper line initially
Wall
towards
again,
B,
middle
slipped back
pressure,
towards
right?
Miller. Again, playing
3
these
avenues.
deeper angles, and Kayak. Whoa, banging shot though, barely alive, and he lands. It's that second remove.
This is weird.
Zeltz is then going to try and find some timing. 14 seconds of Fnatic looking for the plant. Alpha gets it done. Zeltz is maintaining the space, but the rotations are coming in.
Be careful here. Actually, could get overwhelmed towards CT, but actually...
It's a great stun. Might have 2 kills there if he... Yeah, I don't blame him. He's 10 HP.
You're looking for both
We saw the stun hit too, but... Oh
Again,
boy.
step after step, 2 kills for him. 3v3 in the post.
Kind of need Alpha to get a kill on site here.
Now looking for Fnatic to try and find some sort of answer. Can't get locked out of sight here. Zelsis actually doubles down.
An Alpha, an unknown position, but now given away, but Zelsis!
Zelsis, man. We won a lot of jaws. Okay. I don't want to be a complete downer on this, but this map is done. Like, for sure, Fnatic needed a good start.
Heroics with 10 HP, but instantly Sentinels fighting it back in off the back.
We no joke might be witnessing the best Sunset team at this event against the worst Sunset team.
Fnatic a little cautious to continue pressuring towards CT.
Ooh, frustration on Boaster.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a fumble here on the bonus, but all credit due to Sentinels to convert.
Vapor-X? That's true.
Investment here,
Second
Guardian,
best.
couple of
Second best. Sorry, that's my bad, chat.
Some stingers. It's
That
only
is my
the
bad. I
neural
agree to
theft
that.
available for Fnatic. There's not much to pull into round 4 here.
No, and this feels rather similar, doesn't it, to almost that second round. Second over towards...
Very tempered early rounds here from Fnatic.
Prius, enjoy that VIP while it lasts. That's all I'm saying.
Some of the setups here, but not necessarily any variations so far from Sentinels, so...
Okay, small...
Nice shot.
So snappy.
Damn, that was quick. And Zelsis not feeling particularly pressured. He can just cycle those one-ways.
Nice from Zelsis, though, until he...
Pressure's now a little bit less deadly, but okay, these shots are hitting a while.
No way.
Almost didn't finish his dinner.
Yeah.
It's
a low buy though, but 4 people surviving, 1 armor rebuy. Yeah, this is gonna look it's gonna look very convincing.
Phased at all.
Coasting through these early rounds, Lauren. Fnatic probably need to get a grip on things pretty early on. I was going to say, wouldn't be surprised to see an early timeout here. Oh. And haven't really forced any sort of adjustments from Sentinels just yet. Zekken happy to stand his ground.
Well, I guess we'll never know what he said.
Timeout here. Early pump of the brakes from Fnatic.
They look cold, Mike. It feels like they're, you know,
They look cold, but they just don't.
Getting much say
They're just
in the
not
way
good
these
at the map.
rounds
They
go.
don't feel
We've
comfy.
seen how deep Sentinels are sitting, making them really play to try and get into these sites, trying to take that market control that's not working. I mean, Zekken's been controlling that like a champion, right? Every time, hard to clear. Then you could throw in Zelsis to the mix, whoever you want, bang, playing it back in from kind of top middle. He's been excellent, 7-1 already.
Why not ban the map? Mate, if they don't play Paul, they don't play Paul, they would have, like, as in, they would have lost heavier than this.
Then maybe it's a positive for Fnatic to
It's as simple as that.
try and exploit such a thing, but towards the minimap here, it's pretty much carbon copy once more for Sentinels. Fnatic leaning towards a set piece early on.
Fnatic actually might benefit the most out of the changes.
Slow default.
Minus
Not really
Pearl,
achieving much. Like I said,
so
these
they
are
can
the
go back to
fact
banning
finders.
this
If you
map.
use them, you come away with
Bind
something
goes
to
back
work
in.
on, but
Historically
walked into
kind of liked
similar
it.
setups on repeat so far.
Yeah, need to find a solution quick. If we want a bit of a game
They
here,
lose split
really.
though, but
Yeah, a couple ults nearby. Kayak's not too far off. Neither is
I think it's a bigger win.
Kayak off to a quick beginning, but the stall instantly comes out. Prowler to follow.
Fnatic, yeah, that's true. That's actually true. Riot were like, damn, we really wrecked EMEA this event. Everyone had less time for EMEA. Let's help them out a little bit. Let's get rid of the map they can't play. We'll get rid of Paul. It's actually like an apology. It's basically an official apology. That's how I see it.
Just taking a peek with the TP.
And the one thing I love about how Sentinels approach playing Fnatic, there's no fear about it. They play like they're the favorites, which you could argue they are in this scenario. There isn't that hesitation
if they do push over
or worry.
towards it,
They are
they
as calibered,
pop
as
wall though.
prolific.
This is
as
what
each
happened
other in
last
that
time
regard.
Fnatic played. They kind of
And
get to
already
this
a good
area,
read here. Look at
and
the
when they didn't get a
rotation coming
pick,
in. You're gonna
they
start
didn't
seeing
really know
Gen.G
what to do.
Head over to the right side, catching towards top middle, joined by Narrate. They've got a good beat on what Fnatic want to do, but this slow, steady pace isn't catching anyone off guard yet.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Big 1v1 for Narrate here.
Made to force second a little deeper here with that paranoia.
Still have to give away the game if they want to close down towards him, though. And there it is. Oh, that's good for Kayak.
Big win.
Yeah, and that was basically all building towards it. Now at 25 seconds, overwhelmed. Zelsis goes down. They've fought for middle control, and they've won it out.
This is really
that was
nice.
a very procedural round almost from Fnatic. These final 3 players, it's tough to come back into this.
Especially with such deep control from Alpha. Obviously boasted to complement that as well. Still a way back in here.
Slow, methodical mid take. Not even sure I've ever seen that. Smoke goes up here, but then you block it and get past it. So it blocks. I mean, as soon as this person knows about it, you're going to get spammed, but you ain't going to know about it for a little bit.
You could obviously see how many were waiting.
Great, thank you so much for the prime, dude. I appreciate that.
For once, it does feel like that kind of isolation of Zekken worked out, right?
It's actually a great run from Fnatic. Middle of the sense look cool. They looked alright. They looked nice. A little split over towards B, and they get so much money for this. That's the main thing as well.
Window of opportunity after the paranoia is posted, unless you can scale up effectively and lock somebody like Zekken out of the site.
Seems hard to repeat. I'm pretty sure Narrate would have spammed the hell out of him again, but
guarantee.
They did this first Gen.G, not as convincing as this. They kind of stuck bottom and middle most of it.
Zero theft really.
I imagine that's what they wanted to do all the time with Bacon for sure.
Nice, boys. Really good round.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
I mean, even now, that doesn't look overly happily about it.
No, I mean, we saw frustration early, and that's not something you're used to seeing with Boaster. He's very, very calm normally, if not always leaning towards a positive, but let's see how this looks. A little bit of an answer back for Sen's 4 rounds now. Kayak with ult, Crashies with it online too. Contact off the Prowler, and Bang getting curious. Flash in, swing!
Whoa,
it's stunning from Bang.
Great shot.
Found by Crondo, takes away Narrate, who's meant to be that support system.
It was, wow, it was really nice from Chronicle. Popped the smoke to the Omen flash couldn't, or the Omen couldn't capitalize off of his flash, and then stays close, goes aggro, gets the kill.
Just yet as well, Boaster trying to pick up maybe
Impressive.
somebody in rotation. Only really Zelsis on the chopping block.
Gen.G had a Viper smoke that was market. That is true, yeah.
A cam here, but he's not spotted.
Yeah, they can never like force their way in.
Oh my god,
Wow, crazy timing.
Welcome to live
He's
events.
either gonna
See if you
completely
figure
own
it
it
out.
or he's gonna miss the timing.
Around we go, completely unawares. And Zelsis is going to clear this Zekken. He's got the operator.
Yeah, and the thing is, they could be locked over towards here or side, right?
He's got a lot of pressure now.
Yeah, as the
coming
trip
his
goes
way.
down, he
Decides
realizes that
against
he's been
it.
absolutely
Holds
owned.
that deeper line again. Good choice. And a great
Nice shot. It's good shots at the moment. These are fast.
Spotted, holding his space towards CT. Support's coming in, and Zelsis on the flank. Yeah, they got sight, but this post plant won't be.
Yeah, they got a Viper molly though. Viper molly. When does the smoke come up? Smoke towards back aside. They can heavy hold this now with the molly as well at one point. Especially as the trip goes up. Now what? Over the top of the smoke.
Maybe above the smoke. I don't know. But Alpha with an
Oh!
You get away with
Oh, dude, Chronicle. That's a crazy round from Chronicle. Okay, hold up. 2-4 loss bonus. 1-2 was the lowest. Okay, one more buy round and they force him to an eco.
Still some question marks.
Nice round from Chronicle.
For sure, but
and this is classic Tron, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. Happy to stand his ground here. Yeah, over the top of the smoke. It looked like it might have just come straight through.
Remaining.
Chronicle delivering here. Maybe a swing round for Fnatic. So retrieval of the operators, well, Alpha actually going to pick it up himself. With how slow these early rounds have been, actually potential for maybe in a mid round to pick up a Zellsis creeping elsewhere and find a pick off the
goes
back
down.
And again,
As the
someone like
Sentinels
Chronicle,
want to
those
deal
four
with
were
this
his
smoke.
first four. But you
Just
need
accept
that,
it.
right? You need your backbone.
He's going to
that
push in
spine
front.
to the roster.
ahead of this poison orb now.
I love
Yeah,
this
that's still
version
nice
so
though.
Fnatic. They're
Yeah,
feeling
breaking
that
the
there's
camera
variety
actually a
to
big
this
win
and
for him.
There would be adaptation.
Sentinels have shown that they want to re-clear this and fight for this space actively, so no surprises to see Fnatic sitting back.
Double hold for Sentinels over towards market, and it looks like they want to collapse over towards middle, and as we can see in the minimap, it would work perfect.
Oh, this is
That
super deadly.
drone might be the ghost
That's
sign,
two
no?
players
Stun?
Stun
Send?
come in, Crashies might be
Flash?
screwed here. Forced out of the corner, he's still
No?
fine, he plays
Okay.
his life. This is so tense.
I tell you what, I'm really surprised that. I'm really surprised Narrate didn't go for some kind of fade either.
Peeling away from that. Again, 40 seconds on the clock. Walk into potentially a site. Just two members of Sentinels.
30
but
seconds.
John QT.
And let's see what Narrate wants to do with the fade eye that he saved.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, we've got Narrate, Bang. You've still got a lot of util on Narrate. Same with Bang as well with Paranoia. Now the pressure. Narrate
Nothing.
can't stand it too much util. Just the dart to turn his eyes. Bang now leans in. It's good for one, but not good enough for the follow. John QT on rotate through CT. Does it for now. Plant needed.
Oh no. Oh no, with 10 seconds left.
The kayak was down to just 10 HP. You see he's desperate to get out of the way of it.
Oh, you can see there's gutting
Yeah.
for him too.
Absolute heartbreak because it's not recoverable at that point.
No, that spike gone. That was it. Oh, God.
Enemy remaining.
And if you're saying you're grinning, right? You're like, cool, nice one, appreciate that. No plant to worry about, perfect. But God, for Fnatic, that is going to be devastating.
Certainly a tilter. 5-2 now the scoreline. Operator back in hand for Zekken as well.
I like this though. He's got
1, 2, 3. They can't buy
I
next.
mean, they've been
1.
given a little bit of freedom on the side of Sentinels towards this side of the map. Zels is walking mid previously, getting ahead of that camera.
That's enough for him.
Definitely, yeah.
Don't think that jump spot saw it either. Careful now,
Ooh,
that's
it's alright
tag.
though.
Didn't get the kill, but now
Yeah, it's not too
readies
bad.
himself.
Big
He
Joe
knows that
top of
pressure
middle,
going through
and they
Mark
finally
with
work
top
out that the
middle.
trip's
It's
been
a
over
place to be
towards here,
worried
giving them
about.
so much info.
Slips the net, but only for so
It's a
long.
great shot, man.
Second, quick with it, Narrate, it's support, it's stunning. But still, look at the HP. Kayak down on 20, Boaster 30. They are low in this.
Walking wounded. 50 HP between them. Bang, nearly caught the backside of them.
Yeah, but they got such a good timing behind here.
And the old
Oh, there we go.
Might be able to get a plant away, but certainly not going to be comfortable regardless.
HPs, I mean, yeah,
where
it's
Fnatic-
non-existent.
But Zekken can close the gap so damn quickly.
And again, you've still got that Paranoia. Primed with Bang, there he goes, and that's going to catch! Just a shot through the smoke, and Zels is going to catch Boaster. Now Kayak has to do...
Ooh, nice shot though. That's
Christ.
fast.
I was going to say miracles, and he almost did it.
Good for the first, but Sentinels standing tall here. Nearly fell off my chair.
Look, if you hit another, I think I would have done
The only
same,
small
but
win for
as it
Fnatic there is they
stands,
found the
I'm
trip
gonna
over
be
towards
honest,
top
by
mid,
all accounts,
right? So it's kind
this
of
has been Sentinels not
kind of
looking
working
too
out that their
uncomfortable. It feels like
Viper
they've got a good concept and a good
the
read
Viper
on
wall
what
hasn't been
they're trying to
causing
achieve.
as much
They're
pressure as they
handling
think.
the mid-pressure well. It feels like there's not enough players to really pressure Sentinels. Second has been finding the spacing great to be able to fall back.
Come on.
Sitting towards CT, that market presence, okay. Zelsis learning on the fly, slipping a little deeper, giving it up. I haven't felt like Fnatic looked that deadly.
Yeah.
No,
Is that ult strat
lack
or?
of pressure, really, on the side of Fnatic. Like I said, seemingly a
I will
lot of
say
freedom
Zelsis is
for
doing a great
Sentinels
job of just.
B side of the map.
It's been
And
non-stop
towards
changing
mid
the
as well.
setups.
First real switch up here is Zelsis over towards A.
This worries me. Just thought he was hands off keyboard for a second. in the
She thought it was
camera,
a
so I
tech
like, oh
pause.
God, it's all good.
Do not speak it into existence. So a lesser
What if
purchase
Fnatic
here,
changes Neon
two
to Yor in this
rifles.
map? I'm telling you,
Side of
they're gonna scrap this map, and it's gonna go back to their
They don't know
perma
about this
ban
Zelsis.
after this tournament.
Again, maybe a good counter to Kayak's ult. Maybe just be aware of what they'd want to be doing. But Bang needs to live. He's about to be overrun. He can't handle that. There's just too much going straight up towards that top mid side. Now a chance for Zelsis. That's a spam. Can't get the connect he one and has to back away.
so lucky to get out of that. Able to break the sight lines here, even though it's tagged by the drone. Plant comes through. Probably the most comfortable post-plant we've seen here.
Yeah, it's
from Fnatic.
one of the better goes at it. Sentinels have been very calm in their retakes, but this one is like too much. This one really is too much.
That really cuts off CT. You can't even be considering it at that point. But then it funnels you forward. Already look at the two players, Boaster and Kayak on site.
I mean,
Eyes on that. That's wraps.
No shock to see Sentinels giving this one up. Do not fancy their chances. Obviously holding to the operator. Again, Fun's really looking pretty comfortable regardless.
Yeah, it's nice though. They'll take that. Again, it's another round where like they kind of low-ish money. Maybe not that bad, but this is nice for Fnatic. They can at least give it a okay go.
Not much else to work around here. That's almost having both initiator ultimates on the side of Sentinels.
Here it is, the one kill that pretty much secured the entire round. Like doing that, and then you throw in the pit on top from Fron. That's pretty much checkmate. So only going back into it. Yes, I guess you could argue they did have narrate ult if they fancied it, but still, it was too
dice, really,
it just felt like too much of a risk to go for
Surely
it.
there's better attack walls. I mean, it depends what you want to achieve. It's not like this is a bad wall. Having a Palmer smoke here in general is just really nice, and just the way that at least Fnatic view Viper, pretty much on every map, is just like the passive pressure, right? Do you have passive pressure? The longer the round goes on, is there more possibilities of you walking and taking timings towards the map? For sure. Fnatic, probably one of the slowest historically attacked teams we've ever seen. So when they're slow playing like this, and they can just open a wall, open a smoke, and create pressure on the map, that's what they want to achieve. So it very heavily suits their style of play.
This doesn't really scream confidence to you.
No, it doesn't.
Like I said, this sunset really sets the tone. Standing ahead.
An old school one.
Bang has been on the money.
Bounces back, goes over towards A site.
Actually managed to make it back over somewhat.
Might have picked the right site here. Let's see what Bang can achieve.
Down from Bang. Consideration to play it forward. Great connection on the ult as well. And Bang's position does get considered, but you still can't kill him. Takes away Alpha, and no trade there for Kron. Blinded and hungry. Bang goes in. Takes down Kron, and it is just.
Yeah, look at him go, man. Something like that.
Bang!
It's just a map diff.
The concern being this is the first time Fnatic have stacked up and looked for a set piece towards either side, to be honest with you. And it gets absolutely dismantled by Sentinels. Bang again, just always good for two, it seems, in situations like this.
Again, Bang probably won't ever be in your highlight reels, right? 2 safe kills there, but the value he is bringing is second to none. He's top of the board currently, but as said, safety kills. Even the coaching staff looking a little frustrated at the tempo. Kaplan there just, hey, it's all going well. They're 7-3. Nothing's really phased them yet. It hasn't pushed them out of their comfort zone. And it feels rinse and repeat now.
Scrambled purchase once more from Fnatic. It's going to make round 12 pretty awkward for them.
Yeah. It's been nice from Sentinels though, right? They've had the trip to make sure there's no pressure here. Trip got found. Now they switch to the camera.
That is good info on that.
Like the passive pressure that's meant to be applied towards top middle, they've pretty much had multiple rounds where the Cypher util normally gives them the info that they need.
But I like the Narrate's noting
dude, Narrate's in trouble.
He's pretty much going to be gift the try and do what you can, we can't help you yet. They've sliced right up the guts here, Fnatic, almost doing a little bit of a
nice shot.
Get out Alpha.
On the fadeaway.
Okay, fair enough. Zekin, you got a 1v5. No, you don't!
Nice shot at the enter as well. Okay, this is a clean round as well.
And just like that, a flawless response.
God, they'd be very happy with a 5. Say that much.
Able to find success towards top mid. And the spike and them was a great read from Sentinels. To try and, I guess, mitigate the risk on the back of this wall. This time around, the isolation of Bang is perfect. It looked even more ridiculous the second time after that kill from Alpha.
And you're going to need to see that, Alpha. If Ascent's in the map pool, you're going to need to see him firing, right? But 7-4, okay. It's not a complete shutout here. Fnatic have found enough rounds to build forward. Now, again, similar scenes to that last round.
Okay, similar play, but looking like a A split. Vision block. And it does look like Sentinels want to go for their crunch or fight over towards middle.
I mean, they're drawing the rotation towards top middle, right? You can't leave it open. Narrate has to react. John QT has to be present. This time, Narrate very present. Down to 20, but he's done his job in this. They want to try and get some pressure through Market and Alpha. Disrespecting the util felt like a desperation play almost.
Sure. Now,
Then look how deep they are, Mike.
I was going to say, Boaster tasked now with making something of nothing, to be honest with you. Just as
not like that.
Zelsis, who would find the wall bank. Now down to Chronicle and Crashies. A 2v5.
What is that? They're just, it's just desperation, chat. That's all it is. They know they kind of need hero plays to win the
I
map.
have to credit the discipline from Sentinels, because the tempo and pacing from Fnatic, which has been discussed, is very slow. It is very cautious, but Kron
30
got
seconds
them
left.
4 before. Need more this time around. Does have Crashies there. One
C
shot
wants
dart.
to make something happen here.
You got to get at least a kill, right? That's the long and short of it. You have to at least get a kill to make this possible and ideally be able to back away. They may not expect him so close by, but the Horn will do the job. Nice work on one for the trade. Instantaneous. Sentinels playing the numbers game very well. Crashies can't do enough.
Zelsis had a nice half. Like, not just kills, obviously a fair amount of kills, but like the Cypher util was solid from him. Good ideas over towards mid, really, to kind of always give them some kind of info about the wall.
I don't love this tempo from them. I want to see them come out swinging. The Sen look all too comfortable.
Sorry, Jack. Wait, Frozen. What's going on? Yeah, there we go. A pistol? I'm not even sure a pistol will save him at this point. Normally I'd be like, yeah, pistol and I'm believing. I just think it's just a giant map diff.
And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again.
Okay, let me mute this so we don't get wrecked. As always. Ranger Buffalo, I think I missed your prime during that. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that. I'm not trying to cast Sentinels. It's my honest opinion. Is that my background? I have a changing background every time. How do I, what is this? What even is that? I just let it do its thing. I wake up some days it's like an animal. Some days it's like a landscape. Jansei with the prime. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that.
The pacing, certainly a little bit of a different tempo from that G2 Gen.G game just now.
Yeah.
But 4 rounds is manageable with a pistol. But Mike, how do we see this one going down so far?
You mean you don't know how to change it? I do. I just like I like not knowing. Like turning on the PC and going, damn, okay.
5 rounds.
Today it's a lion. That's cool.
Decided by the clock or looking towards saving rifles, and it's just not convincing enough for me. Heartbreaking to see the first time they stack up and go for a pacey set piece. It's, like I said, Sentinels barely broke a sweat.
Now you can see the Coinbase Econ report there on the screens. It's really a bit of a one-sided
What map did
affair,
Fnatic ban? Pearl.
On the money. I mean, John QT
Their
able to
ban.
get there in time. Everyone else doing their job. I just need to see more here. Now, Sentinels 8-4 is a respectable scoreline. I think they'll be happy enough with that, right? Like, you walk away with that.
Why Fnatic so bad at Sunset? When it was in the map pool, Pearl wasn't in the map pool at the same time. And Fnatic used to permaban it. This is the first time, I'm pretty sure Pearl and Sunset have been in the map pool at the same time. It's the first ever time that Fnatic have had to pick one. Had to pick one of their 2 permabans that they've historically had. Bowler with the prime. Thank you for the 6 months, dude. Thank you. 1-0 on the pistols.
Can they build upon that now?
And yeah, instantly different pace here coming out. Second fast towards elbow, clearing on through. Paranoia late, actually. So you can already see that Kayak's had a look, but he sees nothing. Very late presence coming out from back. Berserker straight on the side. Poster. Good denial. Takes a whoa!
Damn.
Takes a second. Get out of there!
Yeah, he did really good because he was the reason that Kai got the kill here as well.
The pressure mounting, you can see it. Just getting into the scrap from
They still lose it. The rate's a beast, man. I don't know how they lost this one.
The early win to get around under their belt.
Well, at least it's going to be
Sentinels
fast.
just strip it away. Boaster, two fantastic kills that stun on the first, actually, to find Zekken with a right click, but then double it down under so much pressure. But Narrate really stretching his legs.
Ooh, nice shots, though.
That was gorgeous from Narrate. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. That was...
Okay, Sentinels are allowed one death, kind of, but honestly, I would 3 maybe. 3 you would maybe say is okay.
But Narrate gonna pick up where he left off, carrying on this sort of fatality lethality.
Nice shot, bro. It's incredible with a classic.
Sorry, maybe just what? Come on, what is going on, Mike? Are we in deathmatch?
Fnatic seemingly now looking to play a little more aggressively, taking the fight to Sentinels as you would have wished in the first half. Boaster put a classic in his hands and he's shining right now.
Right? You're not going to do...
Besting Zekken twice now.
That's ridiculous.
Cool.
Hello, speed up. Deltas clears him. No more naughtiness for that. Zakrashis, who's kind of lingering around middle, maybe able to see if he can get maybe some...
If Narrate gets a kill, he gets his fade ult.
They've still got the main weaponry. You're looking at it, right? The 2 Bulldogs are still there. It's 1 Stinger that's gone down. And Zelsis, right place, right time.
Yeah, and if they want to keep this one simple, they could probably go get an orb, or they could just play a full bonus and just wait to reset them and just do damage here.
Absolutely, yeah. So it really comes down to this buy round now. You've got to see them get on the board here.
Yeah.
Too late. Be 11 and a broken purchase once more.
Okay. Nice, boys.
How much PayPal to remove Priest's VIP?
Stripping away
Oh, is that a thing? Interesting. You piqued my interest right here. I'll be honest, it's not going to take much.
Being in my match, this hasn't just been the Zekken show, right? It's everyone else stepping up here. Your Narrate having a great show, Bang being on the money, Zelsis as well, everyone else doing their jobs. They haven't really needed Zekken to be the all singing, all dancing. But now on the attack, obviously with the Neon, this is where we could see him kick it up a gear.
And on the attack, to have a round 3 initiator ultimate is huge for Sentinels.
How do they fancy popping that? Got time. All the pressure on Fnatic in this regard, right?
Sorry, default over towards A, pick up the ult.
To drop the ball. That pistol round would have been everything. They've been able to drop
It's okay, they don't lose too much HP.
The outcome potentially, but he's still slipping through middle.
It's a very, very secure setup here.
This is nice from Fnatic though. I don't think... okay. Oh, it's a great Omen flash, it's a shame. Yeah, it actually wasn't too bad from Fnatic. I like the push behind, but... If they'd like timed it a little better over towards here, it could have been cool, but...
Have to give this up now.
There's no way back in. The flank irrelevant. Planted. This is unreal.
Can we stop lining up?
Fnatic look a little lost, to be honest with you.
They do. And
I was saying, no, it wasn't too bad. They just mistimed their play a little bit.
From Fnatic, very early on.
Love to see another.
But this setup here,
God,
it was
Fnatic
and
must have loved
Close
the news that this map was gone today.
Again,
oh wait, sorry, Pearl. I mean Pearl.
Kind of figured out they drifted back into mid because that.
Because I'm telling you, they are insta-perma banning this again.
It's really bizarre to see that.
Right cards do, my brain's all over the place today.
Kayak now, maybe actually on the chopping block here.
A little bit dangerous for him.
Oh, actually, a cheeky smoke as well.
Did they lose split also? On it, they'll take it. I'm telling you, they'll take it.
Yep.
2 rifles maintained here for Fnatic, but a long road back in, and that. I mean,
they just commit to the new map.
They've held on to 2 of those rifles because the money. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
Alpha. I mean, again, in that situation, if you're there, you have to commit towards the kill. You back up, you're dead regardless. But with the reveal through the near side, just can't find Zekken. Painting a silhouette around him.
All right, it's kind of crunch time, right? It feels like we've gone here with a bit of a whimper from Fnatic. It hasn't been the show we wanted yet. Sentinels just striding through the map. Zekken looking for the space, going to work off the back of the paranoia, going to be punished. Kayak, nice, set into motion there. Zekken goes down and maybe still a chance to get
not
some
bad,
control
though.
in this one.
Pretty nice.
Oh, that's lovely. Kayak, just a shot through the smoke. He'll take that every day of the week.
Now backing away, conceding this space.
There.
Early win out here, can just play towards trades on site if Sentinels commit, but see now Crashy's exploring.
Tron went over
Zelsis
towards
has
mid, see if there's anyone over towards middle. They didn't see anything, so Zelsis might feel like he has a good timing towards top mid here.
threading the needle here.
And in a 3v5, you might as well go for it.
Crashy's still guarding it.
He hasn't had a great series yet, or at least map yet here. So again, Zelsis has been on the money. That's a shoulder, and that's a stun. Didn't quite connect with the shot.
Hold up.
Zelsis carving a path, and now both are trying to play it
Oh,
forward.
God.
Zelsis again, resetting this round a light.
Okay, man, give me a cent.
Making Fnatic
Give
look
me a cent.
silly.
And the early win out from Fnatic, but Sentinels able to course correct here.
Dude,
Now
Zelsis
find
had an
themselves the
absolute
body to the
map,
good
by the way.
in the post.
He had a
Zelsis
really
just
good map.
nutmegging them straight up middle. Not a chance. And now they've got to try and fight it back in, right? But you've got Chronicle and Alpha. Not really easy to bring this utility in. Double stacked up on the site. Going to try and get themselves away, but you're going to still play in Zelsis.
Nice shot.
Alpha making a go of it, but Zelsis does so well. Down to the 1v1, but time is running low. John QT calm under pressure. Kron, same sort of thing.
He's got the half.
Going.
Oh no. Not again, John. Not again.
Trying to bait out the steps
The
here,
next
but
day.
Chronicle doesn't back down. Brazen with the defuse.
To do that at that scoreline,
Yeah.
that would have been 12.
That's
Well,
funny,
I've got to
man.
roll it back to this moment from Zelsis.
Yeah, I mean, the timing is just played to perfection here from Sentinels. You see as well, actually the reveal and the phone line coming back online to set this lurk in motion. And that's how they're able to flip this advantage back in their favor. But bold moves from Chronicle.
Uh-oh, Kayak
Fnatic cling to life here on Sunset.
gets away with it.
Again, we're seeing further progression, or at
Fade
least
saw him down 61 HP.
Probes sent out by Fnatic. No reward just yet.
Not throwing with the tier 1, thank you with the 10 mums.
Having a glance, should just make it past the wall. Will note the player on the right side, and
Okay.
Kayak gonna catch the rate, so
Oh.
good damage here. Oh,
just below the door.
Oh, that's a nightmare, isn't it? Trying to back away
the
towards
door on
market.
him.
Only really got Chronicle's utility now to rely on. And this wall committed towards mid, so Sentinels plenty of options. Actually drawn Alpha away as well, so going to leave that utility in control of ASI, and actually Neural Theft will be invested.
Look towards top middle. Zekken might just pop off this as well. Kron's going to be the one to try and deal with them if they come marked, but no, it is straight top middle. He's taken space. Alpha reactive, trying to slip away. Spot the pixel, gets the body drop. Jump QT down, he knows his fault. Alpha!
Did
they
great
got the
work, though.
kill, but then there's still so much more to be done. 20 seconds. Where's that spike going? Bang's got his ult if he wants it.
Ah, the timing on that is absolutely outrageous.
There's no way they read this though, right?
Yeah, he heard him.
13 seconds. The block.
Zelsis, yeah, a little lazy peek in here, but actually behind the wall.
Yeah, wall works well to
This is
give him
just
that space.
centimeters away from being deadly. 5 seconds.
Kayak, do you stop this? No.
Closing in.
Oh, not another one that they're going to steal.
It's on Kayak and Crashies in the 2v2 here. Bang and Zelsis.
God, he's stolen another one.
Off of Crashies, leaving just Kayak. The young gun, good for it on one. Looking for a second.
Whoa! Okay, that was sick though. Nice 1v2.
Exceptional for this team.
And another hero round
One
from Zelsis
hell of a
as
stun
well.
that was.
This Kayak with the Red Bull clutch. 6 on the board
I
now.
love that
for
match.
Fnatic.
I love watching, like, I swear, Zoomers, when there's like no hesitation, they do some sick stuff, man. Look how fast this was for him.
Over towards
Oh
A-side
my
with all of Alpha's utility.
That is so
the
sick.
bounce on that stun. Outrageous from Kayak.
Nice try, boys. Nice try, boys.
That was a lovely little Red Bull clutch from him. And again, the conversation around Kayak is, it's a learning lesson with him, really, as we go along. What is his capabilities? At this
should try that in my ranked game. Guarantee somehow I stun myself. That's all I'm saying there. I hesitate, I stun myself.
Everyone can be great when they aren't tired, when they aren't feeling underway. But this guy's turned out here today and looked good for it. But we look at how these rounds have gone, Mike. We've had what, Kron with a full defuse. You've just had a clutch coming out from
Like I said, they're not ones that kind of fill you with confidence. Yeah.
And on the other side, it is a timeout for SEN, so just don't want to let this slip away too far. They still have timeouts to work with. So why
Yeah, the respect timeout comes in.
See how far they can take this.
Still not believe him, but
a lot of ults to be
like he's just trying to secure it.
Another hero around from Zelsis who's quietly actually crept to the top
Flow,
of
it
the
just
board
doesn't
ahead
work
of
like that, mate. Trust me, I tried it.
And Narrate as well, who's had a couple, what, is that 2 or 3 Ks we've
Something
seen
like that.
from him?
I'm really impressed with how Zelsis is reading the map. It's all kind of timing.
Nah, I don't think so,
nice,
Saint.
kind of like punishing on rotate.
I'll actually leave the house for a bit. We'll see.
Fantastically executed.
Again, you don't normally
Probably not, but
kind of be having those conversations about Zelsis in that light, but I'm so happy to be seeing he's really found a way to get through that Fnatic defense. Now we go back in. Trying to draw the eyes and all attention.
okay, this is nice from Sentinels. They create pressure over towards here, and they feel like they've done enough to create question marks over towards side. But as we can see, clear, close, and we have the camera here. Heavy rotate over towards middle to fight this.
With Kayak now picking up the slack in mid.
This was Paper X, there'd be a 4-person swing over towards middle right now. But I'll tell you, Fnatic have numbers here.
Got something, and
Yeah, now the other two, wow, this was nice from them.
Nice little 1-2 punch at the top and middle. Well read by Fnatic in that one. Good timing as well to punish Zelsis on the left. Fnatic, sorry, did you
Okay, this was a convincing round. Insta clear of the pressure over towards here, group over towards middle. And as long as they get that first kill, it kind of becomes easy for them.
With a round like this, actually Chronicle creeping all the way into Storm, but John QT sharp to it.
Where the hell did that round just come out of, Mike?
I mean, it's such a fantastic read. The setup was beautiful.
I'm honestly a little stunned at it, but as it stands, John QT just trying to play this out.
30 seconds left.
If you're looking at it, who needs ult? I guess Crashies could do with
As
this
I say,
one.
regardless, I mean, unless
It's like they locked him in, and then they kind of looked at their money, and they were like, ooh, maybe we shouldn't really go that heavy for it. The orb to Crashies is pretty nice.
For Sentinels. I mean, John QT sat at 4,500 and Zelsis actually at 33, so...
I think Fnatic wins this map. No, I don't. This was a convincing round, though, but I still don't think they win.
Across the board, but that'll be 7 for Fnatic. Clawing their way back into Sunset.
If they had won a pistol, it might have it might have been doable.
It was lovely from Crashies, but it's the fact they already had 2 other players set up ready for it. Then the rerun enemy remaining. It all just kind of fell into pieces, right? The dominoes started to fall. And talking of snowball, Fnatic almost have all 5.
No, they got some good ults. Like in theory, they're in a great position.
One away for Crashies as well.
There's no way this game gets
And in theory, I would look at this and go, yeah.
I mean,
no pistols is so doable.
Certainly suiting Fnatic way more.
I do not believe. I really don't
that
believe.
aggression or willingness to kind of stand and fight that we didn't really see in the first half. So Sentinels just happy to receive time and time again, and Fnatic stumbling on the first hurdles on their attacking half. Here we see some fantastic reads, beautiful setups.
Ooh, looking at Kayak's line here.
Okay, but this is going to be interesting. They're going to push this guy back,
really heads
right? And then they're going to be like, okay, we pushed the one off of over towards A, but then they're going to check the camera, and they're going to still get all that info. So they have to actually push to this line.
Just desperate for a fight somewhere.
The discipline's not going to be given that
I think they had the camera, no?
Playing this slow and steady pace.
Am I wrong?
Second happy to entertain the idea regardless. Now 45 seconds on, waiting for
they didn't hear the camera.
cooldowns to come back online in Alpha.
Okay, but now they're going to realize how they lost the round before because they see the camera. Okay, break the camera, actually creates pressure over towards here. We've got a 2-person fake, but they still trip. They don't need to over-rotate. They keep 3 over towards B. We've got a recon. Okay, Crashies, recon, big recon. 25 seconds.
25 seconds. They're going to have to make a run for this one.
Kill over towards middle. Bolster doesn't get hit by it.
Gets away with it. Still standing. Got his paranoia. Got the TP.
Nice, Bolster. Big flash.
Gets caught. Alpha control on the back line.
Big flash, Bolster.
Bolster buying meantime, Second springs forward. Zels is trying to make this happen. 7 seconds though. They are running out of time. Zels has to plant, and they are closing
Damn.
in.
Should I start believing? Sorry, Sentinels after eco. Right? 2-4. Two can't buy, I'm pretty sure.
But worked to perfection here. And it's only due to having that third body over towards
No,
the
don't.
side. I mean, both
Please
done
don't.
so well here.
I'm still not. Just for the record.
Rolling Thunder just passing it by. But this TP back as well, it forces Sentinels to hesitate. They have to hard clear. I mean, Zekken makes handy work of it, but like I said, it's the clock then that suits Fnatic. Nobody has to swing onto these angles. They can wait for Zelsis to make a move.
Change of pace for Sentinels. The boss now to take the hit from the buy is the Neon, and Balls just shuts him down. Kill over towards mid. They're going to realize there's 3 over towards B and no one over towards A.
Towards B, but there's still 3 bodies here, Mike. Do they cancel on this? Now on the ult, surely.
Zelsis knows he's got a bit of a gap
it's nice.
to play with here.
Oh, he's been great at these.
Still a trip behind him.
I'm pretty sure he can jump this trip though.
Again now.
Push over towards A, and he's in charge of dealing with the
no, he hasn't crossed.
dealing with the rotates.
Oh, Zelsis. He might. Oh my God.
Crashes did good hit, by the way. Drone managed to cancel the drone because he heard the footsteps. Can Alpha kill one?
Complete free sight. Alpha's still here.
Oh, what a shot that is.
Slaps the rate away from it. And now down to 3. That plant doesn't feel comfortable yet. Got to wait out the ult from Crashies. They still got more to burn if they need it. 40 seconds, a second attempt at the plant.
Come through now. The 3v4 now for Sentinels. Zelsis trying to get active.
Crashy still has a recon.
The TPS has another jump shot.
What? Someone just back-to-back clipped that. I don't care. Zelsis.
Oh, what a round.
What is this from Alpha? Zelsis has to be a hero though. He has to put on the cape. Put on the costume and find 2. He's doing the dance. He's desperate for it.
Nice jump out.
Dude,
Alpha just hit 2 mad shots.
Just went nuclear.
Ridiculous from Alpha. I mean, the first one crucial just to slow down the hit here.
That one's sick.
Show me the
That one's sick as well.
Exactly the same.
Dude, the first one's more impressive though. The first one's actually wild.
Disgusting.
That's unreal.
And then finds the spam as well through the wall.
Yeah, he's here. He's here. He's here. You better watch out for him.
And Fnatic now.
5 rounds, Mike.
Knocking on the door.
5 rounds in a row. Sentinels don't like that one.
Fnatic have actually still got the timeout as well. I said that timeout came in the 3rd or 4th round. I can't remember the last time,
Super early.
He's so funny, dude.
Boaster certainly keeping things in control, I guess, in game.
He's such a blessing to this game. He really is. Vivid, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the prime.
Here.
Thank you with the 15 months, mate. Thank you for that.
Finance is starting to dwindle now for Sentinels. Still actually ultimates to play with as well for Fnatic. Do have Narrate's ultimate, but Neural Theft, Kayak, Chronicle actually does have the pit.
And I feel crazy having this conversation.
Dude, imagine they got a
I didn't expect to see a
pistol.
world where Fnatic win this map. And then that changes how the veto looks, right? That's a conversation for afterwards, but...
Well, especially after the first half. I was
Correct.
sold then in my prediction, but...
Yep. Wait, who did you predict for this game?
For the series?
Yeah.
Well, for the... Okay. We'll go there.
Well, no, I'll admit it.
Fnatic. You wanted SEN, I know you did.
Wait, you went for Fnatic?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god. It's crazy.
I've still got Kayak down. It's like high state CS and...
Fair play, fair play. Okay, operator.
set up and they still have still have Viper. Is it just a fast pace from Sentinels straight up here?
Get him out of that ditch.
The catalyst for him.
But he's
Trip
certainly not
over
been in any
towards
ditch
A,
so
but
far. He's been
the
having a
Cypher's over
mad
towards B.
performance. So
You got
another
camera
layer added to this.
spotting the
this is a
whole
read
of middle
into
as
the
well.
pace or the tempo
Doors
shift
open,
after this
and it's a
timeout.
nice camera, right? You can't
Could
see
be
it until you're
rewarded
like
here as
here,
does look
basically,
like a
spot
contact
legs
play from Sentinels.
in the circle.
God, if they're going contact on this, it is so brutal. Kayak's going to be a one and done. Yeah,
still gets it.
Nice stun back as well. They can't really capitalize off of it,
He's had a
and
hard game
this
here,
corner's
I'm gonna
still
be
a
honest. That's
pressure.
rare to
Yeah.
say, 'cause I feel like Zekken's one of the most
Who do
consistent,
they lose? Do
high
they lose their
achievers.
entry?
He's struggling with that, and
There's
another
still a
deep line
trip that
adopted.
they
They've
might have
got
to go
commit
into.
utility to force him away. You can't be going for these contact pieces now.
Fatal goes in.
Ooh, a little
See
cut.
Boaster's POV.
Well, I mean, Smoke's going to make
Wait,
it
he's not
difficult
pushing.
again.
Do it. Go on, do the thing. Do the thing. Do the thing. Walk the smoke. I dare you. Oh, he's being sensible, Mike.
Okay, does Kayak ult for the retake? I imagine so at one point.
Devastated.
Still got his ultimate though.
Right here.
Can make something happen.
There's
potentially
3
here
on
in the post
default.
fight.
Sentinels need to do something. Yeah, that's nice from them though. They take a
Slow,
little bit of
cautious
space.
in approach here, but Kayak confident. His teammates got his back here.
They got to start building now, though. The time is ticking, right? There's
Great
the trade
omen
out. The
flashback
paranoia
from
not
the
gonna
push.
be worked upon there.
Kayak, you might have to ult soon,
Fnatic
mate.
got to get moving. Sen with an opportunity now. Layered utility well, but Chronicle catching two,
Damn.
sleeping. Back goes down. Why is no one looking at Chronicle? Banana right back in the headlights. He's going to know where they are, but Crashy's sticking on the defuse here. Swing!
Oh.
And he doesn't miss! Defuse!
No way, that's a mad round from the rate. That is mad. I think Kayak has to pop his ult there.
Needed an ace from the raid.
Dude, he's saving them, if anything, right?
Crashes has
Pistol
to
into this.
Make a move here. The Red Bull clutch going in Sentinel's favour to find 12.
I know exactly.
God, Kron does it on one side, Narrate does it on the other, just too late. Just even Narrate unsure, hand shaking for a second, but then he's up. Knows what he's done. He's got Sen to 12,
They thought they
that
won.
momentum.
Dude, they thought they won.
Sentinels back, looking
3.
ready for this, but they got to keep going now. God, the money's so fragile.
Yeah,
still.
small micro misplay from Kayak. Needs to get spotted. Oh boy, into this. Rough one. Once he got spotted by the fade eye there, it's the pop ult swing wide.
Finding comfort out in America. Alpha does catch Celsius. Crashy's now got bodies in front of him. About Zek going to take away the sight. Part now next.
At least we never stopped believing that Sentinels were okay here. It's a good go from Fnatic. Legit, if they win a pistol, it's a very, very close map. And if Narrate didn't save Sen as much as this.
Kron waiting. Alpha. Contact made. Narrate down. Next layer
over,
has
right?
to come in. They join together. Playing in unison now. 1 right, 2 left. Kron has a little look. Finds the one close. Waits for the swing. Now we're going to need a magic moment from Alpha. 6 bullets and the time's not on his side, but second. 12 HP.
He's misread this.
Oh my God, Zekken is absolutely ice. God damn. Cold! Beautifully done from Zekken. Didn't fall for it.
Honestly, Fnatic did way better than I thought they were going to do. They did way better. Shout out to Zalsis, shout out to Narrate. Those two had very good maps.
A miracle here, but the last moment, the 11th hour, Narrate comes alive, Lauren.
Hit them with some stupid fights. I'm gonna go with who should I go first? I think Zelsis. Zelsis gonna get a big one. I want him sat down the whole game. 0 reason to stand up. 1, a 2, a 1, 2. Stupefy. Next one. Gen.G. He's not in the middle. That's not an IGL spot. So I'll stupefy him back to the middle. Stupefy. Bang. About to bang him out with a stupefy. Stupefy.
Have you done
Narrate or Zelsis?
Have you done Zekken already?
No, Zekken I haven't done on Narrate.
We need to
give him a double one. Give him a double, Jake.
I'm gonna
the
hit
big
Narrate
one.
We could wind up the
Guys,
Zekken.
combo the
Wait, yeah,
Stupefy.
Alright, we do the big one on Zekken.
Everyone, ready?
Charge it up.
3, 2, 1. Stupefy. Yeah.
Oh.
He dead. He's stupefied.
He is very stupefied.
Absolute clowns, man. They lost, but honestly, they do. I'm pretty sure they did better than they thought they were going to do in this. Okay, Chan, let me spam some ads. I'll be back in a little bit. We've got a SEN coming up. The SEN's gonna be interesting for sure.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Fnatic comp's pretty cool. The main thing for sure is that they got away with a lot of free info on short and B main. That is not going to happen again. Also, weakness-wise, they have one isolated over towards A main all the time on attack, so I definitely think you're going to see a very proactive defense from Sentinels here. As in, maybe not even proactive, just right at the beginning, just fighting over towards mains or short. Yes. Okay, back on the back. Ty, thank you so much for the 18 months, and Jogut with the 10 months. Thank you for that. Thank you, thank you.
Sentinels. I'm now joined by their coach, Kaplan. Now, after what happened on Sunset yesterday, Fnatic were coming back into this series as well. In the last 2 and 3 rounds, who would you credit the most to keep your team in it?
I think it's tied between Zelsis and John. Zelsis really called us out for needing to tighten up and clean up, and then John got pretty specific there about what has to be done to make sure we close out those last couple of rounds.
Thank you very much, Kaplan. Good luck.
Thank you.
We were expecting fireworks, and boy, oh boy, at the tail end of that game did we get just that, as Sentinels pick up the victory on Sunset despite the best efforts of Fnatic to try and bring things back. It was all for naught as Narrate and the boys in Sentinels managed to clutch up. And as a matter of fact, that takes us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, because you got to give it to Narrate for that incredible play, Kakuka, that we saw him pull off there.
It's an incredible play from him, but also a huge misplay for the side of Fnatic. They think that in this 5v2 situation, everything is already won for them, but with that position and everybody just rushing onto side to get that defuse, Narrate finds the perfect spacing to isolate all of those sides to get very favorable fights for himself, and Crashes is not able to defuse the spike for less than a second.
And what a moment this is for Narrate. His first Tier 1 opportunity was in EMEA, playing with Karmine Core. He was familiar playing against this Fnatic team then. Now back in North America at the Tier 1 level, showing up to a global event after their disappointment that was Bangkok, and putting up a map like this, winning a 1v4 clutch to close it out, and now be a map up and close to staying alive.
And also, in my opinion, that was not the most impressive thing that Narrate did this map. In various occasions, we saw him getting multi-kills. His utility is always the opener through everything, especially when they're from their attack and Alpha is being so present on mid, just being an absolute pain in the ass. Narrate proved that he won. EMEA lost in this case.
Yeah, I mean, Narrate did so many things right there, but Mimi, I mean, the other thing that we were seeing too, and this is something that we've known Sentinels to be quite good at, those retakes, the way that they play around and utilize their utility to great effect.
And if you just look at the retake win percentage, it doesn't look incredible for SEN, but I think what they did very well on their defensive side was having a game plan into this double controller composition. They played really passive at the start of their rounds, being willing to play retake A almost all the time, and instead putting more forces into mid to fight, shut down the lurkers, and then play either 5v4 or even number retakes. And in all those situations, Sentinels' utility, their coordination just looked on point, and it was rounds like the one you're seeing that snowballed this first half for SEN.
We had actually heard from Coach Kaplan what the expectation was for the team, and they were saying that there was a lot of conversations in the squad, Sentinels, that, hey, we got to tighten things up, we got to make things work here. What do you think that conversation's like for Fnatic?
The conversation right now is, let's forget about the rounds that we almost win. Let's focus on what's literally ahead of us, is thinking about Ascent, thinking about everything else that they still have to show us for this map.
All right, well, let's actually get some words from Coach Milan and get ready for map number 2. We have Yinsu standing by.
I'm standing by with Coach Milan before we head to map 2. Now, throughout the history of Fnatic, it is a rare sight to see you guys pick Ascent. What made this map your most confident going into this matchup?
I mean, it looked good against RRQ. It's a map that Sentinels hasn't favored a lot, and I thought we would throw them a little bit of a curveball and see how it plans out, you know?
Well, I hope it goes in your favor. Thank you very much and good luck.
And I think everyone in Toronto feels the same way, because we want to see a map 3 here, Mimi. But for now, we have to focus on Ascent. What should we be expecting?
What we should be expecting is the same thing for Fnatic. That new chamber comp they debuted, Alpha, Bea, you were talking a lot about it. He was incredible towards the second half of Sunset, and it was the same to be said last time he played this map.
Yeah, absolutely. The question is, what is Sentinels going to change to, if ever, right? Is Narrate going to stay in that takeover? We saw G2 earlier just going back to something that was comfortable for them and putting the takeover back in. I don't know if the plan is going to be the same for Sentinels, but someone else that I'm looking at and someone that Coach Kaplan was speaking about was Celsius. Him on that Vice. I think that if someone has a page of Fnatic's book, or possibly have and understand the usage of the Vice in this map, is Sentinels.
This has never been an amazing map for SEN, at least for this core of the team. But when you look back at last year, when they were playing at Champions, they were running a double controller comp, the Cypher Deadlock, that became pretty popular in North America during that time. And I'm interested if they want to take any notes out of that one. I've loved the double Senti looks that a lot of different teams, including Fnatic, have shown on the map. So if they have something new, I would expect it to be some variant of the double Sentinel.
And you want to talk about the run that this team has had, Sentinels, on Ascent. It hasn't been pretty, right? 2-1, not all that bad. They haven't played it here, so we're going to see what we end up getting as the agent select is going to go. And look at Alfie already locking in that chamber there, Kukuka.
He's not even hovering. He's not even letting us, you know, theory craft. Maybe he goes for something else. But very important as well, you know that the chances of you picking this map and you starting on the attack are like, let's say 95%, okay? Some people, especially if it's a big, if it's the last one, maybe it changes.
Sentinels.
But we saw what Fnatic were able to do in their attack. A lot
Blowing
of that aggression on mid, all
right?
of those straight denials that this composition offers.
Fnatic, or excuse me, Sentinels got kind of obliterated by Paper X in their post plans when they played against them in the uppers. They were getting caught off guard by players in off angles when they were retaking. That's going to be the same thing with Alpha, but turned up to a new degree. Every time Fnatic get the spike down, watch for where he's putting his team, how he's positioning forward. And now for Sentinels, we have to talk about them because they are locking the Teo, they are locking the Vise, and this is looking to be the same comp as long as they don't lock the Waylay, and they've done it. Zekin goes for the Waylay, the first player to pull that out here in Masters Toronto.
Well,
what?
Well, it's his first Waylay, that is for sure. I don't think that he has played the agent in an official match, has he?
Not that I could recall.
I don't think so.
But also narrates on the Tejo as well.
Is this Jogamo? Is this you?
G2 played this a ton in Americas with that
Will it work?
in the mix.
Let's see what they got.
You can dive into
I'm never one to instantly doubt a comp unless it has like a direct floor.
Folks, well, it's now time to find out if
It
Sentinels
doesn't have a
sink
direct
or
floor, it's just a
swim.
little
Are we
crazy.
gonna get that map 3? Let's send it back over to your casters, Pansy and Hypoc.
Yeah, thank you. All eyes turning towards Zekken.
There's no
here.
recon,
Mike, I
though.
thought that maybe Alpha up on that chamber.
It's a little crazy for the map.
Kron on the Vice.
Not the headline tonight.
Nah, Zekken on the Waylay. What are we seeing with this?
I mean, it's actually almost.
They heard me, they went for the different comps, yeah, and then they went for Teo Waylay.
Alpha a little well, I said a little more coordinated, but there's a lot of pressure now to
Pretty
try.
mad.
At the end, there's not many counterplays right to a chamber, getting up close and personal, able to dip his toes and get out, but could be a trump card, the Uno reverse from Sentinels, and that's where Milan even touching on, bringing out a curveball, but hey, how do you react now?
Yeah, I mean, this is
just one up
it's an interesting one.
matter, but we dive
Okay,
into
Fnatic
this
on
where we get to
Fnatic on
see the
attack,
test.
Sentinels on
Creative
defense.
sides. Fnatic on the attack, and of course
Wall
Sen
over
then
towards
on the
middle as well.
defending
Definitely need to
side.
keep an eye on that one.
Let's
This is
see how
interesting
this
from
looks. We
Fnatic.
got a lot to
Over
learn.
towards B main, majority of the time they were just
three-play
using a
stack on this
Vice
B
flash.
side.
So this time, at least on the pistol,
Pressure
2
here at
aggro
Probe
over
sent out.
towards here as well.
In terms of the util from Crashies.
Like they heavy went for this. Put Omen flash in as well. I'm pretty sure I didn't fully check it, sorry.
Find John QT, but actually no damage
Yeah,
done
push
there.
up towards short and they're committing on this one. Flash goes in. 3 passing here.
Nareit's going to be here.
Narrate.
Kayak on the corner. Nice shot
Great
from Kayak. Quick to try and hunt that down. Does get denied the springboard forward, but Nareit's screwed. Yeah,
Really
Chrono's
nice from
hungry for
Chronicle.
that. And they're
Not this
fighting for
again.
that
Not
space
the
behind tree, taking
not the
towards
A over
heaven,
towards
making
B.
the site really uncomfortable.
Double back of sight.
2 players trying to tuck in towards Hell. And if they get the spacing right here, Fnatic, it should be pretty light work.
Hey,
This is
great
really
jump,
well
bro.
crafted, Mike.
Just say the miss on the first, but Alpha.
Very nice.
connecting
Okay,
with a
first
headshot
pistol
second
for
now. Need an
first
ace
pistol for
to find
Fnatic.
this pistol.
Have I told you about the story of Zekken's 1v5? I've not
Have
told you that one.
You have not.
He was on a Waylay, which is crazy,
Was it?
right? Yeah.
Tarka, thank you so much, dude.
won
Thank
the
you,
second
thank you,
map.
mate. There's nowhere I can get one of these.
Because I don't see it
There's actually
happening
nowhere.
now. Kron's playing the no fun allowed game.
The fun police.
Yeah, they've turned up.
Yeah, Vice and a pistol round is deadly as well.
Yeah, it's
Also like this from
exactly going, but
Fnatic, right? This was a pistol that was completely different to pretty
Even
much
in the
every
losses, the
round
man's
that they
still scary
played.
as hell.
Nice shot.
Good God, that man.
It was a pistol round that was like completely
Nasty
different to
with it,
anything they had
but
done
around
before.
nonetheless for Fnatic
Aggro
here
pressure
to
over
get the
towards
first
B
in
with
the
2.
second
They
map.
didn't do that before.
Certainly
They
a
normally
confidence
Vice
booster.
walled behind. This time they saved it for the
They
after
had
plant.
that comeback on map
It's,
one, but
they're starting off the game playing completely different to how they did
curveball here at
earlier.
map 2 and maybe some early
As in on the first time they
learnings
showed
here
this
to
comp.
find. On the side of Fnatic. Excited to see, really. I mean, it will be the face-off. Maybe not in the first half here between Alpha and
Is Sen
Zekken.
cooking with this comp?
Not so much Kayak in
Okay,
that
I don't think so, but I'm down again. We should never.
One sheriff.
You should always give people a chance to see
So
what
on
they
the
come
other
up
side, you're
with.
gonna see them try and go find
I
it,
kind of
but
think it's
big investment
madness.
from Kayak.
I think this is
Prized
2
possessions they
of,
don't wanna be
in
losing,
my
and a
opinion, the worst
5-play
agents
stack.
at the moment.
So they better avoid one side of this map.
But,
if they know what's
yeah,
good
I
for
mean,
them. But
again,
let's see if they can just test
if
out
they got
the
good
waters.
thought
This puts a lot of
process, I'm
pressure on.
down to see
I'd say
something.
Crashies to kind of do this good scouting to make sure they don't fall into these sort of traps in place. And it looks like they're aiming towards middle to begin with.
The space to play into for sure. Still cautious. Going to give away any early advantage here in round 2.
Ooh, okay.
Dude,
Narrate
it
goes
shoots
down. Nice.
so fast.
Enough correction in the end from Alpha from that second. This is good for him. Again, you want to see confidence
Colin,
being
thanks so
built.
much for the prime, mate.
The other
Appreciate that.
4 for
Thank you,
Sen.
Colin.
Not really all that enthused by this round, are they?
No, especially when you look back towards the minimap now. The big gap.
Yeah.
Ground to
Maybe
cover.
throw the spike over towards
For
Kayak.
Fnatic, though, they'll be happy enough with that.
Still so
Do you want
cautious.
Yori ult or
of
do you want Sovo?
a snake in the water here.
Sovo.
We'll find a clean plant though. Able to get themselves out of sight as well. Yeah, really scratching their heads now.
I said not here. Zekken is getting closer. Door's shut though. Nope. Door's open. And,
J-Rod
Fnatic
Supreme
would
as well,
like
the
to
Prime.
find
Thank you so much for the
opponents. It does
7
seem a
months,
little
dude.
bit
Thank you
of
for doing
hide
that.
and seek so far, but Kayak gonna take down Zekken, who did
Late
have
to
that
the Prime
sheriff, so
body. I
main
appreciate
sort
it,
of
man.
Danger weapon gone. Speaking of weapons, there is one
Buster
now
needs to get
dropped.
involved purely just to pick up one of these guns now.
To see if they can recover this or keep it out of their hands, but Zelsis, this is a lot. That's 3 players here. They're going to make Fnatic work for this, though.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Trying to keep them in market here. Well, that's both kills come through.
Okay, Vandal
Yeah, main
back
thing
in.
is that Buster
Everything
picks up the gun.
recovered. So yeah, Vandal, Phantom, and the Guardian still in rotation.
Yeah, difficult to really police the weapons in that situation. Almost want to force Fnatic.
Good news for Fnatic as well. So especially for their attack. So for all your ult, kind of the main ults. Honestly, maybe Vice ult as well, but those are the 2 that are halfway there.
Really going to cause problems for the purchase here. And obviously the offset to that being Alpha. So the ability to buy up effectively a Guardian in the back
Yeah,
pocket.
and we said for Sentinels, we thought that they would try and fight heavy over towards B main. At the beginning here, wanted to fight heavy, but different default from Fnatic.
Zelsis is here too. Alpha propped
Instead
up
of what we
towards
saw
B
with their trip
very
going
early.
over towards B, but the trip over towards... Sorry, trip over towards short, you see the
Is
trip
slow.
over towards
We've been
B.
talking about this very, very slow and steady.
Yeah, and certainly
They're
some
attacking
question marks here.
Yeah, TP over towards middle, creates a question mark over towards middle, but it was weak, and see they don't have to worry... Oh, shot. They have to worry about middle because the Vice was here.
Similar setup though to what we saw earlier on. It's not Alpha to lead the charge here, but rather sell the fake elsewhere.
Well, okay, they got the good... I said they didn't have the good lineup. They got the good lineup because the one got stuck on stairs earlier.
We've seen that
Goes
Fnatic
like
do like
all
to
the way
prioritize
through,
that
just
deeper
in
tree
case.
control as well. If he can police this, it'd be impressive, but it's difficult.
You'd imagine he went for a
Fnatic once
fake
again
there.
taking that territory. Oh, Kayak tries to get a little technical with it, but Narrate comfortable on the pressure. So far, so good. Actually overextends and is rewarded.
2 with the Bulldogs, by the way. Massive value found.
I think this is great
Force
though.
now.
Like I know
to consider
Fnatic don't get many
just holding on to
kills,
this weapon
but
rate.
finding the wall over towards middle is it's nice to know
opportunities for play
where
here
they've
with
been
that
able
spike
to
going
stack
through
sites
three,
so
as
heavy.
said. If it all goes wrong,
If you're Sentinels,
kinda
you're
stuck
absolutely
there.
loving this round.
They do
3K.
have the benefit. It's only Alpha that's
It's going to be interesting to see. So Sentinels, they know that they found the
Themselves
wall over
as close
towards
to
middle,
a
so do
real
they
weapon
keep the
as
wall over towards middle, or do they go for
hopeful
some
with
kind of
that amount
punish?
of
Or you could do
credits
both,
left in the
but
bank.
it might be, yeah, you
Sentinels
see
here
loads of
on the
pings
board
over towards
on
middle
a
now.
SEN.
You got Fnatic talking about it.
That's why it's only really Kayak and Alpha making progress here. Crashes as well, actually. Yeah, and the rate goes huge here with the Bulldog. Awkward there from
30
Kayak's
seconds
position.
left.
Snappy onto Crashes as well, who had a rough first map.
Okay, wall over
See
towards
him
middle
certainly
again for
establish
Sentinels.
himself early
That's,
on here
you
on a
find
SEN.
this twice, kind of eerie.
And a little bit scary as well if Narrate starts going early. You saw how that last map ended. I mean, he was on a high note and a half.
Oh, he's buzzing up on his feet.
Oh, and a little bit of a deeper exploration coming
Yeah,
out.
same thing
from
that we
Zek in
said,
there.
that
So this feels
maybe
like this
they would be
fight's been
fighting over
happening a
towards
lot,
B
right,
main,
between
trying to
Alpha
make
and
sure that
Zek
they
and
don't
Fun,
get the
fighting
free
for that
flash
sort
over
of
towards
early
it.
space on maybe B main or
Flash up the top to try fight this heavy. Alpha might own
They
this.
are waiting. This time Alpha, a bit of damage done. Zelsis wants to clear this util, but couldn't quite crest the corner.
Yeah,
Really want to see
it was close.
That's 3 players.
Yeah.
They should have noted on this side of the map.
The rate's been fairly quick to rotate over towards A. He's making moves now. But this time around, the difference being
Flash over towards
behind
middle.
this.
Didn't
Spike
hit anyone,
still
so they
over
kind of get
towards B
info.
side.
Wall still over
Zek is
towards
still
here, so again,
commanding.
Sentinels don't need to worry about anything.
Space into B main.
Zek's been
That's an
outdone
absolute
this
shot.
time.
Can they speed up on this one? Got 40 seconds, one person over towards site, double Fawns on site though, so he can delay heavy.
Can buy a bit of time.
It's not
We
like
saw
they
that
have a
earlier
like this guy
rotation
on the
coming
rotate
out
can't
from
really
the
help
rate.
too much
Now he
though.
wants to get back.
Salvos, that's about it.
Some precious seconds. Can he keep Fnatic away from the door? Already
Yeah,
chopping at the
I
bit to
think
get closer.
normally the
Looking for that
KO
cross through towards site.
potentially
Slips
be
in the
rotate.
smoke, takes away Alpha. Looks for some more damage, but he can't do much more. Kind of pinned in at this point. Had to
Speaking
give
of
up
the
that.
KO, Flash goes in so that Zelsis can fight on site, but the Flash hit him.
Yeah, but an overextension
it's
towards
rough.
CT. I thought maybe try and buy a bit of time, see if someone could swing off him. But Chronicle goes down and leaves it in this 3v3. Now, how does SEN then break back through towards the site itself? Look at the utility they have. One flash for Gen.G.
Oh, and Flash now is the
Pretty
KO
much
Flash, it
one
was John's
smoke for
Flash.
bang.
It went
Difficult to breach
over
this
the
side
top.
of the map.
I'm pretty sure.
And that's it. That's pretty much it. Two towards Cat, high flash swing.
Speaking of flash, that one was good.
What is that? Bang still firing on all cylinders though. He knows where Kayak is. But it ain't enough to
That's
kill him. Kayak survives.
close rounds.
Make it out like bandits.
Some good confidence for Kayak as well after that one.
As Crash is alive there to find a kill. Maybe just a catch on the flash themselves, but Alpha crispy on the entry. Yeah, weird exchange here between Celsius and Chronicle. Bang almost lining up a 4K here.
God, Bang. So close on that. I was like, bro, why are you aiming that towards me? Damn, okay, timeout early for Sen though. They're touching base up on what, round 5? They've hit the brakes here. Maybe not liking it, maybe just kind of trying to get a grip on this. Again, you're playing up against a comp that you probably aren't super familiar with. You're seeing a chamber again, seeing this sort of thing. And again, if you're looking at the coaching staff, Kaplan's there going to be trying to keep in touch with them quick.
And you could argue it's maybe some of the rounds that are most frustrating to lose because there's not necessarily any flair or, you know, nothing special about some of these rounds. If Alpha can just kind of find these dry engagements.
Yeah, it's a nice early road. Sorry, it's a nice early timeout.
You're not really testing the site hold or
I
anything
do
like that.
strongly
somebody
think
almost overstepping the mark
that
on Sentinel's side, so maybe just trying to rein that in.
I at least know the
early on,
Mini, when watching this, he'll
for Zekin in the first
criticize the Teo being the rotate instead of the
receive some of
KO.
these site XX.
And it does feel, I don't want to say like a coin flip between the two of them, but they
I
have
wonder
been
what the
going
thought
back and forth,
process
right?
is
Zekin's
for
had
it.
his moments.
Maybe it's based on if he
Obviously,
has
the
drone for
value of
info,
Alpha
I don't
getting
really
that
know.
first pick does open the site. You saw how isolated then Zelsis was, and it was really hard to stall out. He did great though, slipping into that smoke, catching a player, still stalled out almost enough for Bang there, but not to be. 3-1, Fnatic firmly now starting to build a lead.
Hey, out on defense, but Alpha has his own op in terms of the ult.
So tour de force on the other side.
Yeah, it doesn't buy a backup gun, so maybe
Taking a look.
John's knife is going to be important onto this one.
Knife comes in, probably going to
Flash
catch
over
one
towards
there.
middle. It's a high flash to see if anyone's going
Imagine that
aggro over
connected.
towards short. Drone goes out, they know where the op is.
decides to rattle off a shot, but back away. That opens up gap for Fnatic.
Almost leaning towards a pace
I'm just
change
being
on both
mini to
sides,
it,
so as soon as the
Bacon,
tour de
that's all
force
it is.
out,
Active fight
the
on towards
operators
street.
here, yeah. Well, actually, the spam onto Kayak.
And it's done. Oh, Narrate! How are you diffing Kayak in that? He had to snap back to it already. You're going to see this coming in to try and clear out, and it does. Hunter's Fury does well to catch out Narrate, but they've made it hard work to play
Dude,
up Cat.
look at
A
this
real
over
different
rotate.
hold. They're just
The
playing
minimap.
it forward a little in unison. No big opportunities for Alpha to bring in the ult either.
Trying to make something work here in range of the TP.
Knife goes over towards A. It doesn't hit anyone.
Pause for thought here from Fnatic.
Say A this corner.
Even 4v4, but John QT tagged down to 47, so slight
Fnatic perfectly
advantage.
pinging the wall over towards mid. 30 seconds though.
30
Alpha
seconds
once
left.
again, curious. Does have the spike himself as well, so going to hope that Crashes can come and reinforce this, but it's Zekin.
And look at the time.
Oh, they've messed up, man. Wait, John?
The
I'm
word
gonna show you
melons
gun.
is coming to mind. 10 seconds. Fnatic,
10
yeah,
seconds.
closer,
Bang
but
can
Bang's
definitely win
still
this.
here. If he can deny the plan, that's everything. And Bang's currently getting curious. Dealt with by Kron. A messy shot from him. Zelsis can't get there in time just yet. And look how disconnected Kron is. This is so difficult for Zelsis to clear out. Crashy's dart. Shock dart's back in play as well. The second that Zelsis gets closer to sight, if he gets contact, that checkmate of Kron's position surely comes in, and it's there. Lovely positioning.
Bro, I can't believe they won that one, really.
I'm
John's scared because both the TP's over towards sight, and then instead of kind of swinging over towards short to get the info, pretty much gives away his pulse.
It's a really bizarre exchange here. Towards short, it's only really the Hunter's Fury that opens things up for Fnatic. Almost 1 second shows his hand with the operator. Able to deal with it. A couple of ultimates now online for
And
Sentinels.
the rate visibly tilted.
Still got Kayak though. Then to go back, actually a set piece out
Flash over towards the
Yeah,
top.
look at the pressure coming out of B-Main
Omen
too.
flash
It's
as
gonna
well,
look
push
towards
all the way
middle, but
through,
unfortunately
all on
there's
top of this
one
as well.
back
This is
here,
a nice
and
round.
they're
Ah, this looks
fighting
cool.
together. Sen, kick up the pace, and
Did they even have a Thorns to like try lock them in?
Monster and Alpha have
Nice.
a mountain to climb. Alpha rattles off the bullet. They now know where he is. Spike's in a dangerous position too. Alpha wants that back. Boast already trailblazing away. Alpha gets the spike, he gets away. Now where do they go? It feels like it has to be towards A, right?
Yeah, I mean, they still have an okay chance of the rounds here. As we can see, free side over towards A.
No, why is this choice feels mad?
There's not going to be any confirmation. For,
yeah, why does it feel like they think the spike's down here?
Certainly bold.
Oh my god, they might... I don't... Oh!
Shot.
They catch more than the timing. They catch second.
But do they read that as Sentinels have already rotated and now go back towards B? Zeus is still in a position to do damage.
He's thinking about it, isn't he, Alpha? And with Zeus still alive, you've still got this wall in middle.
Could TP it if you wanted to.
He triggers it. Trying to bait it out to look back like a B. A double fake, potentially. And a late lurk
got the spike as well.
cat.
Oh my word.
That was close. That
Keep an eye on the time with the pressure from the wall going down the middle. They think they might have walked over towards B, so there's nothing to stop this plant. Alpha's holding over towards heaven. When you can start considering short. He gets, dude, if he gets over towards A main, they have no vision block.
As well for Boaster.
Door shot as well.
Ah, dude, he can win from here. Boaster goes here as well. They know they have no vision block. Oh, okay. He cleared wine for him. Okay, that's pretty smart.
Ult's popped. Alpha's out of it, but they're going to flood the site now. Sen looking to try and clear, trying to maybe catch Poster in the meantime. Paranoia is still in play. There it is, posted. Alpha, you got to come into this one. And he checks it. It's clear for now. They are hunting them
Great
down,
shot.
but Alpha denying. Poster trying to live as long as he can.
No way, great shot. Oh, he's so good on Chamber, bro. Chamber's actually back, man. Nicely done from Alpha. Yeah, no vision block. As soon as he gets over towards A main, it's super doable. It's a good call from him. Like this Omen ult as well. They have no idea about A main, right? They don't know if it's clear, so Omen goes there to clear wine. It's a really cool Omen ult from Poster as well.
From Alpha, 4 kills for him. And this pace change really from Sentinels. Actually, the second timeout coming through.
Boaster's up. Boaster's up. You shouldn't be losing, what, 2v4s? Those are the ones that get you.
It was really weird though watching it over towards B.
It looked beautiful.
It really looked like they thought the spike was down.
Really, operators left on the table. Alpha's going to have it. Let's take the fight to them.
Yep, love that.
And initially, a huge victory for them.
2v5, yeah.
But again, Zeus is half a second
they clean took over towards B.
With the spike.
Vision strike is
have to give credit to Boaster playing
strat.
like a fiddle.
Like the strat was nice. Like I'd be mad as hell if I'm the coaches here.
Towards CT, all of these ideas.
This whole strat is great.
Going back, surely they're going to try and hit this fake. It was a double fake back in towards that A piece. Beautifully done.
I mean, rightly so.
Manipulating the map just perfectly. And at 5-1, there's a reason there's this double timeout called into effect. Sentinels
would love to be a fly on the wall.
Oh, wouldn't you just? Hearing that.
Again, because that's when you watch the minimap back and it's a round of seconds. Millimeters almost.
Okay, force him down to an eco. Not much on this one. You got the hero stinger. That's basically it. Alpha still with the op, 8-5.
Sentinels now really a stinger and a sheriff to Zekken.
Flash to clear over towards short. You can peek and take the angle.
Tuck themselves back into a deeper hold for sure.
Oh, they've been abusing Cat over.
Gives you the info
yeah,
also.
Have, yeah.
And I quite like the occasion you narrate.
Back to their old default.
But then
right,
Fnatic.
They played what? Plus 6. 5 to 6 rounds. Doing a brand new strat, brand new default. Now they go back to normal. Flash over towards short. He can late clear this with the flash over towards B main. I think that's what he went for. Flash over towards B main and it got shot, so they know that someone's in B main.
Going through that checklist very well. Making those rotations now difficult, and Alpha gets let off the leash.
GP goes into the corner and you got your ult.
Still building towards A.
Say ult here for Kayak as well, so the drone will come through if it doesn't confirm. Maybe a UC, but actually, Spam almost catching on John QT.
Oh, safety found in the smoke there. Almost a second of thought for it. And Alpha's gone right up the guts here.
Fnatic playing the entire map.
Yeah, they're everywhere again.
There's still 3 players on this
Smoke over towards spawn, split B going in. They have someone in spawn as well. Recon for B main with the flash on top as well.
Fnatic could have left this too late, but let's find out. 24 seconds, they got to make a play here. Storm coming in and Crash is taking those brave first couple of steps. Good work from Zekken, good scare.
Omen all gets sent in. Wait, there's so many here.
They got to get towards the back of the side poster. Makes a meal of it, but lands it in the end. Zekken again.
Great shot. Oh my goodness. Boast, you got to do it all, mate. No way. They lost this round. Damn, Bang with the TP back towards site, and Zekken has hit some absolute shots. Oh, they get so many guns on this one.
I mean,
Yeah,
Fnatic
they might be
victims of their
feeling
own
good after this
success here.
from Sentinels. It was a shocker from Fnatic.
Then
Also,
right into Sentinels'
they kind of approached it like they were playing against the buy rounds.
right there.
Scary player to get going,
Like with
to get confident, to get feeling out
The
this
Yoru
game.
playing like he did over towards A. Oh, that shot is.
Good.
And then you look at all that, and Bang's still there, just waiting.
That rock solid player.
Play time, boys. Play time.
The MasterCard Thrifty coming through. Beautiful highlight there for Zekken.
Yeah, Fnatic need to be careful as well. Next round they can't buy.
Right, they gotta
2-4
keep a
on top
grip
of this.
Fnatic who are looking slippery.
Recon over towards B. Sorry, over towards A. And we have seen that sometimes they Omen flash on top of that.
For Fnatic.
They know they're fighting over towards A main, so instant reaction to take over towards short. Trip goes out to clear corner.
Players to invest, still sitting on kayaks. Now Chronicle.
Different TP, this one over towards site.
Rip away the advantage here in terms of the purchase for kayak. That's a 60.
Wow.
Sorry, it's Houdini in the server.
How?
Magic.
How?
How has he gotten to there?
And how?
No right at all. Great knife timing on that one to connect though. Gets at least denied to invest the ult.
How?
So now the plant's going to come in, but they're in a 5v3.
Sentinels giving this up already. You can see them tucked into the
Cancel,
side.
yeah. What
Well,
the hell was that?
win one,
I mean,
lose the
the
next.
first
1-9 loss bonus comes in. So saving isn't too bad. You get 3k. You got two,
Outrageous.
Show me
four,
it back. Take it. You got a feel in a way for Sen. They can't get that
can't believe he
momentum
took
on
it.
their side, right? Yeah, a brilliant round from Zekken. Heroics from him. Right back, cool. Okay, Kayak's behind us and he's just gotten two.
Well,
All right.
especially now if you're Kaplan, you got to just sit back and watch these rounds.
Yep.
It all rides on John QT in the server. Be a flawless round 8 here.
Do you want an
for
interesting
Fnatic.
stat? In the history of Fnatic, they picked a Sen only twice.
That's
Wait, what was the other
the
time?
turning point for them in
Don't
terms of
tell me it was
momentum and
against me.
establishing themselves now with a 4-round lead.
Where was the other time they picked a Sen?
Certainly got the funds to support that.
Oh, he
spots him in the smoke. That is absolute.
God,
filth.
that's wild.
That's Narrate as well, who's looked so sharp. I said coming alive in map 1.
Yeah, Kayak is an absolute gunner, apparently. Okay, we've got a couple of so Kayak's been sat on his for a while now. We've been kind of keeping track of that. Kron's got his. He wanted it in that previous one, but actually the knife denied it, and then the other round regardless.
Okay,
on
two
the
different
other side,
lineups
though,
for this recon.
Zekken one away. John QT's got his. Narrate's got his. Yeah, need to see something
Okay, and they
around
want to
this,
let
though.
it go. Let it scan,
again,
knife in to see if anyone disrespected it, and then just take the control
Yeah,
back.
Sentinels have not been dipping their toes in
No
the early
Okay, no, they're
rounds.
fighting over towards
challenge
Amen
on
again,
them.
maybe? I'm not entirely sure. And they did round before, not this
No,
one, because they didn't
maybe
actually
with
shoot the recon.
Zekken now sitting on 3k.
Deeper wall.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, Fnatic were able to pull this out very early on in the previous
Yeah,
rounds.
at the same time as this, they found the
Kayak
wall over
again.
towards middle and triggered it.
You got another
2 on site.
Rabbit in there, had to pull out. No, pretty simple, but the timing's right for Bang. Takes away Alpha, trying to maybe scale into this, and stalled out on shore.
Yeah.
Time to run. Okay, they're
With the
good.
spike isolated over towards short, that's
With
scary.
the spike, actually not going to be isolated.
Knife goes in, hits 2, maybe even hit both, so could have hit 3 here.
Okay, this is nice, though. This time around, do get to invest the ult here. So just those classics waiting, but I've heard something about those Sentinels classics. That makes me a little bit nervous here. And even Kayak investing util, they want to clear house! The Bang comes down, swinging!
2
Outrageous
bullets.
stuff from Bang! He could be on for the ace, 8 HP in a drink. Celsius gets
God,
the
he
job
did good
done.
though, the
But
smokes
beauty
as well.
from Bang there.
Not even just the shooting, the smoke back aside to give them so much space as that Visalt came in. That was awesome.
Is their downfall
They reacted well on site, yeah.
up against the ropes? in hell. I mean, the flash is perfect. And
Oh, that
again,
shot
you can't
is.
fault the first two swings here.
I'll have what I...
Just when you think it might be the moment Fnatic stabilize here with the lead. Sentinels fight back, 3 still separate these teams.
It feels like every time Sentinels win, it feels like a big win. But then they lose the next round. He had the eco, this one, 2 ults out of him.
But also that maybe they're willing to,
Like, it is another big win.
Middle, but let's see how
Recon goes over towards middle, clears close. This time they take the TP. Oh, that's a shocker.
What was the plan?
Really
That's a shocker.
awkward.
Maybe some discomfort on the agent. I don't know. That didn't seem like he went the way he wanted. So Narrate now.
Great trade in the end.
These couple of moments here, Zellsis is still on this side. So they felt pressure in market and through main. This feels very indicative of this B hit, but we've seen how slippery Fnatic can be. Hesitation on rotation, but Bang closing the gap. He should be the checkmate here.
Just supposed to consider middle, doesn't look like it. Oh, dude, he was tucked in so much they didn't see him.
There's still a wall behind here. TP could be taken for Bang, but
Yeah, now they get the info of the wall.
This is ridiculous. Fnatic slow and steady has been working, smothering Sentinels. The plant up next.
Yeah, it's
Bang,
another one.
He was a hero before, but
they win a big round and they just lose the next.
Wheelhouse today.
Looks like he wants to just look for an exit. Again, maybe even retrieve the operator, but both are tucked into pizza.
And again, I come back to the start because I quite like the idea, kind of playing a little bit deeper initially, waiting for that early wave of util, and then maybe taking a glance. But it felt like maybe just a bit of discomfort on the agent for Zek, and it didn't look like, obviously, that was what he wanted. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dearie me. Bang, if you survive, it ain't gonna happen. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, an early TP.
Second has his ult, so they need to be careful that they're not going to do the same aggro strat.
Beautiful play up middle. And again, it's just the timing that it takes him to pull the operator. And actually, yeah, I mean, Kayak's on the angle so quickly.
Oh, it was just an ankle shown. That was enough for the shot from Narrate then.
One enemy remaining.
Big round from Alpha though. Paving the way towards B side for Fnatic.
Yeah, look at Fnatic learning before. They're just like, hold up.
Look at that timeline.
Last time they did this with the ult, let's actually stay all the way back this time. Got TP to bottom and middle again.
I'm liking it.
Do we save our recon? We've got Fawns over towards short. Recon goes in, and we can take the TP over towards middle because it's clear again. This time we have a deeper smoke for them to actually take like full control. And nice default from them to trigger the wall within the first 25 seconds. That's great.
But then you look at Fnatic, of course, rewarded so far with this chamber adjustment, Chronicle as well on that Vice.
Time to jump.
Fnatic have been in control in terms of, like I said, playing the entire map, drawing out this util very early on, but Sentinels don't seem to respond to that, don't spring into action.
Again, the tail on rotate.
Try to dig their heels, and that also hasn't suited them.
No.
Other than some heroics from Zekken here and there.
This is, they're playing back Bowhouse.
Maybe it's for the stopping power of that. Oh, it could be a great ult. It's second back of sight.
Coming in, but still Zellsis has to lean forward. Boaster takes him down. It was actually set into motion well. Narrate does a little bit of damage from CT.
Okay, now they know I'm in back of sight as well.
Starting to fumble on time, and already Bang going to take the quick TP and the ult invested towards the back of sight. 15 seconds for Fnatic. Come on, you got to get towards the site here. Zellsis set up for success. Bang on the trade, can't do enough. 7 seconds and the plant is wanted.
Yeah, Narrate
does
should just win
Kayak
this.
get given that freedom? No, he does not. Narrate there.
Dude, if they can get a 5, it's
not
bad.
What's the
Not
setup
bad.
here? 10, 15 seconds earlier. It's teed up for Fnatic, but once more, I dare to say it, victims of their own success. They have so much space to play into, so much freedom where they're almost second-guessing themselves in some of these situations. Bang to spring the trap once more. 3 on the round from Narrate. Quiet half from him. You can hear Zellsis now rally the troops towards a 5th here. to close out the first
Recon over
half.
towards A. Are they actually going to like punish on this one now, or are they just going to?
Okay. It's been a hard game to get that kind of
Same
momentum
thing.
building.
Same thing from Sentinels. They let it go out, but they just kind of hold on to this still.
Truly down and out, no
I
matter
don't
the
know if
scoreline,
anyone's
no
in
matter
this
the
corner
map,
yet.
no matter the matchup. The way that Fnatic are playing this slow LVS ground
that is
has been,
straight through
hard to build
smoke.
momentum from, and again, Bang getting caught off there. Just that kind of 1v1 over on A main that was slowly building.
Yeah, it was a warbang as well, so that's just the edge of the...
Oh, this is a nice, this is a nice hit from Fnatic here. They clone into the TP over towards here, and he follows the clone in.
Quick way to make up for what's not been a good affair yet. Can he do any more though? No,
Very,
goes
very
down
nice.
with a lot of util as well.
Too fast over towards heaven though, so maybe. Nice shot.
And Kron in support, not letting them fight alone. Security found for the plant. Zelsis.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great attack from them. It really was.
Back for Fnatic, making it up to 8, keeping Sen on just these 4 rounds. Mike, this one looks one-sided. We have to wait until that second half to see if Sen have more for us.
Plan all 50 seconds, not my team. Yeah, they threw in a fast round at the end to... Yuri stuff's really nice. I mean, I like a lot of what they do on this map. It looks cool.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series
I'm
breaks
back
it
with
all
the
down.
Prime. Thank you for the 4 months,
12
mate. Thank you for doing that,
with
dude.
insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next. You won't want to miss it.
I've seen Prius's tweet. He's not bragging about the VIP, is he? Then, I mean, it's a very all-in fast comp. Yeah, you should see a lot of fast strats from them. But against a Vice, I don't know. Not sure that's gonna work. Augusto, thank you so much. Thank you. What's the thought behind the Fnatic comp? So, it's pretty much, it's basically a comp that has double Sentinel, but the Sentinels both have a little bit of Initiator util, right? You got the Flash of the Vice, and then you've got the Trip of the Chamber. So a lot of times they're clearing over towards short with the Trip, they're clearing over towards B main with the Flash or over towards short. So it kind of works, in theory, like you have 2 Initiators with those 2 combining. Is basically what it is. And then you just have so much util. You get over towards the side with the Vice, you completely owned it.
There's a few rounds where things get away
it's a comp that's very strong on attack, it's a comp that's very strong on defense. Right, if you just think about defense now, let's say Sentinels, let's say Fnatic are doing the wall over towards middle. Right, the Vice wall over towards middle. So you have to go default break this, otherwise it's like a 3-2 stack on sites. Say you go find this, right, next round, maybe they put the wall here, maybe there's a chamber here. You don't have to default to where a chamber is, push a chamber off, so you use a lot of util to push a chamber off, it becomes a nightmare. And then the wall might not even be there as well. All the chambers there and then the wall's behind there. But it's like you end up defaulting against a comp that you don't normally really want to default against. And it just means that you have to use your util good, especially as that op comes out, it's a bit of a nightmare. Again, it's just a comp that's good on attack and defense.
It is now the story of what does Zekken look like on this.
And it actually does so much. I strongly think as well that like this, I think this 4 core is so good on this map. I really do. I think these are the 4 that is like insane on this map. I think this could be a fade if you wanted to, but I think the Sova's a bit better. And I think this can be a deadlock. Could be a Cypher.
It is a long path back.
2-1 on the pistols, right? Fnatic got their first pistol on this map. Knife goes over towards the side, does hit the Yoru.
Certainly more so here in the second. There's a set piece going to come through for the Sentinel. Zekken up close and personal. Doesn't find any contact. Actually, Chronicle finds him.
Yeah, Kron having that corner uncontested was wild. It felt
Sure,
like
but
they
still got a retake and they don't have Omen Flash.
It was a very well crafted approach, but still does a bit of damage. And look at Narrate, 34 HP and tucks in towards help. Looks like short is the way forward here. Slow and steady for Fnatic once again, waiting, and Sentinels tired of it. Try and get involved again, punished. Zelsis is the only one to make out with a positive trade here, and he's fallen.
Nice shots.
Alpha
Really nice shots.
doing what he needs.
Did they need to do this?
He even crashes now on his feet. Boaster in prime
I
I
think
series
so.
form, giving
If
it
they have the
large.
Omen Flash, I get it. If they don't, I don't know. I think they can hold sight, but at least they all did it together. I can't be angry at that.
Say Chronicle just, yeah, no pressure whatsoever. Move the tip of the spear here and into a 4v4 ahead of the plant coming through, but Alpha.
That's tasty.
Connecting on the headshot here to seal the deal.
Nice shots, bro.
9th under their belt. So Sentinels can get anything going here.
Okay,
maybe flip round
2-2 on the pistols.
I mean,
oops,
this
0-2
is starting to look like that Icebox third map is becoming a reality.
Sentinels in terms of pistols this map.
First map didn't feel as explosive as expected, but this is certainly a test. Be careful here. They are close by those classics.
Yeah, I like the idea. Use their smoke against them.
Alpha is rewarded. Zekken disrespecting it, takes a glance in, and then dips out.
And they got their own smoke behind it now.
Peel away now.
Who would be favoured on Icebox? Again, I can't remember the last time I saw Sentinels Icebox, but I'm a big believer in Fnatic's Icebox. I think it's one of their better maps.
A bit of a nightmare as well. Rough game for him.
Able to really have a say in a lot of these rounds.
So I would say Fnatic.
See a fairly thankless role on the KO, but certainly expect a little more from him.
Shadows traveling.
Timing on that smoke, actually. See the paranoia.
Yeah, I was going to say, inside the smoke, so...
There we go. Plant. Oh, he's so well controlled, but SEN digging in their heels this time. Hold on.
Too bad.
If they can recover, any plant to be had would be perfect.
Fnatic Icebox comp. Sage on.
Plant and Zekken put on guard duty.
Was it Sage, Gecko?
They look to flood.
Sage, Gecko, Viper.
Trying to make this one happen here. Narrate by his side.
No duelist. Killjoy.
So simple. Fnatic not
And then they used to have the
really
Teo, and they
giving
probably
any
put the
room
Sova in
for
instead of the
SEN to get
Teo,
up to
I think.
Keep 2 rifles from this. We'll find the 10th. Ult charge-wise,
Basically, you plant on attack and you win the after plant because you just got non-stop stall.
Maybe just go through the housekeeping.
They can try the Teo. They could.
Yeah, just polish
They
this
won't,
one.
but they could,
Comfortably, 3 still alive.
They would be done to do it, to be honest.
A bit more fire with Sentinels, Mike. There's just a bit of a whimper here.
Now's the time to make a stand. Long road back into the second half with Fnatic kicking things off with 2. Even actually riding this out.
Okay, the bonus is not too bad. It's not great, but the Bucky comes in. Big fan of the Bucky, yeah.
Trademarks of old.
Got a lot of it. I mean, look at this setup over towards A. It's a big punish over towards short. Did they hit both of them with this?
Play with almost, so expect them to ride the economy out.
Like this from Fnatic as well. They hear the wall, they push the clone to go break this, so it creates a little bit of pressure that they might be going over towards B main. Yeah, punish over towards middle.
And Alpha's really got
Omen flash into recon.
Smoke was still in play and he knows it now. Oh, the snap towards Zelsis was filthy.
Damn, they got out of there. They got out of there and Crashy stays over towards bottom middle.
Second recall to avoid being pinged by the dart there. You see it was
double swing off of short as well, so they at least clear like a little bit of mid. And that was hurt, I think. By the looks of it, they ping over towards short.
Damage done to Alpha and
Okay, Boaster, no Omen Flash because obviously they used it and then push over towards middle, so B's a little weak at the moment, but we'll say Crashies can at least go fast behind, and he might be able to hear them a little bit earlier.
Group as for proceeding towards Boaster, who now has
Look how proactive they are. Alpha goes and joins Crashies, they clear over towards middle, they still got the info with the trip over towards A. Oh yeah, what the? Okay, chat, we'll 2 times it after this.
I mean, it's tight if they don't make a move.
Look at this
Chronicles already.
Nothing behind him. Yeah, this is going to get deadly.
Yeah, they kind of locked him in here. Boaster smokes himself off so he can buy time for the winning play to make the play.
Boaster, you buy the time. Zekken does well. Takes away players from CT. Now Boaster forced to fight, but the flank comes in. 2 players. Front straight down cat. Nice damage, but not a nice job. 6 seconds.
Had to hit that one. He had to hit that. Ends up being a pretty good bonus for Fnatic. I like the proactiveness. I like the push over towards mid here at school.
Second water. It's a little harder. It's great with another 3 things. Beautiful.
I have to stop it before it gets to the end, otherwise it just stops lagging.
Operator in the hands of Alpha.
Okay, Alpha gets the op out.
See if we can put this to work. He's been present time and time again here in B main and hasn't really had anybody to greet him. Big ping, absolutely. You've got to be careful. Oh,
no way.
Kayak.
How's it
It's
gone
a couple
that
of rounds
way?
now where maybe
Do they
I think
speed
kind of
up
back to
off
back
this, or
that
how do they wanna play
Fnatic
it?
should
There's
have won the duel.
A little bit of a question mark around that, maybe push out on B potentially because the wall got cleared, so they gather up towards Cat. It looks like they really want to continue towards A, but Quant's been solid too. Second, taking space away towards Tree. Both to come in on bite. Does have that paranoia if Quant needs it, and I think he does now. Yeah, wait, they didn't even check.
Great Omen flash. Oh, that's unlucky.
Here.
I
Nice
think both of them maybe just. I mean, it's fine.
now.
She's still got plenty of
Lay
util.
luck over towards Shaw. I'm pretty sure he's dead.
Celsius. You couldn't get better positioning in that. The timing. It's time to run for Alpha. That is
Yeah,
too
just
valuable of a possession.
just a
You want
rough
that
first
operator
kill on
for
this.
late game.
And a big round actually to keep 4 alive.
Or do they realize they're hunting him heavy?
Build back in. Second. Actually
Nice
trying
shot.
to remove that advantage. Don't want to see another one given away here.
Well, they are close. They got to this quick. Do you get to keep this one? No one else through CT side. You can see where they are, but I think they're going to pause now. I think we'll be kind of leaving it where it is. But again, starting to see a little bit more life in Sentinels, Mike. There's a build here. The fact that Zekken got that kill on Kayak still feels ridiculous.
Spam back as well. This is Kayak got
Crazy.
the Phantom as well, so no traces to even
Double ping.
aid that from Zekken.
Down.
Right here, Sen
Enemy remaining.
have to commit towards his side as well. I don't want to say disrespecting the
Hey, they saved the
utility,
op,
but
and
certainly
they got a
knowing when
Visor
have
if they want to use
dial
it.
up the
Sova ult
pressure.
as well, but
Alright,
dude, they're up
well,
against so many
This is
ults.
now looking like a big round as well in my mind. As much as the purchase
Yeah,
is low for
looking a
Fnatic,
little bit like the
I
fast
need Sentinel clean on
G2
this.
with
And it's
the
actually
Visor.
next that's
Sorry,
gonna
with
be
the
crucial in terms of stringing together this comeback.
Waylay ult, where you take over towards middle and then you ult side.
Tour de force and potentially still an operator.
But Alpha is here. Alpha scares the life
I don't
out
think
of
it
me in
is.
these scenarios when he does.
Wait, what?
How did that
Underneath,
not land?
underneath the
Zekken.
gun.
Oh, the second time of asking. Alpha goes
Yeah,
back
they
in
tried to
for
steal
it.
the G2.
And Alpha
Ooh.
decides, screw it, a pop with the ult.
Yeah, because it's not going to get hit. Oh boy, he's not going to get hit by the Visor, so he tried to use the ult there.
Flooding towards the site. Still have mid control.
Little
but still
rough.
2 to clear on the site itself.
The idea's not
They've
too
got
bad.
options here. The buy now looking a little less
Yeah, Sentinels just wanted to run the
lethal at this
G2
point.
attack Waylay
So
ult.
they slow the tempo, Mike. They want to get a grip on this.
I got a Bucky and a Stinger to work with.
It's literally just a
Sheriff
set play
to
that G2
complement
do
it, but
quite a lot, or did with this comp.
Perfectly placed
Oh,
here. A
with
chance
the
for
Omen
Sentinels
flash.
to shoot through sight, but the crossfire
Hey,
doesn't
that's nice.
amounts to nothing.
Perfectly cleared, perfectly cleared. And Kayak just cut out of the round. Gen.G needs the help maybe in the end, but he gets it.
This is
Couple
absolutely
of ults
huge
used on this
because
one,
it
though.
draws out the tour de force.
Yes.
Did
Two massive tools.
does anyone have enough
to
money for
offset
Alpha to buy an
potentially
op?
a lesser purchase,
I
which
imagine
is
with his ult
on
being
the
there
brink here
that
for
no one would
Fnatic.
have saved extra money. Oh, it went above it.
I mean, again, though, there's nobody swinging into bottom mid here.
Yeah.
From Sentinels.
Alpha using ult is bad.
I mean, Zekken's up close, but
I don't know.
Could you
To be
marry
honest
to
with you,
these folks out?
if the thing is, it's a very thin line. If he gets one kill, the slow goes down, they win the round.
But
So,
still,
I don't know.
just... If that had gone the other way, who knows? But it's given a build back here for Sentinels. 7 to 10 now. Fnatic wanting this timeout and needing it now.
For sure, and I think Milan just looking to rein the boys in a little bit. Probably getting a little nervous now. You'd argue the hard work's already done, considering the pistol and the second went to Fnatic here in the second half. Like I said, we're on a knife edge now in terms of the economy.
Couple of whiffs. Couple of big whiffs, to
Got
be
the Hunter's
honest.
Fury, Chronicle with
They've
his
lost
as well.
them a few rounds, yeah.
Kayak 2 away. Certainly for Sentinels now in a pretty comfortable position with
What's the
basically
standing?
4
It says
players
1-0.
4K and above.
1-0 on Sunset.
Second with his ultimate as well.
Certainly. Do they try a similar strat again, or we can see 5 over towards here. They got no backup, and it's kind of looking like an instant drone, but then they just B hit and make it look like a split.
Tense round now. You're looking at Kron, you're looking at Crashies as well. Those ults
Dude, has he got the whole set here?
Second's got his. What's the early approach? Sentinels eyeing up B. Big commitment. Second takes a walk first.
I thought he was just gonna.
No one up close.
Thought he was gonna launch everything.
Not gonna find much. This time, fighting Kayak quickly handles Zekken.
Another first death from Zekken when he has ult.
That looked all too easy. Sentinel sent back.
Launching thorns.
Back down to 15 HP, but Sentinel's not really to find a response or a trade there with.
Yeah, Recon's nice to get them info.
Some aggression through B main.
Again, they all kind of committed here, right? 5, they had no backup plan on the rest of the map, so they got to re-clear everywhere.
This is question mark.
Yeah, exactly what Hypok just said.
We have a trip as well on Alpha with a very deep position, actually tucked into hell. Imagine the TP to get him up.
That's
danger as well.
This is interesting. You hear the trip close. You break it and then you don't think that the wall's here, so you think you've created all the pressure on short.
Layers to this from Fnatic.
Yeah, they don't go close enough. They don't hear the wall. It's genius. Damn, that's cool. That's really cool.
The clock. To apply further pressure now, and actually,
yeah, and they can keep the 3-person stack towards B. Omen flash over towards middle. Oh, what a TP that is! Oh man, that was almost incredibly
We're down to 10 seconds.
insane.
Kron just turreting about, and they've got to try
Okay,
and
no
power
kayaks
forward.
here,
Black's still alive.
and Crashies
Yeah,
has to save him.
His presence alone
Hey,
is
very
a
nice,
problem.
dude. This little double trip over towards short is awesome.
Losing Zekken early on.
That is
So
awesome.
this was a huge opportunity for Sentinels to
I think
really
they've created pressure over towards short, broke the trip. They got that second layer, and then can keep the 3-person stack. I mean, it's kind of a 4-person stack because you've got the Omen flash that can be thrown over towards middle.
I said able to dip away, deny that trade.
God, I love watching this comp, man. This chat. My expectations of the whole tournament was this map from Fnatic, but just for every first seed on pretty much every map. You can understand my disappointment. I thought like this kind of stuff we were going to be cooking with it non-stop. I thought it was just going to be incredible. And again, the matches have been good. I've just been devastated with some of the stuff the teams have done.
But pace change coming out. Pressure towards market. Crashes up to the test though, takes away John. Kron on the follow-up and Sen falling short when it looked to just matter most. Bang right back into it though. 2 big kills and it's still game on. Flooding through B main. Trying to get this plant in motion.
John's
gone down here in the end. No one able to retrieve him in this situation. 3v3 post plant now.
He's very fast behind. Crashies has his ult. When they kind of clear here, they could be tempted. Omen ult goes in. Okay, they have no idea. Could be over towards spawn, could be over towards heaven. Okay, TP's above the smoke and gets the kill. That was awesome from him. And he's touched the flash.
He sent this right back to him. Bang now blind. He was the hero who got them the 2 that made this look doable. Narrate still standing, the king of the 3Ks, 4Ks hell, but he's fallen.
Holy, nicely done from Fnatic. That was sick.
For the defuse, they've got this one. And Sentinels looking quiet
Lovely
here
little
now.
TP from Boaster.
Map point now for Fnatic. Purchase going to be a little shaky.
Sen? Yeah, there's some rough stuff on this map from them.
Crash is just timing this to perfection. It's Chronicle to complement that as well.
That was great from Bang. Chat, didn't Bang do something exactly the same in groups on Lotus?
Totally unaware of that possibility.
Just kind of double killed a high-low.
12 to 7.
Come on then, where you running, bro? Where you running?
Okay.
Here we are.
Five chances left.
More likely Sentinels hitting a brick
Okay,
wall that they can't seem to get
looks like they want to do something similar.
Zekken not given much play in middle
Follow
this
the drone out,
Kron
smoke
and
over
Crashies have
towards
been
mid,
good at
salvos
this.
to turn the corner.
Till in corner,
Ooh.
takes a glance, but doesn't fancy it.
Sentinels now looking
Flash
to
ID is good.
towards
This
this
is
utility
rough
there.
timing on this
Late
one.
round course,
Oh, God.
He's found one blind.
Oh, the timing is outrageous on this too.
All over towards shorts, looking nice as well. Yeah, he hit another.
Again, but that's Shorty waiting! Perfectly placed! And now Sentinels scrambling! Zellsis and Bang have to come together to save the day! Well, Fnatic are taking us the distance! The third map looking so likely! Bang's been great!
Very, very nice, man. It's a strong map. It's a strong map from them.
The bounce back.
Got a good full process. Good full process, and also I like the fact that they like changed up their attack a lot. First 5 rounds again, which is completely different to how they showed in the original demo, and that looks like it might have thrown Sentinels off a little bit. There was a, I don't know, there was a map diff here. Sentinels, yeah, no, they got pretty far in the tournament without showing their weak map though. They managed to get all the way through Swiss without showing that. Okay, I will be back in a little bit.
Only end this way, and what a way to close out before we get our top 4, a 6-mapper day. You love to see it, people. Some great Valorant is being played here in Toronto, and we are ready for Icebox. Golden Boy here alongside Kukuka and Mimi as we look to break everything down here, and boy, oh boy, do we have a lot to talk about. First up, though, let's talk about Alpha here, because my guy decides to bust out the chamber again, do the thing that we saw him do before, but this time, I mean, guy just absolutely magical on that agent.
And after what we saw yesterday, we thought that maybe we were not going to see the continuance of that maybe he was not going to be allowed to stand up again from that chair. But time and time again, especially in rounds like this one, in this 4v2 scenario, how he played around the ultimates that were thrown against him with his abilities as well as Chamber, giving a perfect result for the side of Alpha. I said at the beginning of the day, if you are a SEN fan, you do not want this Alpha to show up.
Nope, not at all.
The style of attack side that Fnatic was calling fit Alpha so perfectly, and it allowed him to have so many moments where he took over these rounds, ends with nearly a 2.0 KD, and in those slow rounds, they're letting him walk into mid, they're letting him walk into main, they're giving him utility to do that in these mid rounds, and Alpha, in those big moments, was constantly stepping up, delivering these opening kills. No one Everyone on SEN was positive in the first kill to first death department. Zekken was down 4, and the majority of that was Alpha just going crazy at the start of these rounds.
It makes you want to have the chamber meta back, just so you can have everybody.
Wouldn't go that far.
Yes, that happens.
I don't know. Toronto, do we want the chamber meta back at all?
My people, no, they say yes. They say yes. They say yes.
Oh, okay. We hear what we want to hear. Okay, that makes a lot of sense now. But though, that wasn't the only thing that we were seeing in the server pop off, because we also got to see our duelists head-to-head. We also got a little bit of Waylay as well, Mimi. And although it did not lead to that Sentinels victory, it was refreshing to see that agent be used in this situation. But maybe, was it a little overcooked in your opinion?
I don't know. I really think the biggest problem for Sentinels was their defense. And in that way, I would have maybe liked to see them go into more of a double Sentinel comp, which is really strong to hold it down on that side of the map. But I wouldn't necessarily say the Waylay was at fault for the loss in this one. I think the biggest reason Fnatic won was how incredible they were calling their attack side, how good Alpha was playing, and also how these other players were stepping up. Kayak, Fnatic's rookie, is one such example. Bea, he's playing great even in these high pressure matches.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't matter that it's Alpha out there getting the kills. Kayak has so much impact in every single one of those rounds, because all of that does not work if you do not have a Euro that is not scared to go in and have the rounds that he has. And especially looking ahead, looking at our last map, the question is, what is Kayak going to be playing? Are we going to see the Sage? Because we have seen Sentinels play and actually lose on Icebox already on this tournament. So we have to think about what Fnatic's going to do.
We absolutely do. Just looking at one stat here, 14-6 in first kills for Fnatic on that one. That speaks volumes.
They won all of their post plans. That's very important.
It looked incredible in all of those moments. This is a weird series though, because both these teams, I think, managed to pick a map that exposed a big weakness in their opponent's map pool. SEN has never been a great Ascent team. They weren't today. Fnatic has never been a great Sunset team. They were not today. But now we go to Icebox, a map that has been a home ground for Fnatic in the past, but that Sentinels has also been great at as well to tie up this series.
Do you feel like this is the best map to kind of get that neutral who wants it more in this situation?
I think this favors Fnatic, because in my head, if I was Sentinels coming into today, I would pray that Fnatic is not feeling comfortable enough to go for the Ascent pick, and I would have, Bandit first, Bandit second, and maybe go on a different route.
It goes to show just how good Fnatic made in terms of decisions in this map, Vito, to pick Ascent, to force Sentinels into this position where they had to pick, they had to leave one of Fnatic's best maps to end this series. Icebox, in my opinion, is the best chance for the last chance from Europe to send SEN home.
We've seen surprises from Fnatic on Ascent. I do not know what we can expect for Icebox.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, right? Are we going to see anything unique? Are we going to see anything interesting here, right? That's the question that is going to be on everyone's mind as we get ready for this matchup. Agent Select should be coming up in just a little bit here. And guys, I'm really, it's anyone's ball game here. I genuinely feel that way. I know you guys say it feels good for Fnatic, but the reality of the situation is when you're in this moment, when you feel the energy of the crowd, just like the way Zelsis is getting the crowd hyped right then and there.
They're all trying to do it.
You simply can't beat that. You simply can't beat that. That is it could very well be the sixth man in this one, Mimi.
Absolutely could be, but you see Zelsis doing that. Boaster's been doing the same thing on this stage. You've heard the clips of his speeches to
Jovo,
the team,
thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 15 months.
Having fun out there. He's doing the same
Who's
with
the
each
veto
and every
favor
one
the
of those
most?
fans
I
behind him.
think.
We're getting ready for the agent select here in a moment,
honestly,
folks,
at the
but we wanna
beginning,
hear
I didn't
from
know
you.
what
Who do you think's gonna walk away with
Sentinels
the win?
had
Is
for
it gonna be
Ascent,
Fnatic?
so I could have been good for them, but I think I don't know. For this, I give Fnatic more of an advantage. I really like Fnatic's Icebox.
Fnatic fans, where you at? Is it going to be Fnatic?
So Fnatic's comp at the moment, their after plan is like so strong, and their retakes are so strong that you have to play heavy on site on attack after you planted, or like push really far back, like push really far over towards B, and it just doesn't feel comfy. So it's
let me tell you, this is the team that's prolific.
This is hard to play against.
Agent Select coming in.
Let's
see what we end up getting here, team.
These guys are
surprises
trolling.
on the side of Sentinels, right? This is what they were playing the other day. Second playing on that Omen, no duelist on that side. My question really is,
There's no
what
way
Fnatic
they don't
is
bring
going
the
to do. We
Kayak
see some
Sage on.
hovers here, and even though we did see the Sage, it was not in Chronicle's
Crom
arms.
Jet,
don't
yeah, no,
know
I
if
did
they're gonna
the,
love the Sage
I did
maybe.
the, wait, he locked in the Jet? They changed it up. Ooh, okay, hold up. I think this is a little bit more open now. I think this is a little bit more open. I thought they were going to do a straight swap of the Teo for the Sova, but actually they pretty much go back to the 2021 comp.
We'll see what happens.
Last hope of Europe here for Fnatic. Sentinels, if they win today, they get their third match this year against G2. Lost to them both times in both America's finals.
We need the man just being, well, not this one, of course, this one for the side of Fnatic, but Narrate has been having such a good
It's still similar. It's still like similar things that I said. Still very similar, but I do think it loses a little bit. Okay, I mean a lot of pressure on Kayak to perform here.
So it's a slight change, but still, it's going to play pretty much the same as what we've seen from Fnatic in the past. You're right about that switch up, but I think this comp is still strong. Solo Sova is fine on this map. Enable Kayak to go crazy on that Jet and have a slight wrinkle in your plan for Sen.
All right, Toronto, let's get some hype going. I want your hands together. Let's do this. Let's clap, clap. Come on, let's go.
To the locking comp. I mean, this is 2021 standard comp. This was the meta for the longest time ever on Icebox.
Yeah, we got you for this one. Don't worry. It comes down to the third, as it should, Mike. NA against EU, one of those first ever times we got to see high-tier Valorant between SEN and Fnatic all those years back. Now we're here. Only one can
Okay, the things that I said
Only
still
one
apply,
gets to carry on.
but I will say Fnatic's retakes aren't as good. This is the old comp where they kind of use the Gecko instead.
Icebox. Sentinels back in right on the Gecko, and again the adjustment here coming out of the Tejo meta to now have Chronicle on the Sage. Again, not necessarily a concern, but
it also throws Sentinels anti off a little bit.
Really a comp to catch
Sentinels have played against no duelist comps before. They do pretty good at making like this a heavy choke point with Viper smoke and smokes over towards here. So it's not the worst move from Fnatic because I do think Sentinels are good against those non-duelist comps, but we'll see.
as well, Narrate, the man on the screen. He has been influential.
At the moment it's 2-2 on the pistols, and we've decided to 2-0 each time.
Doesn't want to stick around too close and give up too much. But this is an all-in, Mike. This is every player from SEN over this side.
Okay, I like the idea. So we plant over towards here, so it's not the usual stuff in terms of the Sage wall. I mean, there goes the Sage. That's like the person on Fnatic who needs to stay alive for this.
So does Kayak. So these are
It's a giant pick for
Sentinels.
Sentinels.
Though. 2 players towards back yellow, 2 towards B long. How are they going to cross up to this one? Great, still got Dizzy to invest if the contact comes in. Bang, waiting to swing on yellow. Now joined again towards long on this, the other 3. Shock Dart not going to be all that much of an issue. Paranoia gets burned, and that is a lovely flash as well. Nice from Sen so far. It's only Alpha to be drawing blood. Oh my god, Alpha.
It's nice shots.
It
This is very nice from Sentinels. More of a plant that's out there, so it's a little bit easier for them. Omen flash into Dizzy as well. Double flash.
Said respect shown from Boaster, allowed conceding all that space.
It's rough.
Free plants come through.
It's rough Fnatic.
In the retake. Actually a beautiful opening here for Alpha.
Chronicle going down there is
from down range.
Deadly.
And I'm going to keep my eyes on this throughout this game, at least on this half. If Sen keep getting into post plants, right, if they get that, there's so much util for Leon, you need Chron alive. You need that wall still in play, right? And he was one of the first.
He's the safety for that defuse, for sure.
Okay, what do Sentinels buy? 3 Bulldogs, and then they're kind of allowed 2 deaths on this.
Sentinels keeping this clean here. Want to keep those Bulldogs up. That's 3 of them there. The Singer could be lost potentially, as could that Sheriff, but those Bulldogs are prized possessions.
Yeah, it wasn't meant to go here. It's a great start though. I'm looking at Narrate, just a plant means that he gets his ult.
We're looking for something cheeky. Rinse and repeat
Like
here
this,
for
different
Sentinels.
plant more out in the open as well. Gonna be harder for them to do the wall.
Very low,
Normally you
actually.
do the straight line wall.
Supposed to slip pretty deep in this.
Great
now
shot.
he's found a shot on Narrate. It's not over. Smoke's still in hand. Viper Util on top, going to slow this down. And Bang
Big kill again before he got the wall out.
Catches Boast and clears it out. This is good. This is really good. Sen not feeling any of that
shot
pressure, apart
again.
from Alpha, who is firing here, by the way. Apparently that Ascent map gets him confident.
Absolute monster on Icebox.
But these are the 3 valuable weapons. They can't afford to lose these.
He's going to be given a chance here. John QT is still curious, but
Gun here.
I don't think he will yet. Won't catch sight of anybody on the retreat. Will fall to the spike, and Sentinels go 2-0.
Alpha, no, he's hitting great
Kick
shots.
things off for you on the decider.
Sentinels keep getting the biggest kill though, every single time taking down Chronicle.
Early on, important to show presence on this side of the map.
Something else I'm noting is the fact that Narrate's got that ult so early on.
Yeah, very early on.
Boaster with the Odin, this is interesting. This is something that, for people that watch my stream a lot, I'm always saying that the Odin over towards B is like heavily underrated. Especially when you play over towards Snowman, it's pretty much the only gun that you can consistently stop the plant. Over towards here, right, it's the only gun that can actually spam through the back of sight. Right, spam through here, spam through here. If you, as long as you know the angle's right, you can always stop the plant safely through the wall.
Himself just yet.
But I do like the Boaster brings us out.
Certainly unorthodox here, and you mentioned it. Here's the ultimate to hopefully pave the way for Sentinels, but very quickly handled.
Yeah, not bad at all, actually. So Fnatic get to kind of backpedal away, sit towards backside,
Yeah, here he
allow
goes.
rotations to come in. So a good
Over
stall
towards
out
back
here
to
between
Snowman.
the Odin and Kayak's presence. And dealing with that ult, yes, it could be picked up. It's done well, and it has been. Back into hand now, it looks like. Kayak still waiting. Could
Here
potentially
goes
do some
Wingman.
damage if they go
Let's
for
see
farm
what
here.
it's like. What the
See
spam's
that come
like.
in, and it is down, but Alpha
Well,
strikes again.
must have missed that one.
Two tucked on site though, and that's a surprise.
Maybe
Kayak
aim too
falls
high,
and
who
Sen
knows?
Still holding a lot of ground here. No trades at all. It's really only been Alpha drawing blood. Where's the rest of Fnatic in this? They got to do something to clear these 2 players off site. No flashes, and Bang unwilling to be moved, and they don't know about John QT down here. Oh,
Damn, nicely done from John. Yeah, I like the idea from Boaster. I guess he was aiming here and the plant was over towards here. Might have been going too high. I don't know.
Did manage to find an upgrade there, but regardless,
Do
have a
bonus.
massive advantage coming into round 4.
We're gonna get a lovely score on
Real
attack here.
positive so far. I mean, Kayak almost caught completely off guard by the idea of anybody tucking themselves into sight here. QT snappy on those 2 kills. As I was saying, the only real positives here, Chronicle and Alpha, good progress towards their ultimates, but in this round, you only really pin things on a Blade Storm potentially, but it's just not there.
No, and again, you can see that the momentum fully swinging towards Sen's favor. But I like this walk coming out from Fnatic.
Okay, pressure over towards B in terms of question mark. They insta clear it and it's a 3-person push. Is John ready? I mean, he was, but
Okay, catching John QT.
That's
This does split them up a
crazy.
bit, makes it a little bit trickier. But still, it is only pistols. Sheriffs, yes. They are heading towards that A site. Crashies. Potentially
Yeah,
Alpha
Alpha
do damage
distraction.
here. Alpha's position
Might
now
have done
gonna
enough
be
there.
known. Cross to be made.
Poor,
Nice shot on the first,
poor
but
Crashies on site. The Gecko flash is good on this. 3-person push behind. Kayak gets the gun.
That back line, if they want the traditional post plant, won't be able to be had.
Safe plant,
And next round, you're going to see some ults though.
Awareness of the threat here. Rifle in the hands of Kayak, though. It's going to be mitigated by Sen's positioning. And really banged. Whew. Weapon model actually covering it, but Kayak
Nice shot.
gets a second shot at it and converts.
Okay, paranoia with Zekken has to be big here, but no real ability to swing off it, and Zelsis has to go clutch. A 1v2 and Kayak on the case. Kron, he's already invested that wall, yeah.
Yeah, lack of play against the Sage, maybe. Been a while.
Fnatic with a Mastercard Thrifty, catching off Sentinels. Yeah, Zelsis still clearing up, but the round is Fnatic's.
Sentinel's early work here to try and
Little
draw
rough.
an extra body across the map here, maybe open up a site a little easier. Get everything right on the way in, but just can't stick the landing here. And the wall deciding things for Fnatic. Talking about that early on progress, Alpha and Chronicle
Bacon, what are you typing?
now bring theirs into round 5. The other thing Fnatic bring is an operator for
Chat,
Kayak.
can we ban Bacon?
1 and 4.
What are you saying right now? Let the ban Paul.
I don't know anybody's actually going to be expecting this. The awareness there.
I do like this.
I mean, the smoke definitely shows awareness.
You're half right there. They chose Icebox over Lotus. The second ban Lotus, yeah, but look what you typed. You said they chose to play Sunset.
To a bit of a 50-50 here. Knows he's in danger, and yeah, right timing to back away, doesn't get punished. Making Sentinels burn a little bit more of that utility to scale up. Has to force himself on a deeper line now.
Zelsa's still trying to backstab something on A site as well, but keep our eyes on the action.
Yeah, I like this. I like this from Fnatic. Deeper wall to try fight this. That's good. Especially as like to get through this wall, they kind of need to flash combo over towards here. Also, think getting hit by the knife is like pretty good idea from Fnatic. Alpha can just ult to retake this. Chat, the time's gonna get so low that Alpha's gonna. It's gonna be hard for him to not early killjoy ult.
He knows there's no one here. He can keep his players close towards his
He must be looking at the time like, man, I can killjoy this. I can win the round right here. He goes for it. Can they stop the plant?
They've got to make a move on it, and Kayak watching, perfectly poised above for 10 seconds. There's not much to be done. Lockdown does go down, and the plant is
Nice
in.
KO nade.
Sen just about
KO
salvaging
nade
this
to break
round.
the ult, managed to stick over towards site. 5 passing back of sight.
Back in, make it 5, great flash. John on the swing. Kayak still firing though, down to 3 for Sentinels. Oh, but John QT unwilling to move from the site. Resilient till the end.
Rez and wall as well.
John doing it perfectly from the site itself. Now Zekid and Narrate will try and hold on to this.
This is chaos.
Alive goes down. Falls, that's
No, the wall works against him. It's got to go up. It's got to go up for the wall.
Time is ticking. Narrate just has to play to the tune of the clock. I think it's too
Oh,
far
not
gone,
on this
surely.
one. Devastating. And they use the res into this as well.
Sentinels in the final seconds.
They got res, killjoy ult. They win one, they lose the next. 1-9 loss bonus kicking in.
To run down the clock here.
Dude, it's a great start for Sentinels.
Fnatic beginning to sweat a little bit. Big investment for the lockdown. The res comes through as well. Some tools they'd worked towards early on, but John QT just running rings around Fnatic here. In the wall going up, but providing no safety whatsoever.
Let's go, Marshall!
The force an early timeout here from Fnatic once more. Forced to reconsider
Why are
their
Fnatic
approach
not using
potentially
Gecko?
now. Back down on just
So
pistols.
I think,
time
and again,
around,
I
Blade's
have
gone
no
in hand,
idea.
though.
This is
Something
purely
to
just a
offset that
guess.
slightly.
That they maybe looked at some of the
Fury as well,
Sentinels demos and they realized that they
Sentinels
had
off to a
stopped.
flying start here.
I want to say the best
They're
example was
attacking
against
side of
G2. They stopped like
We
the
haven't
no
seen
duelist
John
comp
QT
pretty
have
well.
this level of impact in the
And
previous
maybe they
map.
thought that
Don't
the
be
duelist would
quiet.
help.
He's been doing his job. He leads.
That would be my guess
It
from what
is.
I've seen.
It certainly is. But to
Or
see
they
him
feel
get
like
that
their comp doesn't
fire
work
going
well
now
with
is
Sova, but
huge
I
for
don't
them.
believe that's the
That could be a
issue.
big difference maker here. Again, got to see someone pick that up, and he absolutely has. And overall, the read's been right.
Also worth
from
noting the
Sentinels. This
Gecko's the
has
lowest
caused
win
this
rate
timeout
agent
from
at the
Fnatic.
tournament.
They need bigger plan solutions. That
There can't be
pressure
much
early
data
B
on
has
that,
been
dude.
hard
It's
to
not
get
because of
reads
that,
behind.
though, is
I
it?
liked what Boaster
But I
did
get what
there,
you're
check
saying.
behind it, then almost second guessing of maybe Narrate's utility coming back in.
Sample
It's
size,
been
yeah,
right
sample
back
size
there,
is like
almost
what?
That's
7
the mark.
maps?
I mean,
That's
you
quite a
can
lot.
see
All
still
Icebox though,
questioning
right?
that, so crucial work from Boaster, but unfortunately coming apart at the seams in the final few seconds of that round.
Okay, force him down to an eco. And it really is an eco. Like, we got knives and we have light armor. That is it.
There's 3 players pinged on the knife too, so big info, even in a round like this. You can see the instantaneous rotate from Kayak, maybe trying to offset the expectations after being identified early on the knife. But Sentinels still going to be taking their pathing towards this A side of the map. Alpha taking a glance down middle, seeing no one on the cross, and it is going to be this A side here.
Yeah.
Sentinels
And
now.
I think that's so fine to pop this ult. KO ult against the knives. Like the only win condition for Fnatic into this round. So to nullify it, make sure you get over towards the site. You can also save your knife for when you find him.
Kayak now coming round. Contact swing, it's
Ooh,
nice. Good
hold up.
synergy between the 2 players
Gun
there.
heaven.
Bang next potentially in line. Does have the help from Zekin if required.
Oh, hold up.
No help needed apparently on that one for Kayak. That's all his. Where's that counterbalance of the pressure from CT?
Oh,
there
God.
it is. Crashies catching John QT. Now Zekin and Narrate split in this, trying to fight it forward. Narrate finds a corner to play from a Kayak.
No way, Kayak.
Kayak. From Fnatic
You
against
got
the odds
3
again.
of them. Wait, did they get 4 upgrades, right? Wait, is there 3 or 4 of them alive? 3 of them, right? 3 upgrades of guns. Chat, they had knives, a sheriff, and a light armor on the knives. That's it.
Strip away any of that comfort.
That is whole round down to Kayak. Maybe some of the other teammates causing a distraction.
Bait and switch perfect between Alpha and Kayak, and continues further, finds 3 on the round. Massive value in a Thrifty.
What are you doing, bro?
A bit more energy on stage as well.
They need
Much
that
needed.
Dude, when he gives it, he sounds
You want to see him go
so.
quiet now.
He sounds so
Again,
British. It's so
hometown
funny.
favorites pretty much at this point, right? Regional on
He
their
sounds the most
side,
British
but
he's
actually
ever
Crash's
sounded.
blind connection gets the raid. That's a huge scalp to claim. And
Oh,
straight
good
through,
dash.
he tries to
Nice
dash.
dash.
Boaster body blocking him out on towards Zekin as well. This is getting rough around the edges. Sen not having the same sort of success on the starts this time.
Make it very difficult to recover anything here. John QT down to 20 HP. A Stinger and 2 Sheriffs. Sentinels to pin their hopes to here in round 7. They want to do what Fnatic just did. The layering of util. Aren't coming through just yet, so.
Kind of difficult now, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say that information could be key to Sentinels, but still. Kayak eyes
Okay,
trained.
trying to cut sound, make it look like they're going back over towards it.
Just on guard as
Wait
well,
for the wall
front line.
to come up.
I'm not going to go deep enough to dissuade Kayak, but feels very indicative still of this pathing towards the B site, right?
30 seconds
Kron
left.
getting curious. Spots out one. There's more. And yeah, he's farming them up now.
Yeah.
Fnatic keeping 5
Worked out pretty
standing.
nice on this.
A valuable timeout
1
for
armor
them. Just
rebuy.
had a moment ago,
That is
getting
it.
them back on the same page.
God, their money's so good now. they get 3 gun upgrades in the round before, and then 5 of them survive.
Again, the range is squishy as anything.
Oh, that was lovely.
Seconds left.
Away, and again, it's a risk-free approach to an anti-eco, effectively. Sure, you could argue it's a big ultimate to draw out, but for round conversions here for Fnatic to keep within touching distance here of
Sure.
Sentinels, who call a timeout themselves.
Good timeout.
Again, if you're looking at Sen here, they do have 4 ults all to play. So if they have maybe something they want to run here, a set play in mind with these ults, Mike, they could certainly do it. But also they need that ethos check-in, right? Maybe a little bit of a change up here.
Potentially here, something with the lockdown, with the Hunter's Fury being used on the anti-eco. So
very true.
Maybe look
Sentinel
towards the set
spam
piece,
A
obviously
for the rest of
the
this.
easier one in that regard.
Yeah, they might.
But plenty of tools. Obviously, the age-old lockdown into a pit. Now, actually, the operator.
How many rounds does Fnatic need on
Curious to see
defense?
how
I don't
Kayak
even know,
does
mate.
approach some of these. Back on the board
I don't know
so early
Icebox,
on,
man.
but certainly with the 3K on the Blade Storm, he'll be feeling himself.
It's also good to get that momentum building back for themselves. There's a drought of rounds, right? That conversion, when you're looking at the bonus, can really knock you for 6. That can take that confidence out of you straight away. And Sen would have been grinning about that one. They were up out of their chairs early. You saw it very quickly how much impact Narrate was having. John QT doing really well.
Was Icebox our perma? Now we're just awful at it, mate.
Timeout called from Sen, but plenty of cards to play now.
Might even be a mid-piece here, with 3 players stacked up onto this barrier. Not necessarily seen any presence shown just yet, and Zekin.
Icebox versus Breeze. Nah, Breeze was good. We might have even had one of the better. We might even had one of the best Breeze win rates, to be honest.
Just forcing.
Not that we
the
did anything
adjustment.
good. We just out-aimed everyone.
Can't sit back on that util. We'll draw the
We
eyes
were the
of
go-to
both-
Breeze. Yeah, we
both
were
Zen and
actually the go-to Breeze, to be fair.
Alpha. Kayak tucked in.
But again, I would
The
say
operator here.
90% was
Maybe a nice
Scream,
amount of
Yampy, and
work. In fact,
Nivera.
Dizzy is coming in. He can at least kind of duck into a bit
Wait,
of
was
cover.
Nivera
Not
even
give
in
away
the team for Breeze? Maybe just Scream,
With
to
this
be honest.
setup anticipating lockdown to be used.
Oh, it's a double. 3 HP.
That was almost 2. Ooh,
Ooh, I like the idea though. It's like a Zarsha, a Zarsha ult, right? Normally you get info with the Killjoy, but actually it's the info with the early op. It's cool. The problem is they kind of use the wrong Killjoy. Sorry, they use the wrong Viper ult, where he doesn't have a safety net on Heaven.
They're not backing away.
We can see this space, obviously, with the wall being a
He
factor.
does actually get pushed off of the angle.
Straight off of U2, and actually no progress made. Both
How?
sides.
Oh, it's 3 HP. Not even how, that's fair.
You're now looking at John QT.
Great
You're
molly.
looking at Narrate to pick up that next layer of slack here. Narrate going to fall back towards base. John
Ooh,
QT
it's a fast trade on that. I was worried when I saw this duel.
Crash is taken away. Narrate!
Oh, nice round from nice round from Crashies. I'd be honest, it looked a little rough from Fnatic, but they get away with it.
The crowd up on their feet too. Supposed to put it on a show, as are Fnatic now.
See his bang falling as well. Removes
Yeah,
the
I
pit
like the idea of the
from
setup
the
though.
table. As rough as well, because Zekken, I think this snakebite lands and he just has to eat it. Yeah. Down so low because that operator tag. Crashes. Beautiful cleanup from him.
He had to leave because of the Killjoy. Yeah, but
Tied up now.
he should leave himself a safety net in Heaven.
That
Though.
feels good
It was
after a
a better ult.
timeout too. That was meant to be tailor-made, right? That was the best plan coming in. Maybe called by Kaplan.
You can do a
maybe
lineup that
more
covers
a
all of
conversation from
this,
John QT, but it was
and you have
that
this
conversation.
safety
And
net
here's the
here.
switch up.
As soon as Sentinels show presence on mid now, Fnatic actively
You can literally
looking
just tuck in
to
here the whole time.
counterbalance that.
Here.
Show their faces.
Um,
and plant
Sage
their flag.
Res,
actually post
and
back on a very
who would have
deep angle
thought? For people that watch the
behind his A
G2
site.
game, you're going to see some
Set up here from
similarities.
Sentinels.
You die here, you fall off the back, you get a free res.
Sen still have, okay, they still got the Viper's pin on Bang, they still got Zekken as well on that TP, but Crashy, big info here. And at the same time, Alpha strikes, brilliant combination, but an answer back. There it is, John QT starting to fire up.
Yeah, and he's committed over towards site with the res here as well. Damn, John
You're not gonna do this,
wrecked
are
that
you?
round.
1v3?
Oh
A
my.
1v3 kayak, really?
He really
Oh,
went
you
for a
can't
bold
say he
one.
didn't try, but Zelsis calm under pressure, and Zen taking a step back in this now.
Oh, it's ace
Absolutely
spams.
dismantling this A site hold. And Crashy's caught completely off guard by John QT scaling up so quickly underneath him. That's Alpha unable to tuck his tail and dip out of sight. A beautiful shot, follow up actually. John QT to find his third. Sen find a response here after 3 unanswered rounds. Do still have the pit. So we've got a TP from Zekken as well. Now back on the res for Chronicle, so not many ultimates in play.
John's just got his
That,
though.
yeah, make that an extra one. Oh, command now for John QT. Fnatic have found their space once more in mid. Kayak in the same position, but this time able to play in the cut effectively.
It looks like with this pathing though, they're very on top of this.
Who's quick to it too. So this
But how do
feels
they-
like it's likely,
how
even
do
though
they
maybe
drop?
Alpha trying to break the turret gives
Oh,
them,
John.
Oh,
it's a great
nothing
shot,
calm about
man.
that. That was quick as hell.
That was a
Kayak
great
takes
shot.
away the hero of the previous. John QT down. That's also the ult remove. That's a big
Yeah,
piece
they got
of the
early
puzzle.
alarm bot, they got
play on
wall,
site if
and
they
they got
want
the
to.
molly
Looks like they
to
fancy
force
a
them
bit of
back
that.
here as well.
Alpha's still there. Up towards Rafters. Not this time. Bang.
Oh.
Fast himself.
They got res, but this time
Now
can
trying
they
to
hold
scale
on
up
to it?
cleanly.
Well play from Alpha, he can kind of call that the res is fine here as well. No plant on this one.
Gotta put bodies behind
You
this
gotta
here.
res this. You gotta res triple swing.
Now actually Fnatic can try and reinforce the hold here.
Hello?
Alpha under a ton of
Hello?
pressure, but he's not cleared.
They
Hey,
just
what's
said
going
the
on?
Paranoia and didn't clear it. That's not good enough, but still a 2v2. Spike in hand, and TP is out of there. Zekken wants safety. A secure plan is what he'll get.
Big gap though between him and his teammate. Zelsis now picking up the pace a little bit. Crashies and Boaster paranoid of a lurk. Sentinels able to regroup here.
Crashies has key utility. So much to play in here. Still paranoid about maybe closer players. Zekken waiting, swings it, spotted, TP's out, gets away. Boaster trying to creep forward, couldn't snap in time, and now down to crashes in a 1v2. It's looking like Sen!
That was rough as well. That was rough.
Totally in sync there from Zelsis
I
and
would
Zekken.
call a timeout. I'm seeing a couple of people, in my opinion, melt a little bit.
Beautiful adjustment here from Kayak, but I guess Alpha maybe one more from this position. Makes it a little easier, but it's Chronicle falling there, standing to face Zekken. That opens this up. And Sentinels follow through, 6 on the board for them.
No timeout.
Placing swarm grenade.
Molly looks like it's good to hit the turret. Does he take it away in time? I think he took it away in time, to be honest with you.
No
Looked pretty
command and a
fast.
pit here for Sentinels.
We'll keep an eye on it.
There's only Boaster
Yeah,
on guard here
same
on
wingman
B-main.
lineup.
We're trying to speed up, it looks like.
Recon
Fnatic clearing out
clears over
towards
towards
they
A
can
as
clear
well.
rotations,
So
but
lose over towards B,
he
Recon
is
goes
in a
over towards
really
A.
precarious
Alpha
spot,
for
Mike.
sure. Took his turret back.
Ultimate here
Then he
from
gets
the
hit by the
Wraith to pave
Killjoy.
way.
Sorry, the Teo.
Spam coming
KO
through from
ult,
Boaster, but not
they
finding
can't use it.
anything. Actually,
Definitely
yeah,
got to
bang,
keep an
sorry.
eye on Kayak here. If he goes slow, he can hear the alarm bot and he can smoke it.
Considers the swing and oh, it's huge. Denies the plant and gets a body dropped. Flank now on the way. Sen need to really secure this.
Okay.
Push Turtle up for a second.
Just went a little bit too
Pause.
fast.
Trying to catch a player. Kayak,
Still no
careful.
plan. Yeah, he needs to make sure he stays
Doesn't
alive
want to
here.
overdo this, but Sen now scrambling forward. Spike back in hand. A punish. What is that? Quan and Boaster both in unison. Just
Nice.
catching the push up. Punishing Sen, wanting that safety. Leaving Zelsis in a 1v4.
This is good as well from Kayak. He didn't overheat on this one. Just getting the info was enough. Honestly, maybe even that was like a bit too much. He just locked him in though. Otherwise, they get that kill, they go back over towards the site. They honestly probably lose the round.
Again, a ton of information actually that it's not an early flood into B main. Again, it's the timing of some of these gunfights that Fnatic choose to take just catch Sentinels completely off guard. I mean, some of these kills coming through. A little PS, unfortunate for Sentinels, but so that chip damage really paying off.
Big ult still here for Fnatic too. Rez online for
Kayak gets
Alpha's
that,
got his and Crashies.
gets that all up.
That's three
Sorry,
heavy
gets the
hitters
op
on the
out.
other
And
side.
I like
You
this from
have
Crash. It
Bangs.
does a
They
recon
really
to see
get
if
the
anyone
chance for that
swings
last
and pops
round
their
to
head
bring it in.
out towards
After
here.
taking so low.
And just shows them they can get a free
Seen the
ult.
rate
Fast
used
rotates,
his.
got over towards middle.
Gen.G, so
And
scaling
where are
up
we
as
going?
expected.
Drone to clear middle or
roll?
roll?
Now from Sen. Oh, Boaster, careful. Always caught that
Okay, it's a
timing,
nice
but from
angle.
afar, that is gorgeous from Crashies. Good connection, couldn't
Oof.
quite find another, but big info and big damage.
2 tags here, Narrate down to 45, John QT down 70.
Drone goes all the way out,
Stinging
clears
now
tube,
implies-
clears middle.
So you're going to try and get up close and personal.
Definitely keep
with
an eye on
this
the time. So they cut sound over towards here. They're making it look like they could go back over towards
cut
A.
sound here
At the
from
same time, they may
Sentinels, but
pop the smoke at
Fnatic
one
not
point, put
moving.
it down, then they're going to
No
wait for the
threat elsewhere
fuel
with Kayak
of
posted up
the
the
wall here.
operator.
Alpha
got that nice
definitely
deep
could be
line on the
tempted
other
to use
side.
his ult.
Feels
Obviously, they can
strong
use
enough
it
to
to
sit for
retake,
one.
but as this time gets lower and lower,
Here's that
yeah.
lockdown. Put them under a little bit more pressure to play out towards yellow. Get a bit closer here. Force their hand.
it's a great flash,
Boaster
but Boaster was just a
prepared for
little
it.
bit
Trying to make a
too
bit of a
far
play on
ahead.
the back, but no.
Nothing to stop the
Wants to
plan.
come down nice
Hey, not
from
bad.
the rate. Viper's been laid in, but Alpha fast.
God, he's here
He's
fast.
closed the gap quick. Oh, what is that from Narrate? The hero set needed. John QT, just a shot in the back of Crashies. We noted how far away Kayak was. But
okay.
What is that? What in God's name is that? But it may be for nothing. Kayak would have to be a hero, and it's not going to happen
close.
today. Zelsis keeps Sen in the
dude,
lead. On
Narrate's
this
doing.
half, 7
Narrate's
to 5,
won
a
so many
competitive
rounds.
showing between the two.
I'm not saying they shouldn't have
Exactly
won
what
this,
we
but
wanted in this
it made it
back three.
very easy. What is that? That's probably more mad than the op kill. Okay, I mean it's gonna be interesting. At least Fnatic will be like confident about it. Lower bracket, man, the lower bracket's so stacked it is. Again, I don't think the groups in this event was that good, but I think playoffs has really delivered.
Five to 7, Fnatic putting up a fight, but SEN staying in control. Now on the side switch here.
Fnatic had 10 first bloods that half. Wait, is that true?
Is there enough left in the tank?
I mean, it's tall order. You always talk about Fnatic, never ever out, regardless of scoreline. I think here on Icebox as well, the same discussion.
Joey, thanks so much with the Prime. Appreciate the 7 months.
Just edging out an advantage.
I probably say your name wrong, bro, but I appreciate you, dude.
In the first half, certainly a concern. Gen.G standing tall and proud. Top of the board here for Sentinels.
10, my goodness.
Maybe asking for a little more from players like Zekken and Bang, who numerically usually deliver. So flexing onto the Omen for Zekken. I wouldn't say opportunities limited, but certainly seen other duelists really shine in that role, and
nervous?
that is a comfort factor or not.
For who?
For the Coinbase Econ report, of
pretty
course, you can see
pretty
there
equal,
that
huh?
Crash is leading by quite the margin, it looks like. So, bang for the buck.
Certainly is. See what the approach is here from Fnatic in the second half. Whether or not Kayak be able to continue to keep Fnatic
I mean, Kayak
in
might
this.
have to do a lot. Not the most to set him up.
Safety in this
So this is real old school for Fnatic though. I wonder like if they're gonna go really old school. Like really old school for them would be Alpha kind of entering a little bit over towards here. Like on attack, putting his alarm bot through this. That's what they used to do a lot. Sometimes they just take timing over towards middle when they're feeling it.
Pick it up on attack.
Like he used to have one of the craziest killjoys on attack in my opinion on this map.
To get used to that tempo, we know that Fnatic play at their own pace.
There's also a lot of just set Fnatic strats, right? So see the alarm bot that I highlighted earlier, they would then put a wall here and then they would plant on site. And then they would wrap round, push through the wall at the same time and clear back a site. And then that's if you couldn't do the normal G2 plant. Like they pretty much came up with the wrap over towards site and then how comfy you felt with it.
This could be an issue.
Certainly could.
Again, it's old school stuff. Yeah, it looks like they might go for it. Wall left side.
Play towards a retake here.
Yeah, wall left side. Over towards site.
Deep investment of the wall actually. Now Swarm's popped. We'll be able to get the plant.
Yeah, you get a good plant though. Hugs51 with the Prime. Thank you with the 4 months. Thank you, thank you. Right, it works for the entry. You pinch over towards the back of site. It's very good for clearing behind Jenny. And then at the same time, when they're going over towards here, they kind of have to be in this area to break the wall, right? So then they're out in the open, you can just swing on them.
There's no flank coming through either, so this is all in from Sen.
Christ, look at that paranoia. If they were a little bit closer, it could have been lethal. But Fnatic still hold the numbers, and the smoke is wondrous to work in. Narrate can't quite find him, leaving just Zelsis outgunned here and outnumbered.
Very nice.
Fnatic getting the first.
Yeah, pretty much worked exactly as they planned. Everyone gets funneled towards the back of site.
Things up here to kick off the second half. Again, well, that's going to be the approach, or just the pistol round here. The Sentinels. You can check that if you allow Fnatic to get this clean plant, reset back into deep post-plant positions. Really bang the concussed
Pistol count ends 3-3. It's the first map where it was 1-1.
Fnatic to lean back on.
Knife over towards B, hits one. Alpha is the human drone on this one, trying to feel out the map, trying to see how many numbers there are.
Main, but utility down from Alpha, going to keep that in check.
Yeah, they know they went aggro, they saw the orb get picked up, or at least heard it.
Util starts getting cleared, so he's feeling that there's someone nearby, but they're already rotating. But by now, look how close Fnatic are. And there's big guns out on display.
Same stuff.
Got one, Kayak's got one, and so does Crashies. So they're the three that can't really afford to fall. And it's simplistic in approach, Mike. They're not making too much of it. Alpha going to catch Zelsis trying to hit that rotate round on the flank. And we're into 3 players remaining. For Sen, this wasn't a round you were expecting to win.
Certainly not. Well, they can do any damage.
I mean, the Sentinels don't really want to give them too much yet. They should just chill the whole time.
Outside heaven, don't expect them to be.
I've seen this before. I think you'll see this a lot.
Into ultimates that make Fnatic's life even easier. Alpha's on the hunt though. Hello. Oh.
Surely they can't do this every attack round? You'd be surprised. Okay, do you know what would normally happen? In 2021, right now, what would happen is Alpha would send it. He would send it through the smoke within the first 10 seconds of the round. That's what would happen. This next round, bonus round, he is through that smoke within the first 10 seconds.
7-7.
Big buy round here.
Yeah, and I want to talk about pressure between these two, because normally it is a bigger conversation, right? And yes, it is still a chat maybe with Kayak in that sort of list. Maybe at best. But these are experienced legacy teams, right? I know from the original iterations.
He's over towards middle, but his turret suggests he doesn't want to do it.
These are the big boys, right? When you're talking about these two teams, none of them are slouches by any means. They should be able to keep their heads calm, keep themselves cool.
I'll tell you what, I'm looking at the minimap, and my god, it would have absolutely hit.
Both of them.
Okay, alarm bot goes in. Yeah, that's fine. He would have got hit by this.
Zekken posted up, clean on the first.
Very
dip
nice.
away, but and a 45
what do we
HP
got?
does have the regen. No res here from Chronicle, so we'll have to continue plow on as 4. Zekken setting up for the paranoia. Slow work once more from Fnatic.
They've been testing Sentinels' patience the entire game, it feels like. Zelsis rewarded as well. Locked in towards punishing middle. Yeah, Alpha's slipped ahead, but there's still utility here. Yeah, maybe if they got Zelsis down, it'd be a different scenario. It's not the case. So what's the game plan? So scattered throughout
Bacon, I got a question for you.
Alpha rewarded here. He's actually not dealt with the turret. He's maybe somebody to show.
Yeah, you're going to enjoy this one. Okay, if I'm a Killjoy and I go all the way here and I jump in the window and I place my turret below and land on the turret, I'm not making a sound. Can I place the turret from top window to bottom floor? It's really bold.
And Fnatic not getting any fair fights, it feels like, for them. They have to dig so deep.
Surely? I think you could, right?
Smart work. Alpha nice. But again,
10 seconds.
Try and get
I mean, the turret's going to make sounds.
Yeah,
I would only try it on an eco, but...
Really making a mess of that.
How would I know that off the top of my dome? Bro, you're meant to be the guy.
Not to be. Nice spacing from Sen. And the awareness here, Mike. I mean, it's not
Bring the turret down makes a sound. Oh, for sure.
But Sen know exactly how Fnatic are trying to play
I know,
this.
but I do think in the moment, teams maybe wouldn't consider it.
Force them into
You must be able to place it. You can do it from heaven on B. On A, sorry.
This mid piece really rough. I mean, if you don't find an engagement,
Let's go, boys! Come on!
It's tough to then just charge towards B because Zekken has so much space.
Bonus round is out of the way. Let's get the big buy round in. Alpha on attack Bison. An op. Crashies throws it over to him. Chronicle has res, so I guess he's just fighting here, and they're going to go for the res. Nope, he's going floor.
Alpha, let's see if he's got it on the Killjoy here. Again, res is there for Chron. Narrate up towards 410 though.
Okay.
Willing to hold belt. The rest of the map, they're getting curious. Down B long, wanting info. Zels is still patrolling towards mid, but they're close on this A site now.
Kayak relaying information there with the sound cue, but probably
Tested and it worked. Honestly, for a bonus, it's not the worst shout.
Surely spotted by Narrate. They do drift away.
Dude, it's actually Alpha go kill.
Yeah, very sweaty VALORANT here.
Oh, yeah.
Just waiting for a peek
Yeah.
to punish, but able
It's
to
the
actually
Fnatic though.
push deep enough to get
Oh,
a
you
ball
ain't
up.
breaking the wall?
No.
Oh, you guys gotta be breaking this wall.
Maybe with the Dizzy going up, they could have maybe caught someone, but still held towards backside. The plants
Oh,
have
they
come
broke
down, but
the
they're so
alarm
close,
bot
they
over
bang,
towards middles. The
considering
pressure's
the
middle,
punish.
so they don't feel comfy
Kayak
breaking
got his
this.
bodies back.
Damn, how was there no kill at the back of sight here? Oops.
That's a
Sorry,
fumble,
Kayak.
Actually, yeah, luckily, no pressure coming through there because Kayak ain't that vulnerable.
Ooh, this is getting really tense, Mike. You can see it, you can feel it. Drifting closer, Paranoia goes in, but an early swing from Bang goes down. Effective trading from Fnatic. Trying to take back on the site. Sen can't stick the landing. Second falls. Gen.G forced
Yeah,
to
they
back
don't, they
away.
don't know how to deal with the
Fnatic
wall.
playing the better game of this. Scaling
They
up
don't know how
well
to
together,
deal with the
trading
wall.
in well
I
as they
think
felt that presence.
you might see some A
But this
spams.
style, Fnatic happy to play with.
Bear in mind, Sentinel said they were expecting this, right? This is how they knew Fnatic were going to approach today. Fnatic seeming to find some success with it.
It's in the Lysol. Just standing watching.
It's just so tense in some of these situations because you can see Sentinel's almost just apprehensive of when to pull the trigger on some of this utility and get the ball rolling. Maybe some early round aggression to remove some of that comfort with so many bodies standing.
Just doing the stare. He's evolved.
It looks so funny, man.
It's probably the reason for this timeout. Again,
absolutely is, yeah.
This tempo and pace, like, I mean, if you look at regionally, like, Americas, there are teams that play to this sort, I don't want to say to this extent, but they do play a more methodical, slower game style, but they can then scale up. They do play, like, a bit of a more variety to it. You look at G2, who are kind of the, you know, very, I guess, meticulous in approach, a little bit more patient. And obviously, SEN are well aware of how to play against it, but here against Fnatic, they're taking it to kind of extremes, right? Very slow,
really
very steady.
This is way slower than actually traditionally we see Fnatic play even, so you can see they're really dialing into that approach.
I mean, how many 5v5
He's going to having to retake. He's going to break this wall as soon as it happens. Yeah, he's going to create the pressure there. They'll probably want to fight a lot heavier over towards A though. I imagine it's like the first thing that will happen.
That was, you know, it took so long to get there. So Sentinels maybe needed a check-in.
I think they'll end up
on
playing this corner, fighting a lot heavier.
Fnatic's name against only the one response from Sen so far.
It's just not there for Sentinels either. It's going to be Narrate bringing the
They
Sheriff
don't
to the
use this
party
pause
here.
as well, and they're missing a trick. Tucked in this
Really
corner
second
would just
with
get you a
Banks in
kill.
with anything notable in the bank behind this. Triple of the orb though. Getting the rate
Okay,
just one away.
force buy, and the rate takes the hit.
So maybe a little bit of aggression.
Flash goes over, yeah, they wanted to fight. I think Fnatic were too on top of this, man. I'm a little bit worried for Sentinels. I think they can just get A spammed every single round.
Kayak now caught though, denied by the Dizzy. Narrate trying to puff out the chest a bit, try and control that space. He's done very well.
And this is the sort of round that Fnatic are almost baiting Sentinels into playing.
That's the dream. Oh my god, Alpha! Bang took a step. He was like, maybe I can help out Narrate. Maybe not. And Alpha, combat operating up the line. Narrate tries to take a second target inside Kayak, looks a little easier.
Still swinging though.
Yeah, I mean, all they've done is changed up their style of plant over towards A, right? Is once Sentinels, once Fnatic think they've worked out how they're potentially going to approach this wall, which probably by spamming it, they decide to go for a G2 plant, right? You wall over towards here, you plant here, and you just play heavy after plant. You kind of prioritize these positions, 1, 2, 3. You can have the other two fight over towards site to delay. Then pretty much everyone's in a good pose to see this and use util for it.
Fnatic look locked into this, and they just tested out what it looks like if we go a bit aggressive.
Yeah, like I said, this is the sort of round that Fnatic are almost begging Sentinels.
Oh, come on, yeah, have a
dangling a carrot
hey,
almost.
You want to take some map control? You want to get an early
Stop
pick?
us from sitting outside this site.
Please, I dare you. And well, they tried. And you saw how well that went. So Sentinels need other options. They need to go deep into the playbook, get a good grip on what's going on here. But it's hard, it gets riskier and riskier as the game goes on. Fnatic now up on 9. As the slow and steady march back into this series.
Yeah. I think this one was too obvious. Alpha's literally an anti-flash.
You're so ready and so quick though from Kayak.
My ultimate is ready.
Now what?
It's frustrating as well because these sorts of rounds it becomes harder and harder.
Killjoy
to
all
justify
res, and
aggression
they've
with
managed to
the
squeeze out another
finances,
buy.
The inventory, and really the bigger picture cost of that. Now with Fnatic knocking on the door of double digits here. Need I remind you, the decider and the elimination on the line. For two
Can
big
ignore the
names here
res.
in
I mean, the res
Toronto.
is easier to use on attack than it is defense.
Get up in their face again. And if
Defense
it feels
is like
obvious, but it feels like
very
they're trying to then
situational. A
say,
lot of
"Okay,
teams,
okay, come on, come on,
a lot of
be clear,
teams
do the same
will
sort of thing,
or
we're
should
ready
kind of
this
fight
time."
more in here, but
They've got
again,
3 players here now, actively
sometimes
looking,
you
playing
just
on
never get the
4-10.
actual opportunity to use it.
Below down by Maze here, John QT on that corner, narrate.
On the filthiest angle in the map. Looking up towards Belt.
Here, smoke goes down. Another one coming in.
And the silence feels so oppressive, doesn't it? Because you've still got Alpha's ult here. If they want to invest it, they can. They can leave this late and punish this push-up potentially.
Okay, over towards B. There was a shock that went back of
What they're feeling here.
yellow.
Something feels off.
Leave
And
Alpha
it's starting to look like
posted here,
a...
maybe consider a rotation.
Okay,
Maybe
a
just find
two-passing
contact elsewhere
fake
on
with
the
the
map.
jet.
But it's hard to have confidence even in
The
the
problem
lack
is,
of contact
at one point,
because of how
John
they're
is just going
playing
to
this.
knife here.
Got to do something quick though. Down to 30 seconds and
30 seconds left.
And it hit 2.
confirmation of 2 members.
Okay, and that's the insta-call to go over towards B with a 2-passing
Yeah,
hit.
this is
Problem is they ran very
a
early.
little weird
19
now.
seconds on this one.
They've got
Want
to
to go
just
through
run
mid,
onto
wall off the
B
right
side.
side.
Celsius, get ready! 10 seconds! And the spike is still down towards B line.
Oh, they're going to plant though. Wait, how have they won this?
Outrageous, you're getting away with this.
I'll forget that.
Second, John QT
And they
and
push
Narate
over towards... I mean,
nearly
Crashies
falling
as a
asleep
kill.
during this round,
Chill, chill,
surely.
chill. Stop walking.
Good Lord, how they meant to be this focused for so
Dude,
long.
you got the
Second.
pause.
Still trying to find a player here. But you've still got Alpha's ult if needed. Yeah, they clear close, but that deeper line, that operator still in play.
Yeah, Alpha might kill trail
Arrow is
this.
there, Flash still
Problem is
there,
that
but
his
they gotta
pressure is
get
over
going.
towards here, so he might not want to use
Now
his
they
ult
have
and
to
give away
clear
the fact that
yellow
he's
by
actually
now.
over
Feels
towards
like
this
a
area.
bonus position,
Definitely
almost
too late now
offsetting
as well. They see the
seconds.
ops, they know he's
And yeah,
there.
it absolutely has, because John QT felt
Damn,
safe
man.
and secure, but Zekin now out.
Damn, bro. I'm impressed, man. Alpha hit a big kill, and
Controlling the tempo,
Ron,
controlling
I think,
the
hit a big
time.
kill as well.
And Sentinels can't be everywhere at once.
I mean, that just looks so uncomfortable. You go
Ah,
back
it's
to
Crashies,
that
sorry.
as Chronicles making this
Big
cross
kill
in
from
mid.
Crashies.
It certainly doesn't feel like Fnatic are teed up to convert.
Last one down.
But then 2 kills found, and things crumble for Sentinels.
I'm getting a bit nervous now.
I'm
Look
very
at this
nervous,
half.
yeah,
Look
but
at this half.
Oh,
Look at
I'm
the
super
timeline.
nervous.
I mean, look at the purchases as well now.
It-
40 back
it's
in
pretty
this,
rough.
nothing left in
Pretty
the bank.
rough for
This is gonna
Sentinels at the
test
moment.
Sentinels, their mental over and over.
Like you said, it's almost like they're playing
One away for a kill, Joel, so they
to force
use
Sentinels to
early
make
slow.
these desperate decisions late round. Because they're just left guessing.
And Fnatic will be reveling in this, won't they? Loving it, knowing that they've got that time always on their side, even though it felt so late. Now we look at what Sentinels can do to try and hold this back. Double stacked up towards that kind of top and lower side. Nice from Narate. Takes away Kayak. Here we go.
Res.
But again, that res has been in the back pocket for some time. Second goes back in.
Damn, second did really good to get the kill and get out of there. Maybe a little bit sloppy from Fnatic.
It's almost leaning into the game plan here, this comp. You can allow somebody to take a hyper-aggressive peak, but that res has to be safe.
He's stalling out.
He's jumped back out.
You should never be able to get away with it, and he does. Locked down
I
now
can't
on
believe
top,
what I'm
35
seeing.
seconds, but we've seen how late they run this.
Bro, he is
Oh, they've
taking
done
over,
B
by the
before we
way.
know.
30 seconds left.
Locked down now, going to secure the cross for the plant. And Alpha
Jesus.
is feeling absolutely
He wanted to
out
go
of his mind
further.
in this round. Still dug in deep here. Kron watching that top side, forced away. Angle better for Sen. Hard fought 4 steps here though, and Alpha getting left more and more on an island. He can't escape. Bang removes. A heartbeat found in the Sentinel side. But Crashies and Kron still standing.
Still a good
Smoke on
plant
the
for
spike
Crashies
should draw
though.
the attention.
Just got his
They're
recon
playing
up.
calm. Now the second attempt at the defuse. Composure. from
Recon.
Kron.
Oh, they didn't get
it's
half.
stunning.
And the recon hit
reveal is
both.
perfect.
Did
This
the recon
is
land on him?
outstanding from Fnatic. Zekken has to try and master it.
Oh my god, nicely done.
Oh,
for God's sake. I think the recon hit him.
Just the mental of Sentinels has to be broken in tatters.
This was absolute insanity.
Doing things like that.
God, they played
Oh no, what a
this
recon that
so
is.
well. Good God.
Alpha up at 21-12.
Alpha's like, what the?
Having a standout
Alpha
performance
realizes they get the light armors out as well, and he's got the
Placed on
outlaw.
Pit here, Hunter's Fury. The other side.
Jesus, that's fast.
Watching him is like poetry in motion today. Lethal about it though. Feels like he can't miss, and Sentinels silenced in this matter. They've got to dig deep here. They're going to need someone to ignite a spark.
Utility littered ahead of Alpha there. Boasted are coming through and probably plant the seed of a B site hit. Fnatic now heading that direction.
Oh my god, look at him go, man.
Will fall. Just 3 left standing now for Sentinels.
Hey, he sees him top side as
Alpha
well.
feels like he can do no wrong,
Yeah, he's
right?
just
The
peeking
game
everything,
feels
man.
perfect to him. In his mind, it's playing out as he dreamed. Zelsis desperate to find impact.
Yeah,
but
a little bit safe from the plant.
Going to come down, and Alpha goes hunting.
Of course he does.
They've been conditioned over and over. Sentinels.
Alpha, you have
must
double
be on
molly.
the
Come on, man.
ropes at this
Okay,
point.
thank you. Just play normal.
How do they fight back in to try and deny 12? I don't know if you can.
No, I mean, it looks like as if
Oh,
they might
God.
even consider the
Whoa,
pit certainly
okay.
going to force Sentinels
I mean, that really does
into a
it.
position where they have to hold on to these weapons. They forced up once more.
They're on the
Second,
ropes.
nothing in the bank. John QT, 100 credits. Ultimates to play with, but Alpha's on the hunt.
He's having a worldy game, is Alpha. Oh, God! No one can stop him right now.
Look at what's
that
going on
smile.
here.
Look at this man. He's still going.
Look at Bosa.
Even Bosa's
Bosa's
just watching this happen. Gets caught in the end, but that is
This
just
is standing up watching his POV mid-round.
Kron found narrate 2 at the very end, Mike. This might be a death rattle from Sentinels of a second half.
Thank God I put this guy in my top 10. I wasn't going to do it. But I decided to go for... I decided to believe. I know he's not in Sideshow's top 15. I know he's not. He's playing too good to be in Sideshow's top 15. That's all I'm saying.
Look at that timeline.
If you're not in Sideshow's top 15, you are going to have a blessed event. It's as simple as that.
Who knows as well, because the purchase is so uncomfortable for Sentinels.
And the deeper knife might be giving away that they tried to play up to this fantastic. Dark gonna come in, this kayak ready though. Players nearby, they swing. Sentinels digging deep
boys.
here. Desperate to hold on the spray, not gonna do enough. They get to live. First time they draw first blood without a quick trade.
Chronicle no res here either. So can't get kayak
Raid
back on his
boss
feet.
though.
Alpha still on the hunt. Scope in hand.
Oh God. Oh God.
Terrified of him. So should Sen. For now he carries on. The disrespect.
You're a lunatic, mate.
Shown
Chill.
from Alpha this
Whoa.
game. He's drawn 3 players just
God,
to
I'm so nervous for him.
He's commanding. In terms of utility, in terms of pressure. To try and shut him down. Gets
Oh,
a
for
heal
God's
as well,
sake.
so
Of course he's going for more. He gets
healthier
a
position
hill though.
35 seconds though. And Sen have the man advantage. It
Ooh,
feels
that's
like
kind of nice though. They made no sound over towards A. They break the alarm bot. Shock over towards default as well. Unless he popped the molly, I'm not entirely sure. Dude, they are not moving though. They are not moving.
Alpha, the one to be stepping in here. Paranoia perfect.
Why?
Fantastic
He nearly
work
got that.
from Sentinels. Second and bang when they need him most, doing enough here.
Okay, 4 chances down to 3 chances, and
A lifeline given.
maybe they time out.
Second gets away as the clock ticks. Sentinels stay alive.
Trying to just prevent potentially the upgrades here, but Zelsis will come through.
Big
2 with the
work.
stinger. Up to 9 now. 3 left to find and walking the tightrope. In terms of the economy here, Kayak removed early on from this proactivity. Sentinels just showing grit and resilience here.
And bravery, Mike, to go for that play.
Nice kills, boys. That's fine, that's fine. Nice kills, boys. Let's go.
To be able to kind of keep themselves feeling in this after what's
No
been
op.
a very hard half.
No
You can see the
Optus
score on
rifle.
yourselves.
Crashies has. Oh, you don't want to get scanned by that recon. Dude, Sentinels have a lot of
There's
ults.
something with this team that they can pull it back from the brink, but Fnatic right now are deadly. Alpha at a new high almost. And the weight of the world here, if it does go towards B, is on Zalsis' shoulders. The one man on this site. Yes.
And this time,
he could catch a cross.
this time he has a duelist with him.
But this is a lot.
And the duelist does have double smoke.
The finest of margins are able to slip through.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
Turret dealt with, but it's
They-
actually Boaster underneath
Whoa.
the tube, so...
Oh, it's
a bit
sick.
of misdirection
Oh god.
here.
Whoa, it's
Yes.
genius.
Hook, line, and sinker, Lauren.
That might be enough.
How did he manage to go all the way through here, break it, and get out of there? How does he not get punished for that? Ah, it's done.
This could be heartbreak for Sentinels, but they're going to give it everything they have. But the final boss of Alpha has just caught bang. Kayak, the Guardian on duty, takes away Zekken. As John QT and Narrate
Fair play.
have to face the music.
Fair play, they're good at
and
this
it's
map.
playing to Alpha's song right now. Narrate digging deep.
Damn, dude, Alpha had a crazy map. A crazy, crazy map.
Good. Sentinels left in ruins at 13-9.
Hey, banger. It's a banger.
Icebox once more, Lauren. Their hometown for sure. And the redemption delivered here in Toronto. Sentinels eliminated.
Yeah. So Sentinels 56.
Gotta feel good about that after a Fnatic
Gen.G
fan.
56.
Dicey along the way, but yeah, a beautiful approach here on map 3, just to really almost just suffocate Sentinels.
It was. It felt like that too, right? That really oppressive attacking style they brought out was so hard for Sen to deal with. And again, you saw how great Sentinels were on their attacking side, but it just wasn't enough. And it will be where the road stops for Sentinels today. As you said, revenge for champs.
Dude, Boaster is so excited to do the celebration, he's literally running to get the props. He's got a Cuba. What's he got planned? Cameraman!
In Toronto.
Cubit in the bin. Oh my god!
A long time since we've lapped up a stage celebration from Fnatic here. A statement made. I was going to say it again, Alpha.
Yeah, that's good.
Just absolutely phenomenal here on Icebox.
Yeah.
27 and 14, 7 first bloods. Just in total control of so many of these rounds.
Yeah, he was having an absolute stellar performance. Again,
I mean, Alpha played so good on that last map.
Keeping up as well. I think everyone would have had their flowers throughout this, truly.
The rest of this tournament's going to be so fun.
All the way.
We got one from every region.
As we're ready here, we will be diving down to the Verizon post-match interview. Just going to wait for that to be set up, but that's going to be a real hard stopper for Fnatic, and again for them, really put through their paces.
Again, Dario Mine's back as well. It's just so tight throughout this series, as we will jump down to the interview just now.
Fnatic, they've taken down Cuba and Sentinels here in Masters Toronto, and I have to pull this man aside. Alpha, you carry Fnatic in 2022, you carry Fnatic in 2023, 2024. How are you still carrying Fnatic in 2025?
Okay.
I'm just real different. I don't know what to say. Just real different.
I think you might be right. The chamber is so beautiful. Are you the best chamber player in the world?
Currently, yes. But I will say Ye was better.
Ye was better, Alpha. Wow, humble king, humble king. Now, the most important thing here is I know how difficult it was for you to lose to Senna champs. You got your revenge. How does that feel?
I'm super happy to get the revenge because they didn't deserve on champions to win against us. And we showed them why they didn't deserve.
Wow, strong words from Alpha here. Now, it's not just Alpha that had a good performance. Chronicle, let me find him and you guys follow me. Oh, Crashies is here, by the way. You did a great job, Crashies. Chronicle. Now, this is the furthest you've been at a global event, a Masters, since Tokyo. It's been a long time. Have you missed this feeling?
Absolutely. It's nice to also club Sentinels after Champs 24, so it feels absolutely good.
What did Cuba do to you? You gave a proper smashing to Cuba there.
Nothing bad. We just smashed them so badly, so I decided to show it again how bad it was.
Yeah, and Kron, a lot of people have these conversations about who's the GOAT of Valorant, and they say if you win here, there will be no dispute. Would you agree?
No, I also need to win Champs after that.
Okay, he's got ambitions. I'm going to let you do this, and I have one more treat for everyone here. Boaster, I have no questions for you. No questions. I might need the camera to move back for this. No questions for you, but we have not seen a single dance at Masters Toronto. Come on, guys. Not one Boaster dance. I'm going to give you a moment. Play us out.
Dude, I was wondering how long he was going to go for, to be honest.
And there you have it. Fnatic pick up the win, and oh my word, what a game that was. The last hope of EMEA stays alive here in Toronto, Canada. And Mimi, you couldn't have asked for a more dramatic finish to that game.
Yeah, it was really incredible. I mean, Alpha coming out on the Ascent again with the Chamber, dominating there. It was a much closer map here on Icebox, but still, it's just incredible to me how in these high-pressure matches, this Fnatic team can stay like so calm, boasters dancing, they're having
Every
fun,
region
and
is
they are
alive.
just
Every
going through
region
that
is
second
alive,
half
yeah.
dominantly to now make it into the top 4, and I believe that sets us up now to have one team from every international league represented in the top 4 again, which is so cool to see.
Yeah, that is so
we got 2
sick.
days
got,
break.
Wolves representing
2 days break.
VCT China. You have PaperX representing VCT Pacific, and of course G2 holding it down for the Americas, and Fnatic for EMEA. Holy moly! But of course, though, we do want to take a second and say goodbye to Gen.G as well as Sentinels. 2 teams, Mimi, that people were calling.
Dude, both of these
to win
teams
the
ended
whole
5th to
damn
6th. That's
thing,
kind of
and
wild.
they're going out in top 6.
Gen.G especially is shocking. 4 maps where they were up 8-4 or 9-3 at the half that they end up losing to be eliminated from this tournament. It is truly a brutal way to go for this Gen.G squad, but
It's
still,
perfect. No, it is perfect. We got
some good stuff,
1 from each
had a
region.
Great Swiss stage, but
You
did
got
not
2
live up to
from the Swiss
expectations
stage.
here.
You got
For
2
Sentinel,
seed
top
1s.
4 or top 6 as well. I know they would have wanted more, but these guys definitely
G2
showed some
Fnatic's
good
gonna be a
stuff, had
banger.
good Swiss stage fighting all the way through to make it here.
Of course,
without a doubt.
PaperX
And let's
Wolves
not
is going to be a
forget,
banger.
right, they were able to defeat all of VCT China as well, giving them massive victories there to boot. And then on top of that, the challenging matches that they had faced off.
Gee,
but
Felix, you're right.
here's the good news, folks. We're actually joined by Boaster
Hello,
here at the
hello,
desk.
hello.
Congratulations,
Thank
brother.
you very
Happy
much,
for
thank
you.
you very
What
much.
a game that was. How are you feeling? Emotions, energy, adrenaline must be through the roof, brother.
I was about the same time at Champs last year that we played Sentinels to get to the top 4 bit.
Yeah.
And we lost to them, so
This was
time,
a personal one for you?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not playing my best, but the calling's been pretty well, and it doesn't matter when my boys are shooting as well as they are, so I'm just really happy for them.
You don't even need to say that, bro. Alpha's just out there just clapping fools. It's
yeah,
crazy.
I love Alpha, isn't it? It's just chill, isn't it?
It's crazy, man.
For your teammates that are playing so well, Alpha, he's been with you for a long time, joining the team in 2022, now finding this performance again. What is it like to be able to be in IGL, have a player like that on your squad? Because he's just been taking over these games.
Yeah, I mean, I love having Alpha. For me, it would just be, I said to myself, like, I just want to keep playing for as long as I can play with good teammates such as Alfia. And, you know, his contract is until next year. And I was like, I just want to play until he decides what he wants to do, and then we'll see what happens after that. But
that's fair.
I really want Alfia. And also just having Crashies, this new guy coming in.
Yeah.
Absolute lovely guy. Brings up the mood, brings up the vibes, and is shooting like a boss. Kayak, what can I say? New guy, shooting like a boss. And what Chronicle? Not new guy, but shooting like a boss.
Shooting like a boss. Yeah, man. Look, I think that the sum of all the parts of Fnatic, as we have seen here, is the reason why you consistently find yourself in these high-pressured moments, because you guys are all able to perform in those moments, and it really is something else. I mean, we'll take a look here at the winning moment, and I know we talked about what this win meant for you, but what does it mean to play in front of this Toronto crowd? Because, boy, they were giving you everything.
I mean, I've seen people come from all over the world. A guy said to me he came from London today. I know there's a fan from Japan in the crowd too. People from China. So it's just crazy to have them all back behind us at this little mosh pit, going crazy. They're looking at me whipping on my monitor. I'm like, stop watching, stop watching.
Hey, cover it up, cover it up.
We've never had an event like that before, where the players are right behind you, or excuse me, the fans are right behind you guys. But you are playing up to it more than any other player. Never thought I'd see a Valorant player hit the L dance after winning a round. Has that been powering you up, having them right there?
Half the time I don't even know what to do when we went around, so I was like, I can't keep shaking my butt. I can't keep like doing hits.
I think Boser could keep shaking his butt, right? I think Bo could be. Yes. A couple people here agree with you. Dude, look, it is incredible to see how far and how much you guys have pushed to get to this point, but the job's not done yet. What are your thoughts on the rest of the competition that's still left in this one? You got G2, PaperX, and of course the Wolves.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves' story is so sick, isn't it? Silfat BB coming in out of nowhere, IGLing and fragging like a boss. And we got PaperX. You know, they haven't won like a Masters or Champions yet, but they've been in many finals, and they're one game away from being in yet another.
Yep.
And then you got G2 Fnatic hashing it out in the lower bracket. Like, what is going on? What script is this?
The upside down world, man.
Talk to me about playing G2. You haven't played this team really. I don't think you ever have played G2 in their current variant, or was it once?
Once, Red Bull home ground.
Oh, in the off season. Okay.
Yeah, but we weren't even ready there. We weren't Fnatic that we are now. We're slow grinders ramping up, and it seems like we're looking pretty good. Yeah, I'm really happy with so far how we've been doing. A little things here and there, but overall, I'm really chuffed. And G2, they're looking good, but I like beating them.
Yeah, hey, you want to be? I heard what Chronicle said. Yinsu asked, are you the GOAT if you win this Masters? But he said, nah, fam, I got to win champs as well in order to be considered a GOAT. So it feels like you guys have that dead set in your mind. This is a team that's built to win trophies. Do you feel like this is it?
I mean, how crazy is this? I think we are built to win trophies, but also Crashies. He was potentially joining a tier 2 team at the start of this year.
Crazy.
And now we signed him, and he's getting us over into the top 4. So, like, it's crazy how much a player can grow and, like, change and stuff. And I think our whole team is looking juicy, and G2 is going to be a banger.
Yeah.
You talked in your last interview, after your last win, about your own individual performance, or it might have been in the press conference, and how you wanted to improve that, and you felt like that was going to be the biggest difference maker to win a trophy with this team. How do you feel like you were on that progress today, and what are you focusing on going into the top 4?
FNS tricked me. I was on some stream yesterday, and FNS said, you're going to have a live game tomorrow. If this is my live game, then it's over. However, I will say, like, I didn't have the best performance so far, but the calling's been pretty okay. And I'd say
pretty okay, bro. You're in the top 4.
That's true.
Being a little too humble.
No, my teammates are too good. But the Icebox attack, I was behind that green box.
Yeah.
I was farming behind there, and I think I won us some crucial rounds. So
you did.
Pretty happy with the Icebox at least. I wasn't at the top, but that doesn't matter.
Hey, man, look, I think I speak for everyone here when we are just so stoked to see Fnatic in the top 4. The pride of EMEA, without a doubt, and you guys earned it for sure, man. So congrats, brother. Much, much love to you. But that is going to do it for our show here today. We do have 2 dark days that are going to be taking place. So the action will be back right here in Toronto on Friday, where you're going to see this guy take on G2 Esports. You're also going to see the Wolves go up against PaperX. Folks, we thank you so much for joining us, and we are so ready for what is to come. We'll see you on Friday.
Sure. Okay, we got a banger day coming up, but we got to wait 2 days. Hopefully tomorrow, by the end of tomorrow, I'll have some kind of video out on YouTube. If you want to follow me on YouTube, just kind of explaining why the Seed 1's lost, in my opinion. Talking about the Seed 1 cast, basically. Is it real? Or did they all just mess up? Okay. Dude, look at Alpha. Guy's gonna be flaming it. I mean, oh, it won't be that bad. There will be some flame, but it won't be that bad. Hopefully I back it up with enough evidence to show that everyone messed up. Casual plus 25, yeah, pretty insane to be honest. Fast kills, to be fair, that's true. Look at the fast kill diff. How is it that one-sided? Fast kill diff, fast map. Fast kill diff. Jesus. That's wild. Bro got 7-0 fast kills on Icebox.
But now they're going back in a Caron, hard committed, feels rushed at this point from G2.
Dude, Boaster gave no fast Fs. It's a good sign. Okay, chat, give me someone to raid. Give me someone to raid. 7 fast kills on Killjoy. Yeah, that's how Yampy envisioned his Cypher. But it just ended up to be 16 fast Fs instead of the 7. Instead of the 15 fast kills. Who do we decide? Chobra? What's this guy doing? Is he actually like playing games? I haven't raided Chobra for a while. Where is this guy? Let me look at the stream real fast. Looks like he's yapping. Can I do the 7 TV thing? Oh, dude, I forgot to do that. Yeah, that's fine. I'll add it. Dude, you know what? It's on the list. I just didn't look at the list. I think he's just yapping. Is anyone playing?
It's the last chance for EMEA versus the Pride.
Okay, Karagi's playing. Let's do that.
And it couldn't come down to 2 better teams in this situation. You have Sentinels, Fnatic.
And Bang's position does get considered, but you still can't kill him.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate you all. I appreciate you all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. I will see you in 2 days' time. Again, if you don't have anything to watch, I should have a video. What the? I should have a video coming out on YouTube. And I'll be doing it with Just Flow. Just Flow's helping me edit it as well, because we're trying to get it out in a fast amount of time. Again, if you don't know who Just Flow is, you should definitely watch his hour-and-a-half video on the PaperX train. It's crazy. It's very, very good. Watch the first 5 minutes and you'll probably just watch the whole thing. Sergeant Spots, thank you with the 5 months. Chat, the bunnies are fighting. I've got to go sort them out. We've got to go separate them. Okay, I'll be back. Oh, Jesus, dude. They're going crazy. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. Guys, thank you. Appreciate you all. See you soon. Bye.
Certainly bold.
They catch more than the timing. They catch second. It's clear for now. They are hunting them
YouTube chat, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. See you all soon. Bye, everyone. Bye. Subscribe if you can.